Wu Yuanliang thought he had everything under control, but he was wrong. I sat quietly in the car, my heart chilled, my eyes fixed on the tanker truck in front of me. At this moment, the car door was suddenly knocked open and gunshots rang out from behind. A few seconds ago, the explosion of the tanker truck caused countless vibrations, which concealed Wu Yuanliang's movements and exposed the mistakes he had made. Game over. I muttered to myself, with a cold smile on my face. Behind all this, I had already controlled everything about him, and he knew nothing about it. Part 4. The driver curled his lips and stepped on the accelerator to drive slowly. A bunch of rubbish. He snorted coldly. Those spirited young men who blocked the road looked fierce, but in fact, they were all cowards. As the car passed by little, they automatically gave way like the waves at ebb tide. Just as the atmosphere relaxed, there was a sudden explosion over there. Amid the noise, the crowd split apart. A fat and strong man came over with a cigar in his mouth, wearing a gray suit and steady steps. The men behind him were obviously not ordinary thugs, but fierce and vicious. I recognized him, Wu Yuanliang. He stared at my car and shouted, "George, get out of the car, let's talk." The university entrance was instantly silent. The air froze. The crowd gasped. Wu Yuanliang is a name that everyone in the provincial capital knows. 20 years ago, he was rampant on the streets, and murder and arson were commonplace. His men walked around the streets holding iron chains, and shops closed their doors one after another to avoid disaster. It was a dark era. Lucas was crouching in the corner. His face was pale, and he was obviously terrified. The aunt my mother invited actually brought such an evil star? Did he regret it? Qinglong, who was beside Wu Yuanliang, came up and whispered, "There are reporters." The old man frowned, and impatience flashed in his eyes. With reporters present, he couldn't get angry, so he nodded to Qinglong. "Get out of the car," Qinglong shouted in a loud voice. I moved, and the bodyguards got out of the car first and surrounded me. From behind, two people dragged Wu Hai out, with wounds all over his body. Wu Yuanliang looked over, and his face changed immediately. His son's nose was broken, several teeth were missing, his face was covered with dirt, and there were traces of cigarette burns on his body. For a moment, his whole face twitched. "Prince!" Qinglong and Baihu roared and prepared to attack. I stared at them with a blank expression. Wu Yuanliang waved his hand to stop them, saying in a cold tone, "Stop." He finally looked at me seriously. There was surprise, confusion, and more murderous intent in his eyes. He might not remember me at the Liang family dinner table, but now he remembered. I raised my lips and waved my hand. "Let him go." Wu Hai was thrown back like a broken sack. I looked at Wu Yuanliang and smiled. "I reminded you not to interfere in the affairs of the Yi family. Your son is blind and insists on learning how to behave." Wu Yuanliang's face was so dark that ink seemed to be dripping out. He gritted his teeth and asked in a cold voice, "Who is controlling him behind the scenes?" I didn't say anything, but just stretched out my hand and pointed in the direction of the crowd. "Lucas." The guy looked like he was about to cry, and he obviously knew he was in trouble. "Bring him here." Wu Yuanliang gave an order, and several people rushed over and dragged him to the front. He shouted in fear, "Uncle, it's me. My mother is Maria." His voice was filled with tears. I looked at him, and the smile on my face turned even colder. "Why? You don't want to stop the fight." "Hit him," Wu Yuanliang said calmly. Lucas was dragged away, screaming. He held his head and wailed, like a shrunken shrimp. Wu Yuanliang looked at me, narrowed his eyes, and said, "Interesting. Your style of doing things is like my youth. That's all for today." He changed the subject, as if relieved, but I could sense the deep hatred in his heart. "Eat and drink well, don't risk your life." I chuckled and asked back, "I'll tell you this. Within a week, your Wu family will probably be finished. No matter who is above you, they can't protect you." His eyes suddenly turned cold, and he stared at me intently, with a thoughtful look between his brows. It was not bluffing. He read a certain certainty in my eyes, and this was what he was really afraid of. "Brother, admit your mistake. It's useless to rely on the Liang family." Lucas actually interrupted. I looked at him coldly. What a waste. Wu Yuanliang snorted. "Young man, take care of yourself." I turned around, stared at Wu Yuanliang's back, and shouted, "Remember that jerk. His name is Lucas. When the Wu family goes bankrupt in the future, remember to settle accounts with him. All the troubles are caused by him." I got in the car, the door closed, and only Wu Yuanliang was left at the scene with a gloomy face. He looked back at Lucas and said, "Hit him hard." Qinglong nodded and did as he was told. "Oh." Lucas' screams filled the entire school gate. His mother swore a few days ago that she would never touch him again, but now he was beaten like a dog. The chaos finally subsided, and the students and teachers breathed a sigh of relief. But the matter was not over yet. The video of Wu Hai being beaten went viral online, and even the hype of the internet trolls could not stop it. Many people applauded and cheered, feeling extremely happy. The Wu family had done too many evil things over the years, and the victims were countless. But even though they were happy, everyone also began to worry about me. After all, Wu Yuanliang is not an ordinary person. He really dares to kill people. As expected, he started to make arrangements as soon as he got in the car. Clean and neat, make it an accident, and don't expose it until half a year later. His orders were low and cruel, with the temperature of blood. At this time, his phone rang. It was Xia Yao, the second daughter of the Xia family. He picked up the phone nonchalantly. "Miss Xia, what can I do for you?" The person on the other end of the phone said coldly, "George, don't be too arrogant. Liu Bing's matter has not yet passed, and the provincial capital is still under surveillance. I'm done." With a beep, the phone was hung up. His expression changed completely. Not only me, but even Xia Yao has issued a warning. Are we really related? Or does she also know something? Wu Yuanliang fell into deep thought. The plan remains unchanged, and we will continue to move forward. Wu Yuanliang's face was grim. He couldn't swallow this. His son was beaten half to death. If he didn't kill me, he would completely lose his prestige in the provincial capital. I was sitting in a car, heading to Tianjin Group. I quickly assessed the risks in my mind. Wu Yuanliang's revenge would not be too late. He did not follow the rules. Pick up Johnson and Olivia. Don't go to school for the time being. I told the bodyguard, my eyes cold. No outsiders are allowed to get involved in the group's affairs. Even if it's to deliver water or fix lights, it must be our own people. We use the best bulletproof cars. We don't go out unless necessary. I know he can kill people. He has the guts and the resources. This old fox doesn't use a knife to kill people. He likes to poison people, cause car accidents, and has a silent pistol. In the previous life, Wu Yuanliang killed a bunch of people in this way, blocking public opinion and using money to silence them, so no one dared to sue. Now, I don't plan to die yet. Instead of waiting to die, it is better to take action first. At the same time, the Yi family was bustling. Maria, Angela, and others entered the Yi group with great fanfare. The target was not me, but David. David, this idiot, actually accompanied Lin Huashan abroad. He really sent an opportunity to his doorstep. However, their takeover was not smooth. Shareholders opposed it, senior management questioned it, and Maria used force to suppress it. But problems piled up. For example, Yi seasoning products are still in trouble. The market has been taken away by competitors, and they are suffering losses. They come in just to take the blame. There are also rules for the distribution of power. Angela and Lily were promoted to high positions. Yuki's authority was cut because of his previous mistake. Kuer was completely excluded. They returned home at night with smiles on their faces. After a busy day, they finally felt like they had turned over a new leaf. "Lily, you just became the general manager. Learn from your sister." Maria said sternly, "Your mission is to make each project profitable and also to deal with the Tianjin group." "Mom, I know, I won't let you down. I just found it funny. Do they really think they can deal with me?" "Angela, you are the vice president now. Once the group is stable, clean up the internal affairs and drive out all the old employees." "Mom, they're not just dad's people. They're also grandpa's. They all need to go away." There was a noise coming from the kitchen. Aunt Wong brought out the dishes and said with a smile, "Madam, the sixth young master is cooking for us today." Maria was overjoyed when she heard this. She looked at the dishes on the table with a smile on her face. Xiao Su has really grown up. Mom is so pleased. But the next second her face changed, and she was furious. "What happened to your face? It's George again. How could he be so harsh?" Everyone was shocked when they saw it. Lucas' face was swollen like a pig's head, his eyes were blue, and he walked like a cripple. It was as if he had been run over. "No, it was my uncle who beat me." Lucas told the whole story of what happened at the university gate with a wronged look on his face. "George, this bastard, got himself into trouble, but let Sue take the blame." Angela slammed the table in anger. "Sue, you still cook like this. I feel so sorry for you." Unfortunately, she didn't know that Lucas was deliberately playing the victim. He is a great actor. Lily and Yuki exchanged glances. "George at Wuhai? Uncle won't let him go." They knew very well how cruel Wu Yuanliang was. The tigers in the underworld were always merciless. "Mom, should we help him?" Lily asked quietly. She still felt a little guilty towards me. Angela rolled her eyes. Help him? He made Xiaoxiu into this state, and he still wants us to save him? He's not worth it. Yuki wanted to speak, but when she thought of her mother's indifference towards her and Kerr, she chose to remain silent. The atmosphere at the dinner table was strange. Maria ate with a dark face, but her eyes could not hide her anticipation. George's thing. She spoke softly, as if she was sure of victory. If he is willing to kneel down and admit his mistakes and hand over Tianqian Group to me, then I can ask the Liang family to come forward and save his life. But the punishment that should be received should not be less. I told him to stop being stubborn. Now you know who is more ruthless, right? She took a bite of food, and as soon as the corners of her mouth raised, her face wrinkled into a bun. It was awful, extremely awful. Lucas copied me from cooking and botched it. But today he had been beaten, and he cooked with all his heart, so no one told the truth. They forced themselves to eat, but at the same time, the same thought came to their minds. I really missed the food George cooked. After dinner, the family dispersed, and I went upstairs alone. They didn't know that Maria had already applied a facial mask and practiced Tai Chi, and was living a very comfortable life. I know why she pretends to be like this. Whenever she has some free time, she will think of David's indifference to her, and then her anger will rise, and she will take it out on everyone. Mom, I heard Lily's voice coming from downstairs. Uncle is too careless. If he continues like this, George will die on the street. I was shocked, but she still wanted to say something for me. Let it die. Maria's tone was cold, as if she was discussing a chicken that should be slaughtered. I really want to see her expression when she finds out that I'm not dead. Lily tried to persuade her to save me as soon as possible, but Maria refused to give in. She not only wanted me to die, she also wanted me to kneel down and beg her. She wanted to use my bowing to cover up her dignity being crushed by David. After Lily was perfunctorily dismissed by her, I knew she had made up her mind. She won't save me unless I surrender. Lily returned to the room, looking uneasy. She owed me a life. That time, she was about to be hit and killed, and I saved her. But she didn't have the courage to stand up to her mother. At this time, Xia Haonan called, a scumbag who climbed up the ladder by acting. In order to win Lily's forgiveness, he almost jumped off the roof and pushed all the dirty work onto others. What happened? Lily believed him. She bought him a house, a sports car, and gave him 10 million in pocket money. In return, they said, it's better for George to be dead. This world is so ironic. Lily said I was her younger brother, but he advised her not to mention me anymore, saying it would be easier if I died. She nodded and compromised. The door rang, and Yuki came in. She told Lily, don't worry, my second uncle is called George. If something really happens, he will ask for help. Don't count on Mom. She never wanted to let him go. Yuki also told an old story. When I took the college entrance examination, Maria sent me bird's nest porridge, which was poisoned. The reason is, whenever something happens at home, I'm the most suitable one to be sacrificed. So it's not without reason that I hate her. I remember the day she cruelly abandoned me. I was only 3 years old. There were so many people at the train station, I cried my heart out, but she left without even looking back. She would wake up laughing every time she had this dream. She was that kind of person. She enjoyed the pain of her children being hurt by her. It was a cold night, and the wind made people feel numb. I sat on the top floor of Tianqian Group, looking through the glass into the night sky. The bodyguards were deployed tightly, and I knew Wu Yuanliang would take action. He was the kind of mad dog who would not stop until he killed someone. Nailed it. Wang Wei came in and handed me a piece of intelligence information. I took a deep breath, took out my phone, and dialed a number. Who are you? Director Huang. My name is George, and I'm the chairman of Tianqian Group. Did you call the wrong number? I chuckled. Your old friend, Wu Yuanliang, is about to get into trouble. You'd better understand that if he falls, you won't be able to escape. I don't know him. On the other end of the phone, Huang Zhongwan suddenly sat up and started smoking, with panic in his voice. Stop pretending. You've been hiding your true intentions, but the truth is about to show up. He sneered. I am a member of the system, and evil forces have no place in the system. Very good. I'm looking forward to seeing your performance. Okay, Director Huang, stop acting. I leaned back in my chair and said in a cold voice, Wu Yuanliang was able to run rampant in the provincial capital because of layers of protection. Wu Yuanliang has no right to know the giant at the top, so he can only do things for him through an intermediary. Huang Zhongwan was silent. The cigarette trembled between his fingers, and he didn't even notice the ashes falling to the ground. Do you know what happened to Lu Bing? I continued. It looks like a one-man operation, but it's actually laying a net. The bigger the net, the more you can catch. Wu Yuanliang is not in trouble. Not because he is clean, but because it is not time to close the net yet. It was eerily quiet on the other end of the line. I checked Lu Bing. He had just returned from the Polytechnic Institute before the incident. He destroyed the evidence overnight. Unfortunately, it was too late. I added slowly, I've seen him. What do you want to do? Huang Zhongwan's voice was low and hoarse. Sacrifice the pawn to save the king. Push Wu Yuanliang out, and the people behind will be safe. I laughed. He has evidence in his hand. Once he throws it out, his family will die. He has no choice but to commit suicide. I'll start this game, and you'll be responsible for cleaning up the mess. He didn't respond, so I added, I have information about your house in Hong Kong Island. It's by Victoria Harbor, worth 100 million, and there's a long-legged woman. The other person's body shook. He was shot. I know he has no choice. As long as Wu Yuanliang dies, I will delete your story. Finally, someone came from the other end of the phone. I'll wait for you to create an opportunity. The next day, I started going out. My car was bulletproof, and my route was the same every day. If you defend too long, you will lose. I will take the initiative to attack. The first day was uneventful, but things changed on the third day. The driver said the road ahead was blocked, so I asked him to take Xiangyang Road instead. It was a trail under construction, and no one knew I had led them here on purpose. Several vehicles followed quietly, including a dump truck, a tanker truck, and a van. They're coming. On the other side, Wu Yuanliang received a call on the golf course and smiled. Action. Wu Hai was beside him, clenching his fists excitedly, like a prince who had finally turned over a new leaf. 6 months later, his body will be found having died in a car accident. Wu Hai reminded him, this man is crazy and not afraid of death. Don't underestimate the enemy. Wu Yuanliang nodded, but he was still confident. It was not certain whose gun was harder. My car drove slowly into Xiangyang Road, followed by 2 bodyguard cars. Ahead, a dump truck suddenly had a flat tire, blocking the road. Bossy, the driver shouted for brakes, and the next second, the rear end of the car hit. The left and right sides were also sandwiched by tanker trucks, and 3 vehicles were trapped in the middle. A group of men in black jumped out of the car, holding AKs, and fired wildly at me. The glass was broken, but nothing was broken. The bulletproof car is indeed not just for show. Push them off the cliff. A familiar voice shouted out the command. I smiled and looked out the window. Qinglong, it's you after all. He took off his hood, thinking I would panic, but instead I met my calm gaze. Do it now. Qinglong panicked. He knew. This was the situation he was waiting for. I gripped the steering wheel tightly, and the sight in front of me made my heart beat faster. The tanker truck suddenly approached, with a clear goal, to make my car fall off the cliff. But at this moment, a large group of black-clad bodyguards rushed out from both sides, with an astonishing number, and instantly launched a fierce battle with Qinglong and his men. This bunch of people are so powerful. They took care of Qinglong and Baihu in less than 10 minutes. I thought to myself, however, the moment Qinglong and Baihu were tied up and thrown onto the tanker truck, I already understood what was going on. We've been fooled. George knew our plan long ago. Qinglong gnashed his teeth, and I could tell that he had already realized the danger of the situation. Their calmness was just the helplessness after being shocked by the violence. They all knew that I had already controlled them. The plan has been exposed. Hurry up and notify Mr. Wu. Baihu's voice was filled with anxiety. I sneered, but my heart was calm. After Qinglong and Baihu were thrown into the tanker, their plan had completely failed, and I had already laid out the game for this moment. My car was no longer there, replaced by an empty car, quietly following them. What is this car for? They should have noticed the problem, but it was too late. The tanker truck drove along the municipal road, and I was prepared for the worst. Oh no, this is a municipal road. Moments before the explosion, Qinglong and Baihu barely reacted. Just as they were anxiously trying to break free, the car stopped. Several bodyguards quietly got out of the car, and I knew the game had begun. Boom, boom, boom. Oil tankers exploded one after another, and the deafening sound woke up the whole city. Flames shot up into the sky, and the huge shock wave almost caused all vehicles to lose control. The glass of the city hall building shattered, and screams were heard everywhere. What happened? There was chaos all around. Huang Zhongwan was shocked and almost fell down. His face turned pale. This explosion was not an accident. It was a trap I set. For me, this is just the beginning. Huang Zhongwan quickly instructed the rescuers to rush to the scene and try to control the situation, but I had expected that he wanted to take this opportunity to catch Wu Yuanliang in one fell swoop. At this moment, Olivia called in with an anxious voice. "Brother, are you okay? I saw on the news that your car exploded." I smiled faintly. I had already left the place without being affected by the explosion. "It's okay. I'm not in the car. I'll go back now." My voice was normal, so calm that no one could detect the teasing in it. At the same time, Wu Yuanliang on the golf course felt an inexplicable uneasiness. He stopped the golf club in his hand and frowned. "Xiao Hai, hurry up, take mom and grandpa and grandma, and go to the airport immediately." Wu Yuanliang ordered hurriedly, with deep panic in his eyes. Before Wu Hai understood what his father meant, he had already seen the news on his phone. The explosion at the city hall, the closure of their business. All of this made Wu Yuanliang's face turn pale as paper. "Dad, could it really be George?" Wu Hai's voice trembled. Wu Yuanliang took a deep breath, finally unable to suppress the fear in his heart. How could he know our plan? How could he have such ability? I still rode the shared bike, watching all this happen with a smile. I have set traps in every corner of this city. Wu Yuanliang, I have finally waited for this moment. The phone rang again. Seeing the caller ID, Wu Yuanliang's face almost broke. "George, he's not dead yet. Mr. Wu, I've told you before, don't meddle in other people's business." My cold voice came from the other end of the phone, and then I hung up. Wu Yuanliang stood there, his whole body as if struck by lightning. His hands were shaking almost unconsciously, and he slammed the table. "Asshole! All my big brothers have abandoned me." However, none of this could be changed. The sound of police cars outside was getting closer and closer, and almost all the intersections were blocked, making it impossible for Wu Yuanliang to escape. Fuck! My anger instantly swept through my body, my eyes turned red, and I angrily took out a pistol from the car, ready to get out and fight. But just as I was about to open the car door, I paused. I tightly grasped the handle of the gun and looked back at my son, Wu Hai. I hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to put down the gun in my hand. The moment I hugged Wu Hai, I kissed his forehead. My heart was filled with endless regret. "Xiao Hai, Dad is gone. George pushed us into hell. It was Lucas and Maria who harmed us. After Dad dies, you have to take good care of Mom, Grandpa, and Grandma." Wu Hai's tears welled up instantly, and everything in front of him almost made him collapse. Tears had blurred his vision, and he was at a loss for a moment. Then, a deafening explosion broke the silence, and Wu Hai's ears instantly became deaf. When he regained consciousness, the scene in front of him shocked him. Wu Yuanliang had fallen to the ground, bleeding, and there was no sign of life. "Dad, no!" Wu Hai hugged his father in pain, tears pouring down his cheeks. At this moment, his world completely collapsed. Television and the internet quickly reported the tragedy. Initially, the explosion was classified as an accident, but soon it was discovered that the explosion was actually a gang-sponsored murder, and the deceased was George. I was reading the newspaper in the office, my face calm. I felt a little sorry for Wu Yuanliang's suicide and his son Wu Hai's grief, but I knew that this was the path I had paved for myself. The explosion happened earlier than in the previous life, but the result was still as I expected. "Brother, are you okay?" Olivia's voice came from the side, with obvious anxiety. She was so scared that her heart almost stopped beating when she learned that my car was bombed. I smiled faintly and comforted her. "It's okay. I'm not in the car. Everything is under control. Don't do this again next time." She sniffed, her voice choked with sobs. I nodded and changed the subject. "The trouble has been solved. Now it's the Yi family's turn to have a headache." Before the news reached Yuhai City, the Yi family had already fallen into turmoil. The atmosphere at the dinner table was peaceful, and the Yi group had been completely controlled by them. Maria and Lucas were happily chatting about the company's future plans when suddenly the phone rang, breaking the silence. "Maria, something happened to Wu Yuanliang. He blew up George, but he chose the wrong location, right in front of the government building, which caused a large-scale disturbance. In the end, Wu Yuanliang committed suicide out of fear of punishment." It was Liang Yi's voice on the other end of the phone, but he didn't know that George was not dead. The official report had confirmed that all the people in the car had died, so everyone thought George was dead too. "What?" Maria stood up suddenly. The phone fell from her hand, and her pupils trembled violently. "No, it's impossible." Her voice was full of shock and disbelief. Maria?" An anxious voice came from the phone, followed by Liang Yi's words. "George is dead. and he never contacted me for help before he died. These words were like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart directly. Yuki and Lily looked at each other after hearing this, and tears flowed down their cheeks. They probably knew that the departure of George, the dark horse, might not be a bad thing for the entire Yi family. Mom, Yuki, Lily, what's wrong? Angela and Ella heard the noise and turned to look. George is dead. Yuki screamed hysterically, then frantically flipped through her phone, her eyes fixed on the news headlines. An explosion occurred in the provincial capital, a series of oil tanker explosions. George's car was among them. He is dead. Angela was stunned, her eyes flickering. Although she hated George, he was her brother after all. She didn't feel too sad about his death, but a complex emotion surged in her heart. Ella and Lily were obviously more silent. Their tears were not entirely for George, but more of a sense of relief. The depressing atmosphere that had been hanging in the house seemed to be released instantly with George's death. The room was silent, and the air was filled with an indescribable atmosphere. Yuki sat there, looking down at her phone, her heart filled with fear and confusion. She suddenly realized that she was no longer in pain for George's death, and even she herself could not understand why her mentality changed so quickly. Suddenly, she felt an inexplicable fear. George, who had been her knight and saved her life, left at the last moment. And all this seemed to be a disaster brought by her mother. Maria stared blankly at the dishes on the table with empty eyes. Recalling the hatred in the past, she gradually realized that George's death took away not only his son, but also a deep guilt in her heart. She suddenly remembered the dream. She abandoned 3-year-old George at the train station and let him disappear in the crowd. In the dream, his voice still echoed in her ears. "Mom, don't abandon me. Don't abandon me." She lowered her head, tears silently falling. She felt empty and could no longer tell whether to laugh or cry. "I didn't want this to happen." Maria wiped the tears from her eyes and looked at everyone with complicated eyes. "I just asked my aunt's son to deal with George and protect Lucas, but I didn't expect things to get so serious. George is too stubborn and doesn't know what to do, so he provoked his uncle." Her tone was calm, as if she was talking about something that had nothing to do with her. The way she shirked responsibility made me almost laugh out loud. She had arranged all of this, yet she dared to push it onto me. "Well, the dead can't be brought back to life. George did a lot of bad things, but he also helped us." She continued. "For example, he saved Kur and Lily. You all know that. We can't dwell on the past anymore. We tried many times to get him to walk the right path, but he didn't listen and eventually went astray." Her voice gradually became lower, but she still turned her focus to Tianjin Group. She looked at Angela and the others and said, "Our family has to deal with his funeral. We are the first heirs to Tianjin Group. Please ask the legal department to handle it tomorrow." He glanced at her coldly. Yuki frowned at her words, feeling more and more complicated. Suddenly, there was a quarrel outside the house, which sounded a bit harsh. Soon, the bodyguard outside the door came to report. "It's Lucas's aunt's family. They want to come in." "Let him go." Maria's voice was a little impatient. She knew who was coming, so she asked the bodyguard to let him go. My aunt and her family rushed in with tears on their faces, their eyes full of anger and deep resentment. When they saw Maria, they almost rushed towards her. My aunt raised her hand angrily and slapped Maria hard in the face. Snap! With a crisp sound, Maria's cheeks immediately turned red and swollen, and she had no reaction at all. Then, the aunt refused to give in, grabbed her hair, and pressed her to the ground. Seeing the aunt's violent look, the whole room was filled with a tense atmosphere. "Gossip, you're killing us," the aunt roared, scratching Maria's face with her nails. She waved her hands continuously. Each stroke was full of anger, and the sound of slaps was extremely crisp. Woo-woo. Maria struggled desperately. Her hair was pulled out in clumps, and she cried miserably, looking in a miserable state. "Mom, come and save me." Maria screamed in pain. Angela and the others finally reacted and rushed forward to try to pull the aunt away. But Wu Hai's grandparents also started a fight, furious. The bodyguards rushed over and finally stopped the violence. "What are you doing?" After Maria broke free, the blood on her face and her messy hair made her look like a lunatic. She frantically pulled her hair, with blood flowing from the corners of her mouth. "Maria, you will die a horrible death." The aunt roared angrily, as if every word was meant to push her into the abyss. "You killed Yuan Liang and caused Xiaohai to go to jail. You are our nightmare." As she spoke, Her angry eyes pierced Maria like a knife, as if she wanted to wipe her out from this world. Your parents know about it, the aunt continued to sneer, and everyone in the Liang family knows about it. I have already scolded you in front of them. I have known since childhood that you are vicious and cruel, and you did it on purpose. Maria was almost broken down by the scolding. Her face was as pale as paper, and she had lost all her confidence. She stood there dully, her body covered in oil and her hair disheveled. It was an accident. No one wanted it to happen, and George was also killed in the explosion. She spoke without thinking, trying to defend herself. Bullshit. The aunt spat out angrily and cursed. George is not dead at all. Shanghai said that all this was his fault. Otherwise, why did the tanker explode in a municipal building? You know how powerful he is, and you still dare to mess with him. You devils. Maria, Angela, and the others were stunned for a moment. George was not dead. They were just grieving over his death, and even began to think about how to divide his inheritance. Throw them out. Call the police if they don't leave. Maria's tone was cold, and her voice was filled with complete collapse. The bodyguards drove away my aunt's family, and then the Liang family called and scolded them continuously. How could you be so terrible? Mom and Dad are disappointed in you. Maria's father was so angry that his voice was shaking. What on earth did you do? Dad, I'm sorry. I really didn't expect things to turn out like this. Maria lowered her head. She was so ashamed that she could hardly face her parents. She had always been the pride of her parents, but now she was the laughing stock of the family. Okay, take care of your business quickly. Her father sighed, his voice full of helplessness. Maria stood there, looking confused, with blood still on her face and filthy oil stains on her body. The hair she had just torn off was scattered on the ground. At this moment, she was more embarrassed than ever. In her life, except for her divorce from David, she had not failed so thoroughly for a long time. Mom, George is not dead. Suddenly, Yuki rushed in with her phone, saying in a hurried tone, I just checked, George was on the news, and he even attended a business meeting to discuss shared bikes. He is not dead at all. Maria was struck by lightning. Her eyes were dull. She watched the news and saw the handsome George, who looked energetic and didn't look like someone who had been killed in the explosion. George, you rebellious son. You are the devil. Maria couldn't help but screaming. Her emotions were completely out of control, and she frantically destroyed items in the living room. Angela and the others were also livid, totally confused as to how things had suddenly changed. They could only come to one conclusion. George was just too lucky to have escaped all of this. However, in the office of Tianjin Group, George watched the video on his phone with a smile on his face. In the video, Maria and her family looked miserable, which made him feel very happy. Ha! I couldn't help laughing out loud. Maria finally shot herself in the foot and got beaten up for nothing. They're so cold-blooded. Olivia also watched the video, her voice full of contempt. You know, my brother has contributed so much to the Yi family in the past, and he even saved Kuer and Lilia's lives. However, they were just pretending to be sad, and they were so happy inside. Even Yuki, who often regretted and admitted her mistakes, was like this. And Lily, she escaped a car accident because of George. She knelt down in regret and slapped herself. What about now? No wonder George said they would get their comeuppance. It is true. Chapter 112. In the future, Tianjin Group will be a giant with hundreds of billions of capital. They're all a bunch of hypocrites. George was not surprised. If I die, they will have less trouble. Of course they will be happy, and they can also get Tianjin Group. This family is selfish and has their own agenda. But because of this, they will sooner or later have internal strife. In fact, he also knew that Maria and the others did not want to kill him because they were also waiting for an inheritance. This time it was an accident, beyond their expectations, so they naturally accepted the reality. Olivia worried again. Fortunately, my brother made preparations in advance for Wu Yunyang's assassination this time, but it may not be the case next time. We still have to be careful. Now we don't have to be too afraid of the Yi family, but we can't underestimate the Liang family. George understood that although he had made a lot of preparations, he obviously could not reach the level of the Liang family. The Liang family will definitely not let Maria fall into hell. Liang, he came last time to warn her. Of course, the Liang family is now also caught up in Maria's scandal, and they won't deal with him for a while. Xia, we need to speed up the sale of the businesses we have left in the provincial capital, especially the shared bike and T-Honor network businesses. We'll go meet them later. Also, register a company in Hong Kong Island, Cayman Islands, and other places to transfer some of the funds out. George then said to Olivia, the Liang family is very powerful. We must be prepared for any eventuality. Olivia nodded immediately. Brother, I'll help you take care of it. Let's go and see the new employees. Then George took Olivia out of the office. George also knew that the Yi group had made drastic moves to sideline the old employees, so he naturally recruited all of them. Of course, what he wanted were the veterans who had helped his grandfather build the empire. As for David as confidants and so on, he didn't want any of them. When we arrived at the conference room, we saw a group of people looking at George, and they looked very excited. Fifth young master. They actually knew a little about George's affairs in the Yi family. Because they were all the old man's former confidants, they all felt sorry for George. Dear uncles, George was very polite to these elders. I also know about the Yi group. Although you have not been fired, Maria has undermined your rights and deprived you of your benefits. In this case, come to me. When talking about this, everyone was very angry and rushed to speak. Those bastards are not human. We have contributed so much to the group, and they want to fire us as soon as they come. They are destroying the bridge after crossing the river. Yes, 90% of our wages have been deducted, and we have lost all our rights. They asked us to retire in the group, but we have to save face. This is just a disguised way of driving us away. Fifth young master, you are the one that the old man doted on the most when he was alive. The Yi group should be yours. Why don't you take the Yi group back? George expectantly. George shook his head. Since my grandfather passed away, the Yi group has become corrupt and is no longer the Yi group of the past. Besides, if I participate in the competition, I will be consumed. I will spend more energy arguing with them every day than running my Tianshan group. When everyone heard this, they thought it made sense. Uncles and aunts, come and work for me. The salary is 3 times that of Yi group. George added, my Tianshan group will only get better in the future. It will definitely become a large ship with hundreds of billions of capital, and you will also get more benefits and rights. Really? Everyone smiled. Of course, they knew about Tianshan Group, and they also knew that George was a rising star in Southern business, with extremely powerful investment and business skills. This was indeed more promising than staying in Yi Group. Although they're all old, they still have ambition and passion in their hearts, but they just found it difficult to display them before. Now that they have joined Tianshan Group, they have the opportunity. Fifth young master, thank you for not abandoning me. I am willing to accompany you to build a business empire and fulfill the old man's last wish. Yes, the old man's last wish was to be the richest man. What a pity, he was seriously injured in order to help the Liang family. Fifth young master, the Yi family is a bunch of idiots. You are the only one who has inherited the old man's talent for business. Everyone nodded in agreement, wishing they could go back and resign immediately. Of course you can resign, but you can't persuade too many people to come, otherwise the Yi group will have trouble running without so many people at once. Don't bring any business secrets, tax evasion, loss of important project data, taking away customers, etc. These are very immoral things. Seeing that everyone was planning to resign, George couldn't help but give a serious reminder. Ha ha ha. Everyone present was an old fox, so they naturally understood what George meant. George calmed these people down. He and Olivia went to meet several big clients who were representatives from Taobao and wanted to acquire more bike-sharing shares. Although the shared bicycle industry has been successful in several rounds of financing and ranks first in the industry, George also knows that it has reached its limit. As for the listing, it will be delayed and it will be impossible in the short term. So George wants to cash out as soon as possible and invest the money in real estate, mobile phone factories, mobile games, and other fields. Especially in real estate, George has already invested in various cities, including provincial capitals, Shanghai City, Shanghai, Beijing, and other developed places. In the future, he will also invest in developed cities around the world. In the hotel, Taobao's representatives were waiting early and showed enough respect to George. He had heard George's story. He started from scratch and built a fortune of 20 billion in a short period of time. It was simply a miracle. The most frightening thing is George's vision for investment, which is always extremely accurate. Take shared bicycles as an example. George was the first person to try it out and invested heavily to expand the shared bicycle business across the country. Mr. Yi, my name is Lu Shucheng, and our group is very interested in the shares of shared bicycles. Lu Shucheng said with a smile, With the current profitability of shared bikes, it won't be long before they can go public. Why would Mr. Yi want to sell his shares? Although Taobao also has shares in share bicycles, it only holds a small part. Shared bikes will be listed sooner or later, but I don't want to wait any longer because I have other projects to invest in. George did not hide anything. Everyone has a different view on the return on investment. For me, if the return on investment of other projects exceeds that of share bikes, then the funds must move towards that project. Lu Shucheng could also understand, and then the two sides discussed the price and other details. After leaving, George went to meet with representatives of Wang Yi and Shogo. He wanted to sell Tianra Network. Although Tianra Network's Jianghu currently has a strong ability to attract money, the bonus period of online games is only 2 or 3 years. So, as long as the funds are appropriate, he is willing to sell it. The representatives of both parties were also looking at the financial statements of Jianghu and were shocked by George's behavior. After all, the monthly profit of the game, Jianghu, was outrageous. Finally, they talked a lot with George, and then prepared for the second negotiation. Chapter 113. They all went to Tianxin Group. These days, Maria went back to the Liang family to comfort the old man. Although she endured a lot of contempt and secret ridicule after meeting her relatives, she endured it all. Maria, are you divorced? I have a rich man from Malaysia here. He is handsome and doesn't look old. Are you interested in meeting him? David left such a good wife and chose a prisoner. You should date someone else immediately and make him regret it. Maria, you and David used to be a model couple. Young couples at home would take you as examples when they quarreled. But who knew you would? The people from Wu Yuanliang's clan are still making trouble. They come to argue every day. We are all relatives. We see each other every day. The gossipy family members seemed to be worried about Maria, but in fact they were gloating over her misfortune. Maria held her breath and didn't want to speak, so she could only smile along. After comforting the old man, she went back without stopping because she couldn't stay any longer. Her face was rubbed on the ground. At this time in the E group, Lily is busy and overwhelmed. Recently, a lot of old employees resigned and took a large number of people with them. At first, Lily was quite happy, but later she found something wrong because once these people left, the operation of the entire group stopped. Various reports stopped, projects stopped, and customer follow-ups stopped. The general manager's phone was flooded with calls. Why haven't these projects that customers are following up been completed yet? Lily was so busy that she didn't even have time to drink water. The secretary said aggrievedly, "Boss Yi, Secretary Ma has left. He was in charge before. Although we have hired 6 people to help, they are not as efficient as Secretary Ma. Moreover, the client has lost his temper several times, saying that everything was agreed last time, and now we have to start discussing the details again. Secretary Ma, is she supernatural? What she can do, none of you 6 can do." Lily slammed the table in anger. "Okay, Lily, you are the general manager now. You need to keep calm." At this time, Maria walked in. After returning from the provincial capital, she went back to Yi Group to take charge. "Mom, look at these jobs." Lily pointed at the pile of documents on the table, her face full of grievance. Originally, she had just taken over the job of general manager and had not had time to familiarize herself with the job, but it suddenly became a hell of a task. Okay, let me help you." Maria could only shake her head helplessly. Lily took the opportunity to go to the bathroom. She couldn't hold it any longer and was totally overwhelmed mentally. Maria had just sat down when another secretary ran in. Seeing that it was Maria, he quickly greeted her. "Hello, Mr. Liang. What's wrong?" As a result, the group's internal network collapsed, and the finance department, investment department, and financial department were all paralyzed. If the internal network cannot be restored immediately, it will cause huge losses. Then go and recover. Why are you looking at me? It's just that Mr. Lee, the technical director of the network department, is gone. Promote someone from the department or recruit someone from outside with a high salary. Why are you just daydreaming? But it takes time for promoted and recruited people to get familiar with the work. I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? Just take care of it for me right away. Maria was upset at the Liang family and came back to relax, but ended up with a bunch of troubles again. "Mr. Liang," another person came in and said, "Someone reported us for tax evasion, and the tax department wants us to produce this year's tax returns, etc. Who is responsible for this?" "It's Sister Lin, but she resigned and I suspect she's the one behind it. She's been in charge of all the financial issues in the group, big and small. If she does something, we can't find a reason at all." Let others take over immediately. Maria had a splitting headache, and before she could even catch her breath, another person ran in. What else? Maria's voice changed with anger. On our sea freight side, several of the goods that entered the country were rejected by the customs, saying that they contained contraband. Has someone left again? Director Liang, this area was previously in charge of General Manager He. She knew people and was able to use her connections to get the customs to let us in, but she's gone now. Maria's face darkened after hearing this. These people are leaving together on purpose to leave a mess for us, right? At this time, Lily also came back from the bathroom, obviously much more energetic, and suggested, Mom, why don't we invite them back and fire them after we finish the things we have on hand? There are so many messes piled up now, and if we continue like this, the losses will be huge. These people are all former employees of Yi Jindong and David. They did it on purpose, waiting for us to beg them. No way, Maria shouted. Although they made a lot of money in the Yi group, their daily living expenses are also high. Without this job, I wonder how they can live. Lily with an embarrassed expression. Lily frowned and said, just say what you want to say. It's like this. Those who left, they all went to Tianshan Group. It is said that Tianshan Group offered them 3 times the salary. The man hesitated and said, so before they left, they also took many technical backbones and important market personnel with them, and they were very happy when they left. Tianshan Group. Maria and Lily's expressions changed. At this time, Angela, Yuki, and Lucas also walked in. They looked very happy because Yi Group now belonged to them. Then they saw Maria with a grim face. What's wrong with you, Mom? Did you get bullied at Grandma's house? Angela asked Lily in a low voice. Lily sighed and told the story. Originally, everyone could accept that the dismissal of these old employees would affect the group's operations. But after learning that George recruited these old employees, they realized that George was deliberately disgusting them. Angela, Lily, how on earth do you do things? You were so clumsy that the group has come to a standstill. Lily is fine. She just took office. But Angela, how could you make such a low-level mistake? Maria suddenly looked at Angela and Lily. Mom, it was you who wanted to fire the old employees. Angela looked aggrieved. That's what I meant. But didn't you make any preparations before firing me? How can I trust you to hand over the Yi Group to you if you're like this? Maria would not admit that she made a wrong decision and vented her anger on Angela and the other one. Angela and Lily were both very depressed and had to bear it. They felt that their mother was taking out all the anger she had been feeling during this period on them. In the past, no matter who made a mistake at home, George was the one who got scolded in the end. But since George became tough when he made a mistake, it was they who got scolded instead. Sure enough, only the child who cries gets the milk. Angela's face was sprayed with saliva by Maria several times, so she could only wink at Lucas secretly. Brother, how could you do this? Lucas understood and helped, pretending to be angry, and said, we thought he was killed in the explosion, and we cried for him. Brother is so cruel. Chapter 114. The victim-blaming theory is more suitable for them. Angela immediately shifted her hatred. Mom, I heard that George has returned to Yuhai City. His Tianhai Commercial Plaza is about to open. It's very popular now. Why don't we go and question him about this? Yuki tried to stop him. Don't go. George won't change. We'll just get mad if we go. She was the one who visited George the most times, so she knew George's thoughts very well. Angela was immediately unhappy. Yuki, he has hurt us so badly. Why are we afraid to see him? What are we afraid of? He is in the wrong now. There's no such thing in the world. Maria's angry face finally brightened up. Let's go and meet him. Since George left the Yi family last time, the two have not seen each other for a long time, and she has suppressed a lot of words in her heart. And last time she thought George was dead, she felt very sorry because there were some things George had not explained clearly. Let's take this opportunity to figure those things out. At this time, in Tianhai Plaza, George was inspecting the merchant settlement situation. Generally speaking, it is very good. Big brands and other merchants have settled in. It will definitely be very popular once it officially opens. Afterwards, George prepared to meet with the top leader of Yuhai City to discuss real estate development. In the provincial capital, the Liang family has absolute power, but in Yuhai City, it is very difficult because the mayor will definitely choose George between the Liang family and George. After all, George invested a lot of money in Yuhai City. George, wait a minute. Just as I turned around, I heard Lily's voice coming from behind. Looking back, I saw that the whole family of the Yi family had come, and everyone seemed to be out to accuse me. To George's surprise, Maria also came. She was wearing an office suit, giving her a feeling of wealth and grandeur. But her face was cold and dignified, and her temples were gray, and she was thinner. It seemed that she had not been feeling well during this period. Come to think of it, I haven't seen her for a while. George. Lily was about to approach George when she was stopped by several bodyguards. She was so anxious that she shouted, "Mom is here and wants to ask you what you think. Which side are you on between you and David? And if you continue to behave recklessly, you will be expelled from the Yi family tree." These are also what Maria said to her on the way. Maria and the others were also looking at George. He was surrounded by a dozen bodyguards. George was wearing a white shirt and a black suit. He looked like a successful man, and every move he made was dignified. George for a while. Now George feels very strange to them, but also very noble, making them look up to him. At this time, George waved his hand to let the bodyguards move aside and looked at Lily jokingly. "Not bad. Now you can take the lead in speaking. It seems that you have a high position in the Yi group." "George, it was you who called me back to the Yi family. If it weren't for you, I would still be working now. For this, I want to thank you." Lily knew what George meant and said seriously, "But I really hope you can turn back and not make the same mistake again. What happened to Wu Yuanliang was just luck. You just happened to encounter the anti-gangster campaign. You may not be so lucky next time." "So what?" George smiled and felt that Lily was just like Yuki, and also started to meddle in other people's affairs. "Don't play dumb, or it will be serious. Grandma's house is no joke, and you will end up in a miserable situation." Lily said seriously. George laughed out loud. "Lily, I once said I would not care about you, but later due to special circumstances, I also cared about you twice. The first time I saved your life, and the second time I let you return to the Yi family, and you also got what you wanted. Then I will care about you again. Don't get too close to them, otherwise you will be unlucky. Yuki has already talked to me about what you said, and the final result is that I am actually fine. But you guys, haha, your husband and wife divorced, and Maria was beaten up like a crazy woman. So, who is more miserable?" Lily heard this. Her willful temper was aroused. "George, if you continue like this, do you know what this means?" George said nonchalantly, "It means that I've already broken off relations with you, and am your enemy. We will fight to the death." Yuki and the others already knew the answer, but you didn't know it. At this time, Maria and the others were listening to these words, and the more they listened, the more uncomfortable they felt. Angela couldn't help it. "George, you found Lin Huashan and set up a trap to frame Dad, which led to a big fight between Mom and Dad and a divorce. Mom hasn't even come to settle the score with you yet. And about Wu Yuanliang, Mom can't even hold her head up in front of relatives. Now you have even recruited old employees of the Yi group to deliberately disgust Mom. As a human being, you don't know the grace of your parents' upbringing. You don't deserve to be a human being." At the end, she looked a bit like a big sister again. "Ah, yes, yes." George laughed. "They raised me. But what else did they do besides provide me with a surrogate mother? Did they raise me and give me money? They only bully, oppress, and ignore me. These are old-fashioned things. Please don't bring them up all the time. You don't feel ashamed, but I do. Also, after learning the news of my death, you forced out a few tears, and then you were all attracted by the legacy of Tianqin Group. Everyone is obsessed with money, yet they pretend to be so noble. Calling you bitches is just polluting the word bitch." Angela was furious. "George, Mom is here." George shook his head sarcastically. "Scolding her is nothing. I slapped her face last time. I hit a bitch." Maria's face turned even darker, and she gritted her teeth. George had been dealing with her recently. She thought that when she saw George again, he would feel guilty towards her. After all, he had done so many bad things. Who would have thought that George, far from feeling guilty, scolded her repeatedly and called her a bitch? Angela saw that Maria was very unhappy. She wanted to continue talking, but George interrupted her. "Angela, I have a lot of new photos here. Do you want to take a look? Or send them to the media? They will be very interested. Your secretary divorced because of you. You have been labeled as a family destroyer and a mistress." Angela's face turned pale instantly. She dared not speak and even glanced at Maria secretly. Maria was so confused by Lin Huashan, the mistress, that if she knew she was still a mistress, she would probably beat her up again. "George, you always say that we are the ones who are wrong, bullying you, humiliating you, and ignoring you. Why don't you look at what you have done? Why don't you look for the reasons in yourself? As the saying goes, everything goes wrong for a reason." Seeing that her elder sister was frightened, Lily immediately joined in, completely forgetting that George had saved her life. But George was not surprised, as he knew Lily was an ungrateful person. He smiled and said, "What a victim-blaming theory. I agree with that. So, your family is in turmoil, your spouse is divorcing, and your family is broken up. It's because you didn't find a reason in yourselves." Lily heard this. She was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. Indeed, at the moment, George is doing better and better, while they are becoming more and more unlucky. Therefore, the victim-blaming theory is more suitable for them. Chapter 115. Maria's Purpose, Grandpa's Inheritance. For a moment, everyone gritted their teeth, so angry that they didn't know what to say. "George, I am your mother after all. No matter what bad things you did in the past, it was your sisters who blamed you. Today, I kind of talked to you for the first time. I can still give you one last chance." Maria, who had been patient, finally spoke. "Put your mind at ease. Let Lily take care of Tianchan Group. Go back to school honestly and forget about the past. The Yi family will keep you fed, otherwise we will expel you from the Yi family tree. I remind you that money can buy many things, but it cannot buy family affection. Once you are expelled from the Yi family tree, you will be alone and no one will be with you no matter what happens. When you get old, you will find that there is no one to talk to. When you are sick or hospitalized, there will be no one around you." The more she spoke, the more excited she became, as if she was back to the time when she was teaching George a lesson. George watched with interest. Even at this point, Maria still wanted to force him to stay. This was not like her character. "Really?" George finally guessed Maria's purpose. "That's it. It was very well said." George clapped his hands. "First of all, I have money, more than enough to spend. Why do I need family affection? When I'm in a good mood, I can throw out tens of millions and lots of people will line up to be my parents. Secondly, do you think rich people will care about these hypocritical family affections and then give up money to lick your ass? Are your brains burned out? Even if you are made of gold, you are not worth this price." This slap in the face made Maria's face turn darker. "Then, do you have the final say on the Yi family tree?" If Grandpa heard these words, he would definitely jump out of the coffin and beat you unfilial sons to death. "Finally, Maria, I didn't expect you to be so shameless. Even after being in such a mess, you can still come to me and ask for peace with an awkward face. You are begging me like a dog. All you did was just for the inheritance left by Grandpa." With the last sentence, George seemed to have torn off Maria's hypocritical mask. Maria's face changed drastically, and her pupils became as sharp as knives. That's right. She had been eyeing that inheritance, so she had been enduring George. But today she lowered her head and came to George to ask for peace. "Inheritance? Mom, what's going on?" Lily and Angela didn't know about this and looked at Maria in shock. "George, I want to rip your mouth off." Maria's voice became sharp, and she looked angry and embarrassed. "Oh, it seems that not everyone knows about this inheritance. At least Angela doesn't know. Maria, it seems that you want to keep it all for yourself." George shrugged. Angela's face suddenly changed. Her mother never told her about this inheritance. Could it be true as George said? "George, I have always tolerated you because you are my son. Well, from today on, I will personally take charge of you. Let's see how high you can fly." Maria also knew that George was trying to sow discord between her and her daughter, so she yelled at him angrily. "Oh, Maria, you are thicker than the Great Wall. You haven't dealt with me yet? Do you think I'm still as gullible as before? If you have the leisure time, you should take care of your husband. Your husband is having an easy life with his lover." George was too lazy to talk nonsense and waved his hand for the bodyguard to send him away. "George, you little bastard, I'm going to rip your mouth off." Maria got angry when she heard George's sarcasm. If George hadn't had bodyguards by his side, she would have pounced on him and fought him to the death. Maria's family returned to Yi Group. Everyone was silent, and their faces turned black with anger. They even thought that if they had known this would happen, it would have been better for George to die. They would have suffered less and lived a few more years. How come he is more reasonable than us? Lily slammed her fist on the desk, extremely angry. What a waste of time. Not only did he get a cold shoulder, but he was also severely scolded by George. Only Yuki was shaking her head. She was not surprised at the result. However, she could see that Maria was swallowing her anger and seeking reconciliation just for her grandfather's inheritance. I don't know the details about the inheritance, but I guess that only when everyone is present and signs can the inheritance take effect. As for when it will arrive, when it will take effect, and how much money everyone can get, I don't know. Also, don't listen to George's instigation. Mom is old now, and this money will belong to you sisters sooner or later. Maria said at this time that she knew that George's early disclosure of the inheritance had already caused suspicion between his children, so she could only explain and comfort everyone. Hearing Maria's words, Angela and the others' eyes flickered. They all had their own thoughts, but they were also very excited. Ella felt very strange and asked, "Mom, I kept pestering Grandpa about the inheritance. Finally, Grandpa became a little demented, and he finally let me know a little bit. But how did George know about it? That kid went home last time and took your grandfather's things away. He must have found something in there. So one of the reasons why I went to find him today was to test his opinion. However, let's put this aside for now. Anyway, the estate needs everyone's signature. George is definitely more anxious than us. Now we're suppressing George's bankruptcy. When the funds are short, he will want the estate even more and then ask us to sign. We can also make him cooperate obediently." Maria continued. "Next, we have to prepare some work. If we want to completely control the Yi Group, we must make profits as soon as possible and stabilize the hearts of shareholders. Lily and Angela, you should pay more attention to good investment projects, prepare the financial statements, and show them to me as soon as possible." "Mom, I have a great suggestion." Lucas then said, "Our shipping group has stored a lot of crude oil. Now that the oil price has risen sharply, we will sell all. We will definitely make a lot of money, and then we can appease the shareholders. Shipping is one of the 3 core businesses of Yi Group. Back then, the old man used his connections to obtain a license to store crude oil and bought a large amount of crude oil storage abroad. International oil prices are indeed rising now, but I don't think they have reached the top yet. Let's wait a little longer." Lily interrupted. Lucas stared at Lily in dissatisfaction and shook his head. "If we wait any longer, the oil price will drop. I heard that several oil fields have been found in the Middle East. Once they are developed, the international oil price will definitely drop. It won't be that fast if you want to develop it, Xiaoxiu. You need to be patient when doing business. Wait a little longer and sell it when it reaches its peak." Lily knew that Angela, Yuki, and Lucas all lost to George, so now was her chance. She wanted to become the real helmsman of a Yi Group. She smiled and said, "As for shared bikes, we can also enter this industry." Chapter 116. Emergency, Olivia is sick. "Mom." Lucas had no choice but to look at Maria for help. Maria looked at Lucas lovingly and said with a smile, "Xiaosu, Mom knows you want to share the pressure at home, but your task is to study and let Lily handle the affairs of the group." Lucas could only curl his lips. He had done a lot of research and was 100% confident that crude oil prices were going to drop sharply, but no one listened to him. It seemed that after the failure of Daisy Cosmetics Company, no one believed him anymore. "Lily, your second mission is to suppress Tianqin Group. I have asked your aunt and others to help." Maria said fiercely again. "Mom, George's most popular product right now is shared bikes. He is trying to get them listed. I have found a lot of information about shared bikes violating regulations. Once I report them, it will definitely have an impact on the listing of shared bikes." Lily said confidently. "After his shared bike business was affected, we also entered this market and eroded George's cake. Okay, I'll leave this to you." Maria was relieved to see Lily was so confident. There's also his Tianren network, and so on. "Find him for me. How much is George worth now?" Yuki immediately said, "More than 20 billion. Maria glared, shocked by George's achievements, and angrily said, "Suppress him in all aspects. I want his net worth to drop by 20 billion. "Mom, don't worry," Lily immediately promised. The family finally smiled a little. In the following days, the Yi Group began to frantically attack the Tianqin Group. The Tianren network and shared bicycles in the provincial capital are frequently checked by people for fire protection, taxation, license plates, project applications, etc. There are special people who are blocking them, making the situation very miserable. George was prepared for all this and didn't care much. He talked with Wang Yi and finally sold Tianren Network to Wang Yi for 2 billion. Of course, George also took Wang Wei and other technical personnel away, leaving only half of the technical personnel to maintain the operation of the online game. These people also stayed voluntarily because they felt that joining Wang Yi had a better future. In addition, George's other businesses, except real estate and mobile phone manufacturing, are also being sold in a package. All industries began to flow back to Yuhai City. The remaining share bikes are still under negotiation, but George guessed that they would eventually be sold to Taobao for 5 billion. He invested 300 million yuan in this shared bicycle business, which is considered a huge profit. So when the Yi Group launched a crazy counterattack, it actually didn't have much impact on George. In Yuhai City, he founded a real estate development company, intending to transform himself into a real estate developer. Brother, Apocalypse Group Company Limited has been established. Olivia finished all the formalities. She looked at George happily. The company is registered in Yuhai City, which can avoid certain interference from the Liang family. George, the mayor, gave him a lot of land. George began to build real estate and commercial buildings. He knew that the next few years would be the craziest time in the real estate market. In the previous life, Su Dai and others relied on real estate, and even became the richest man in the country for a year. Of course, the real estate industry is also very risky. So George has never given up on the development of the physical world, and in order not to expand blindly, he is determined not to take bank loans. George's goal is to reach 30 billion in assets and further catch up with the Yi Group. Come, Xia, this is for you. George took out another exquisite box, inside of which lay a pair of emerald bracelets. Ah, brother, what are you doing? Olivia suddenly asked curiously. George smiled and said, I just passed by a jewelry store and saw this beautiful bracelet, so I bought it for you. For me? This is expensive. Olivia's pretty face instantly turned red, and she was delighted. She could see that the bracelets were imperial green and worth at least tens of millions. You've been helping me all this time, so what's the point of this little bracelet? Come, let me put on for you. George took Olivia's hand and was about to put on her when he suddenly felt something was wrong. Xia, your hands are so hot. Do you have a fever? Well, it seems so. When I woke up this morning, I felt a little tired. Olivia nodded with a wry smile. Why didn't you tell me you had a fever? You were still walking around with me. George was immediately unhappy and called a doctor, who quickly confirmed that Olivia did have a fever and it had reached 40 degrees, so she had to be given in 4 drip immediately. George felt distressed immediately. Olivia had to go to school and usually had to deal with contracts, legal matters, etc. for him. It was really too tiring. Not long after, Johnson also received a call and hurried back. He had just been attending a speech at their university, and he went on stage as a successful man. Although he had been hiding his identity as a rich man, it was eventually exposed. George, while I was giving a speech, and I ran back immediately. How's Xia? Johnson is worried. The doctor said that she was overworked, which caused her immunity to drop, and she was infected with a virus. She needs to rest and replenish her nutrition. It's all my fault. I was busy every day and neglected her. George looked at the girl on the bed, his face full of self-blame. In the following days, he put aside the affairs of the Yi family and work, and took care of Olivia every day. At night, he sat by the bed and waited quietly. He has no relatives now. Olivia is his relative, a very important relative. They both grew up in an orphanage, and the kind of feelings between them cannot be explained in a few words. Under George's careful care, Olivia recovered quickly, but was still a little weak. On this day, a Bentley stopped at the gate of the villa where they lived, and then a beautiful woman rushed in quickly, but was stopped by the bodyguards. Xia, are you okay? The person who came was Xia Yao. Sister, why are you here? Olivia looked at Xia Yao, who was stopped outside the gate, and asked the bodyguard to let her go. George was a little surprised. It was the first time he heard that Olivia had a sister, and he had never heard Olivia mention her family. Originally, he was worried that Olivia would experience the same thing as him at home, so he asked several times. But Olivia said that she had successfully started a business with George and was very rich, so her family treated her very well. So later, George didn't ask anymore. You haven't been to school for a while, and you didn't call me to tell me. I'm so worried about you. My parents and brother are also worried about you. If you don't show up, they will come to our house. Xia Yao looked worried and said unhappily. Olivia stuck out her tongue. Sorry, I forgot. How can you forget something like this? I really don't know what to say to you. Xia Yao rolled her eyes, knowing that her sister preferred George to her family. Of course, when she saw that George took good care of Olivia, she forgave George in her heart. She said to George, Let me introduce myself. My name is Xia Yao. Hello, my name is George. George responded politely. Xia Yao secretly curled her lips, thinking, How come I don't know you? You're famous in the Polytechnic University, a popular school idol. Then, she saw George staring at the Bentley outside, and she panicked. because Olivia said that she didn't want George to know about the Xia family. And Olivia also told her about George's work in the Yi family. So George has always had a prejudice against wealthy families. Now seeing her driving a Bentley, George will definitely doubt her. Chapter 117. The higher Lily flies, the harder she falls. Xiaoyao quickly explained, "That car belongs to my father's boss. My father drives for his boss." George suddenly realized and glared at Olivia. Olivia felt frightened by his gaze and thought, could it be that her brother knows that she is the daughter of the Xia family? Xia, you are a rich man now. How can you let your father still drive for others? George said dissatisfiedly, "Let your sister choose a few cars from the garage and take them back. Mercedes, Maserati, anything is fine. Then I will transfer another 100 million to them as pocket money. After all, they are your relatives." Olivia and Xiaoyao looked at each other, both not knowing whether to laugh or cry. On the other hand, after Lily received Maria's full support, she really worked hard. She has made some achievements recently, delaying the listing of Tianjin groups, shared bicycles, and suppressing Tianra network. The most important thing is that after she entered the shared bicycle industry, the results were not bad. She did several good projects and got the expected returns, which led to the company's shareholders praising her highly. Moreover, she found the core secrets of Yi Ji Seasoning Factory, which was equivalent to snatching Yi Ji Seasoning Factory from David. Maria was naturally very happy. Now, even Angela has to lower her head when she sees her. Lily even gave Angela orders several times, which made Angela very angry and uncomfortable, but she could only obey him on the surface. Moreover, Lily dropped out of school halfway through. In order to get her diploma back, she returned to the university, donated some supplies, etc., and finally the principal agreed to issue her a diploma. At that time, she participated in some speeches at the university as a successful person, which led to her becoming famous at the university. However, in college, she also met George. But without Maria around, she seemed a little guilty and didn't dare to face George. So she took a long detour. She still remembered George's reminder to stay away from the Yi family. Otherwise, she would be in trouble. She has always believed in what George says. After all, what George says is always right. But she doesn't want to give up her current wealth and power. Lily, why are you afraid of George? He just got it right by luck. Don't forget your mother's advice. Do your best to suppress George. Happiness must be earned by one's own efforts. Xia Haonan has been following Lily. He lives an even more luxurious life than Lily. He secretly maintains more than a dozen young models and drives luxury cars and yachts every day. Because Lily used various means to secretly transfer him 100 million pocket money from the company. Well, happiness is something you have to fight for yourself. Lily's biggest dream is to marry Xia Haonan and live a life of love and happiness. George naturally also saw Lily's beauty. In response, he could only sneer. Last time, he controlled Lily twice because he wanted to use Lily to split the Yi family, and Lily also got corresponding benefits. But now, he has no intention of caring about it anymore. Lily flies, the harder she will fall. Now it seems that they have begun to cause internal strife. George thought coldly. And Ella also approached him and said it was her grandfather's birthday, and she wanted George and his family to go back to her parents' home. George refused. He could see that Maria still didn't tell anyone about his situation in the Liang family for the sake of face. The Liang family should know that he is the chairman of Tianjin Group, but they don't know that they're dealing with the Yi family. But George did not agree to attend the birthday party, so Maria had to go with her family. In front of her grandparents, she made an excuse for George, saying that George had an important contract to discuss. Grandpa and Grandma didn't care. After all, George is very successful now, and they are very optimistic about him. At the birthday party, Grandpa praised George in front of all the relatives, which made Lily and Lucas feel very uncomfortable. After dinner, Maria also told her grandparents about the inheritance. The legacy left by Yi Jindong. David is in such a terrible state now. We must not let him get the inheritance. Maria, this inheritance is the reward for your years of hard work for the Yi family. You must get it and make David leave the house with nothing. My grandfather, second uncle, and third aunt all gave me stern warnings. Don't worry, David won't cause any big trouble. Maria is very confident, but there's a hidden danger in her heart, and that is George. George is much more difficult to deal with than David. Although Lily had been causing trouble for George recently, Maria was not happy for long as Angela came to complain that George had already sold his properties in the provincial capital and raised billions of funds, and his current net worth exceeded 30 billion. Lily seemed to be dealing with shared bicycles, but in fact she was dealing with Taobao Group. This made Taobao Group very angry, and they were also secretly dealing with E Group. This created an opponent for themselves in vain. After knowing the news, Maria was so angry that her migraine came back. She called Lily over and scolded her. If Lily hadn't performed well recently, Maria would have taken her down long ago. Of course, it's not just Angela who's secretly complaining, but Lucas too. Lucas cried and told Maria that Lily's boyfriend Xie Haonan was molesting Lu Ruyan. Maria called Lily to inquire about this matter, but Lily insisted that it was Lu Ruyan who seduced Xie Haonan. Besides, this was not a glorious thing, so Maria was too lazy to pursue it in the end. She just reminded both of them to keep an eye on their own people. Maybe because of these incidents, Lily also ordered Angela to do things in front of her grandparents to vent her anger. Angela had no choice but to do as she was told. She could see that Lily was in power all day long, so she had to be humble. Yuki and Ella are still the same as always. Of course, they were also looking forward to the inheritance, hoping to get a lot of money and then leave the Yi family. They have all been a little tired lately and don't want to get involved in this misery for the time being. They quarreled again. Lily was also wrong. She actually brought Xie Haonan home. Xie Haonan was also rude and went to other people's rooms everywhere. One time, when I was changing clothes, he came in without knocking and asked for my autograph. Fortunately, I had just changed clothes, otherwise I would be in trouble. I complained to Lily, but Lily scolded me instead, saying that I deliberately seduced Xie Haonan. Lily has become paranoid. In the room, Ella was complaining to Yuki. Yuki shook her head. Lily's temper is indeed getting worse and worse. She will curse people when she is not satisfied. Last time, she almost had a fight with Xiaoxiu. We can't do anything about her. If she is not very capable and works for 3 days and 3 nights without sleep, even Mom can't stand her. Ella sighed. I feel that Lily ran away from home before, and she has accumulated resentment in her heart. She blames us for not helping. Alas, George is already a headache, and now Lily is here. Although George has not dealt with the Yi family during this period, we are still unhappy. There is no unity at home, and there are quarrels every day. Speaking of George, Yuki's face suddenly turned pale. George is the scariest demon. Every time he is quiet, there must be a bigger storm brewing. Last time, my parents quarreled and divorced. This time, I don't know who will suffer retribution. Chapter 118. Lily's doomsday is coming. The more she thought about it, the more terrified she became. She hugged her knees and trembled all over. Suddenly, she looked up at Ella. I know, it's all George. I heard from my mother that George saved Lily once, and Lily escaped a car accident. George saved Lily in order to let her go home. Look, things have become like this since Lily came back. George is the one behind all this. He really has no intention of letting us go. Kur, we all know we are wrong. Why is George still so cruel to us? I know, he blames us for killing Grandpa. He wants to avenge Grandpa. As she spoke, she burst into tears in great pain. Ella felt that Yuki's analysis made sense, but she also felt it was too far-fetched. After all, George was able to plan all of this, which made people feel like he was a prophet. On the other hand, Lucas was also complaining to Lu Ruyan that his investment ideas had been rejected by Lily several times, and she didn't believe him at all. What did Aunt Liang say? Lu Ruyan felt something was wrong. Mom believes in my fourth sister. She said that under her management, the Yi Group has finally recovered and its performance is no longer declining. Lucas said helplessly. Lu Ruyan sighed immediately, because Lucas told her everything, so she knew what Maria was thinking. She was determined to deal with David and George. As long as the assets of the Yi Group continue to increase, Maria would be willing to let Lily do it. If this goes on, all of Lucas and Angela's people will be sidelined, and Lily will be the only one in power. With Lucas for a few words, Lu Ruyan also returned to school. While walking on the campus, she happened to see George and Olivia walking together. Hello. When George saw Lu Ruyan, he greeted her with a smile. Lu Ruyan was extremely surprised. George used to dislike her. She nodded quickly. Hello, what a coincidence. Yes, I'm going to the canteen to eat. What about you? Me too. Lu Ruyan originally wanted to go back to class, but for some reason, she responded like this. Then let's go together. The next moment, they both spoke at the same time. Olivia looked at this scene in surprise. She was actually very surprised. Could it be that her brother still had feelings for Ruyin Lu? That's right. Now that Lu Ruyin has money, her whole temperament is different. She no longer has that lowly feeling, but has become more noble. Xia Xia, you go back first. George smiled at Olivia. Olivia was unhappy and pouted in grievance, so she had to leave. George accompanied Lu Ruyin in the cafeteria for dinner. The two chatted like ordinary friends and talked about what had happened recently. I have to say that Ruyin Lu is indeed a socialite. Even though she was once humiliated by George, she didn't seem to take it to heart. Any man who talks to her will be attracted by her temperament and beauty. When they talk about happy things, they smile knowingly like a couple. Of course, Lu Ruyin has not forgotten the humiliation George has brought upon her. But she has her own ambitions. Although she could have a good life following Lucas, these obviously could not satisfy her. After all, Lucas could not control the E-group and could only be an ordinary rich second generation. George is different. Not only is he rich, he is also very capable and the boss of everything. What's more, he is young and handsome. If she could return to George again, her status and identity would be greatly improved. Of course, she was not stupid. She knew that George was no longer the same as he used to be and would not accept her easily. So she didn't mention anything about her relationship and just talked like friends. Lucas, you must be having a hard time right now. After talking for a while, George also said casually, well, he's always been bullied at home. His sister Lily is very domineering. She gives orders at home. She's not afraid of anyone except Maria. Even the eldest sister, Angela, has been scolded by her. Now the sisters are very resentful of her and threaten to sever all ties with her. Lu Ruyin didn't hide anything. Moreover, she seemed to have guessed George's purpose, because Lucas also told her about George, so the smart girl could guess that George was using her to deal with the Yi family. Of course, she didn't object. The more chaotic the Yi family was, the more she could get. Besides, she can also take this opportunity to get closer to George. That really surprises me. I thought Maria doted on Lucas the most. George smiled, looked at the time again, and finally left. George, let's get together next time when you have time. Lu Ruyin shouted at George. Okay, let's make an appointment sometime. George's reply undoubtedly made Lu Ruyin very happy. Not long after George returned to class, Olivia called him and sounded very unhappy. Brother, isn't Lu Ruyin pretty? She's the school beauty now. I don't know how many male classmates have a crush on her behind her back. George didn't expect Olivia to say this, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xia Xia, don't worry. I know what I'm doing, but you seem very angry. Of course I was angry. I was afraid that my brother would be hurt and deceived again. Olivia said guiltily. In fact, Lu Ruyin is a chess piece I put into the Yi family. The Yi family has been divided, and the next step is internal strife. Currently, everything is developing as I imagined, but the progress is too slow. Therefore, I need Lu Ruyin to push it forward. George explained with a smile. Oh, so that's how it is. I knew that brother wouldn't let me down. Remember, orphans like us usually have a hard time accepting outsiders. We can only accept our own people. Besides, brother is so rich now. Most girls come for your money. Olivia was very happy and said with a smile, I know. Next time when I look for my sister-in-law, I'll bring her to you for your inspection. I'll only agree if you agree to it. Okay, it's a deal. A few days later, George met Lu Ruyin again. Lu Ruyin is dressed very beautifully, with a floral long skirt, flat shoes, and flesh-colored stockings, giving her the feeling of a lady from a noble family. The two of them talked about everything, as if they had gone back to the old times. The difference is that George behaves very elegantly and gentlemanly, without any of the bootlicking attitude he had back then. Lu Ruyin also noticed it, but she likes George more now. He is extra confident and charming. This kind of man is her dream future husband. Lu Ruyin, I know you really want to marry into the Yi family and help Lucas. I just happen to have a gift for you that you should like very much. After another party, George handed a package to Lu Ruyin and left with a smile. He didn't say what the package was, nor did he tell Lu Ruyin what to do next, but he believed that Lu Ruyin was a smart girl and she knew what to do. Lu Ruyin opened the package half-believingly, and then her hands were shaking and her heart was roaring. Inside the package were receipts for money, real estate, shops, luxury cars, etc. that Lily secretly gave to Xia Haonan. There are many photos in it, which are Lily and Xia Haonan playing in a bar, and most importantly, they are playing ice. Lu Rian knew that once these photos were exposed, no matter what position Lily held or how much power she held, she would definitely have to step down. Lily's doomsday is coming. Chapter 119, Only She is Qualified. Lu Rian quickly packed her package and thought carefully. George gave her these photos, and although he didn't tell her what they were for, it was obvious that he wanted to use her to expose them. By then, the Yi group will once again experience turbulence. Lily is no longer suitable to be the general manager of Yi group, and this is also Lucas's opportunity. No, it's her, Lu Rian's chance. Lucas, come to my house right now. I have something important to tell you. Lu Rian made a call immediately. Of course, she couldn't do this herself. Otherwise, after Lily was captured, she wouldn't be able to enter the Yi family. Soon, Lucas drove over, walked in a hurry, sat down inside. Alas, there was a meeting at home just now, and the fourth sister scolded me again and didn't let me interfere in the affairs of the Yi group. Lu Rian sighed. Lucas, you are the male of the Yi family. Shouldn't the Yi family's assets be left to you? You should work in the Yi group instead of not having the qualifications to interfere. Lucas said helplessly. I've already told my mother. She said to wait a little longer, and my fourth sister also said that the group is developing very well now, and it is not suitable for me to join for the time being. Let's wait until the group is stable. Lu Rian shook her head. I think your fourth sister seems to want to take over the entire Yi group. You see, she is targeting your eldest sister and second sister because they both have positions in the group, and then she does everything she can to prevent you from entering the group. After a pause, she continued. Of course, I don't want to stir up trouble between you two siblings. I just see that you're always frowning, so I'm worried about you. Lucas was moved and held Lu Rian's hand. Rian, you gave up George and chose me. I knew that the person you love is me, so I understand your worries. Let me talk about my fourth sister. Actually, my eldest sister talked to me about it, and she thought the same thing. But Mom trusts fourth sister too much. There's nothing we can do. Seeing that the time was almost right, Lu Rian took out the photo of the package and the bill and said, This package was mailed to me anonymously. The contents are very important and will cause an earthquake. Please take a good look at it. Lucas looked at the package, and his expression changed drastically. Fourth sister, she actually takes drugs? Why is this happening? This must be fake. Although fourth sister is fierce, she has always been very well behaved. He couldn't believe it and couldn't accept it at all. It's true. Here are not only photos, but also a certificate from a drug rehabilitation center. Lily has been detained several times. Later, she used money to evade several community inspections. If she is found taking drugs again, according to the law, she will be forced to undergo drug rehabilitation for 2 years. Lu Rian said seriously. Also, your fourth sister is very well behaved, but her boyfriend is Xie Haonan, and Xie Haonan is not a good guy, so it's not surprising that she took this path. Lucas got goosebumps when he heard this. If Lily quit abstinence for 2 years, she would obviously no longer be able to manage the Yi group. This is also his chance. However, once this matter is exposed, it will have a huge impact on the Yi group. If I report it, how will I face my fourth sister in the future? Lucas had his own considerations and asked, Rian, who gave you this package? Lu Rian did not mention George, because it would not do her any good to say it out loud. She shook her head and said, I don't know either. It was sent anonymously, but I guess it might be your eldest sister. Your eldest sister is the one who hates Lily the most. My eldest sister? I'll go home and ask her. Lucas just wants to leave. Lucas back and said, Don't ask. She won't admit it even if you ask her. After all, this kind of thing has such a huge impact. Lucas sat back immediately. He guessed that his elder sister had the same idea as him. She was also hesitating whether to report it or not. No one wanted to be the ugly person. Seeing his expression, Lu Rian did not urge him, lest Lucas think that she had some ulterior motive. Lucas, you are kind and value the relationship between siblings, but your fourth sister may not be like that. She wants to take over the Yi group for herself. In the future, she will only let Xie Haonan join the Yi group. I don't want you to regret it, nor do I want you to suffer, so I'm telling you all this. As for what to do in the end, you decide for yourself. After saying that, she also went out, leaving Lucas alone to think about it. Lucas is still in a dilemma. Of course he wants to report it. He also wants to stand out instead of being a useless rich second generation. What he was worried about was that once Lily found out that he was the one who reported it, he would not be able to face anyone anymore, and the siblings would become enemies. By this time, George had returned to work. Tianhai Shopping Mall has opened and is unprecedentedly popular. It has become the largest commercial plaza in Yuhai City. As for Tianhai Catering, it has also opened branches one after another, but not in the provincial capital, but developing towards the north. At present, his net worth has reached 30 billion, making him a real capital tycoon, and he's only one step away from reaching the market value of E Group. As for Lily, he believed that Lucas would definitely report it, because Lucas did not care about his sister at all, but instead listened to Lu Ruyan's advice. In the future, Lucas will deal with Angela and others, and even David, because of Lu Ruyan. Now, Lily is definitely first. This is also the beginning of the Yi family's civil strife. Next, George attended several bidding meetings for real estate development and met Lily. Lily is more powerful than before. She is young and in charge of the Yi Group. She has become one of the rising business stars in the South and has even been featured in newspapers. And it was then that George realized that the reason why Lily was able to successfully invest in several projects was actually because she imitated his model. Share bicycles, real estate, and more. During the bidding meeting, Angela and Lucas also saw me, and naturally they didn't give me a good look. Angela even came over and made a few sarcastic remarks. George found funny was that Lily came later and scolded Angela instead. Angela was stunned by the scolding and felt very aggrieved. She didn't seem to expect Lily to scold her for George. This would have been impossible in the past, as they would have just teamed up to bully George. Of course, Lily is not helping George, but George is currently a successful person, and she feels that Angela is not worthy of facing George. Only she is qualified. So after meeting George, the confidence in her eyes was much stronger than before. Yes, she was not so in awe of George now. Because she is rich and powerful, she is very confident. Even though George always predicts what will happen accurately, she still wants to fight against this fate. There was no way she was going to give up everything she had worked so hard to get. George, I've been through hard times, so I'm not going to live like that again. Lily left. She said to George, actually, I'm very grateful that you took care of me twice. Once you saved my life, and once you let me return to the Yi family and gave me room for development. Now, I am a phoenix flying in the sky. Once I am released, no one can control me. Don't blame me for being ungrateful. Due to the situation, I will surpass you and suppress you. Chapter 120. You want to destroy everything I have. From beginning to end, George didn't say a word, with a faint smile on his face. Look at her flying high, look at her flying dazzlingly, and look at her falling like a shooting star in the end. George's silence also made Lily feel uneasy at first, as if she had returned to a certain time when she would suffer continuous bad luck after George ignored her. But, thinking of everything she has now, she feels confident again. The most important thing is that she has a strong backer, Maria. That night, Lucas finally started to attack Lily. He knew that if Lily didn't come down, he would never be able to get ahead. A stack of photos and bills appeared on the mayor's desk. In addition, many large media companies also received these photos. Lily? She actually did such a thing. The mayor flipped through the photos one by one, his expression extremely solemn. At present, in order to recover from the decline in the past period of time, the Yi Group has indeed done several major things in the city. In addition, the Yi Group is related to many employments in the city, so the city has also helped the Yi Group and awarded them labels such as Green Enterprise and Environmental Protection Group. Lily has become a rising star in the business world, only slightly weaker than George, and is also a prominent figure in the Southern business circle. Now, Lily is taking drugs. This will not only ruin the image of the Yi Group, but also affect its official image. Call David right now and have him handle this immediately. The mayor had a grim look on his face and gave orders to his secretary. At the same time, major media outlets also reported headlines saying that Lily was taking drugs. This is just like a celebrity taking drugs. It would cause quite a stir. After all, Lily is also a representative of an emerging enterprise. At this moment at the Yi family, Lily was still talking to Maria about her future business plans. I have to say, compared to Angela S. Pride, she can lower her posture to study, and her learning target is George. As long as George enters an industry, she will get involved, and basically there is no loss. Angela can't do this. She will never admit George's excellence. Okay, Mom supports you. Maria praised Lily very much, and then looked at the others and said, Angela, Yuki, Xiaoxiu, you guys are no match for Lily. Angela and the others all lowered their heads and said nothing. They couldn't save their face. Only Lucas seemed to lower his head, but there was a cold light in his pupils. Mom, you see, I'm not young anymore. It's time for me to get married. I want to marry Xia Haonan. Lily took the opportunity to make another request. Maria frowned immediately. She had seen Xia Haonan before, and he didn't look very honest. If Lily hadn't made achievements, Xia Haonan wouldn't even be able to enter the Yi family's door. Marriage is no small matter. You really have to think it through. I've thought it through. I will not marry anyone but Xia Haonan. Mom, I can achieve what I have today because Xia Haonan supports me. If I can't marry for love, then what's the point of living? I won't have the motivation to continue my work. Lily uses her trump card to force Maria. Maria understood what Lily meant, sighed, and wanted to agree. Mom, it's bad. Something terrible has happened. Yuki, who was secretly playing with her phone, suddenly looked up and trembled at Lily. Lily, she. What's wrong with me? Yuki, you are the second sister after all. How can you be so unstable? Lily was used to giving orders and said it in a rather authoritative tone. Mom, look for yourself. Yuki didn't want to argue with Lily, so he handed the phone to Maria. Maria took it and read every piece of news. The more she read, the more horrified she became. Finally, she stood up and looked at Lily angrily. Drug. Her daughter is taking drugs. It's crazy. They're a big family, and all their relatives are either rich or noble. No one would do something like taking drugs, which would bring disgrace to the family. If this gets out, what will others think of them? If the news gets back to the Liang family, my parents will start to worry again. Mom, Lily doesn't know what happened yet. Bang! Maria slapped him angrily, threw the phone on the table, and yelled, Look at yourself! Look at yourself! What good things have you done? You actually took drugs? You actually took drugs? Are you going to piss off your mother to death? What? Lily's face turned pale instantly. Drug. Angela and Ella were all shocked, and worries surged into their minds. After all, once you get addicted to drugs, your life is over, and it also means the arrival of death. Angela was also very worried at first, but later, for some reason, she was actually a little happy and became happier and happier. She immediately said angrily, Lily, why are you so foolish? Not only did you take drugs, but you were also exposed by the media. You have ruined the reputation of the E Group. You are a rising star in Southern business. You represent the image of the young generation of entrepreneurs. Lily realized that she couldn't hide it anymore, so she said with red eyes, Yes, I smoked it, but don't blame me. It's all your fault. You kicked me out of the Yi family. You don't even know what kind of miserable life I'm living outside. I was beaten, scolded, and bullied, all for that little bit of money. You ignored me and wanted me to die out there. In that situation, I had nowhere else to go, so I took drugs. So all of this is your fault. As my sister, father, and mother, who cares about me? You're not as good as George. At least he saved my life. As she spoke, she burst into tears. The days when she ran away from home were like hell for her. So now that she has risen, she often scolds Angela and others. You're on drugs. How can you still be reasonable? Maria was so angry that she burst into tears and raised her hand to hit him. Hit me? Hit me. I've already smoked. My life is over. Just beat me to death. Anyway, after I left home that day, I was no longer your daughter. Just pretend you never gave birth to me. Lily was not afraid. She looked at Maria forcefully and shouted, Do you know why I've been so successful recently? Because after taking drugs, I can stay awake for 3 days and 3 nights. So I work desperately every day just to save the E Group and to fight for you. Hearing these words, Maria was reluctant to put down her hand. She was very sad and in pain. How could her most doted upon daughter, the most well-behaved little daughter, go astray like this? Why? Mom, my sister can still be saved. Send her to compulsory drug rehabilitation. Many people can quickly return to normal life after drug rehabilitation. At this time, Lucas also cried and shouted, There is still hope. There is still hope. I'm not going. Lily was immediately filled with anger, and her temper began to flare up. She grabbed the knife and fork on the table and said, You are the ones who reported me. You're a bunch of wolves in human skin. You want to destroy everything I have. Come on. I, Lily, am not afraid of anyone. If we have to die, let's die together. Lily, don't make any more mistakes. Seeing Lily acting like a madman, Angela no longer cared about her inner happiness. Her heart suddenly fell to pain, thinking of the cute and naughty sister who always pestered her for candy when they were young. How come she has become like this now? Chapter 121. The richest man in Yuhai City changes to Tianjin Group. Angela, it's you. You've always had something against me. It must be you who reported me. I'm going to fight you. Lily suddenly stared at Lily and rushed over with a knife and fork. Because she had just finished playing on the ice not long ago and was stimulated by the exposure, she had hallucinations and felt that there were people around her who wanted to harm her. Lily, don't. Maria rushed to stop them, but her face was cut by Lilia's knife and fork, and blood was flowing out. She was stunned for a moment and didn't dare to help. She never expected that Lily would hurt herself. No, she even wanted to kill herself. Lily be so heartless? This is her own daughter. Lily, no, I'm the eldest sister. Angela's arm was cut by Lily's knife and fork, and she quickly ran away. Lily chased after him like a madman, her face full of ferocity. No one can take my love away from me. Let's die together. Yuki, Ella, and the others were so scared that they hid away. They were very scared. It was like Lily was no longer their sister, but a vicious criminal. At this time, Uncle Fu and others finally ran over, grabbed Lily desperately, and finally subdued her and pressed her to the ground. I want you all to die. You bunch of devils. You are not worthy of being my sister. You are not worthy of being my mother. Lily was still struggling and screaming hysterically. The words she shouted were like a knife, cutting into the hearts of Maria and the others. They all stood there in a daze. There was nothing but pain and fear on his face. Not long after, the police arrived at the scene, arrested Lily, handcuffed her, and took her away. Who is the family member? Come with me to prepare for the formalities. One of the policemen looked at the crowd and said, I'll go. Ella found that no one responded, so she just walked over. She knew that everyone's hearts were broken and they couldn't handle these things at all. After Lily was taken away, the living room suddenly returned to silence. Maria looked at the messy surroundings with empty eyes, and even breathing felt painful. So many things have happened recently that they are about to overwhelm her. The son cuts off ties with her. The husband has an affair with his mistress. Her parents-in-law complain, and her daughter takes drugs. What misfortune for the family. What misfortune for the family. She didn't know what to say. She just felt that bad luck was haunting them and was constantly punishing them. Who reported Lily? After waiting for 20 minutes, Maria finally looked up at everyone and said, We can solve this kind of thing privately. Why do you have to report it? It will expose our family scandal and ruin the reputation of the Yi Group. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to Angela. After all, Lily just said that it was Angela who reported it, and Lily has often scolded Angela recently. So it is inevitable that Angela will take revenge. Mom, it's not me. It's really not me. I know that Lily and I have had a bad relationship during this period, but I won't hurt her. Angela explained while crying. However, Maria didn't believe it. She rushed over and punched and kicked Angela, making Angela scream in pain. It was so miserable. Mom, it's not me. Why don't you believe me? Angela's tears kept flowing and her hair was pulled out in clumps. She felt that her mother was not only beating her because of Lily, but was also venting the resentment accumulated in her heart. Originally, she was still very worried about Lily, but now, because she was beaten for nothing, she hated Lily for wrongly accusing her. At this time, Lucas ran over and grabbed Maria. Mom, I know who it is. It's George. It must be him. This is not the first time he has done this. Yuki also cried and shouted, It must be George. He is playing with us. We have always abused him in the past, and now he wants to drag us into hell. This is retribution. George. Maria gradually calmed down and felt that George was the most suspicious. She cursed. I didn't expect this rebellious son would dare to kill his siblings and ruin Lily's life. I won't let him go. I definitely won't let him go. Her hatred towards George also reached its peak. Just like it was George who forced Lily to take drugs, and it was also George who caused her miserable end. She couldn't bear it anymore. She already felt like she had fallen into hell, from which there was no escape, and she was in pain every moment. Yes, I was the one who abandoned you back then. I want to torture you to death. Yes, after I found you. I just didn't bring you back. I just like to see you cry. Yes, after I brought you back. I let everyone bully you, and I just kept you by my side to vent my anger. So, you're taking revenge on me, come on. You're killing your brothers and sisters. You're framing your parents. You deserve to be struck by lightning. Maria paced back and forth in the living room. The wound on her face that was cut by Lily was bleeding even more, making it look very hideous. The whole family was so scared that they dared not speak, fearing that Maria would go crazy again. Yuki huddled in the corner in fear, speaking in a tone that only she could hear. If George was still in the Yi family, he would definitely protect Lily and prevent her from making mistakes and going astray. It was us who forced George away and drove away the warriors who were protecting Lily. Therefore, the real murderer is us. As she spoke, she cried even harder. If she could turn back time, she would definitely treat that brother well. Lily taking drugs spread all over the city in an instant. Many people felt sorry for this. After all, Lily was so young, beautiful, and capable. They were all a little obsessed with Lily, who knew that her image as a goddess would eventually collapse. Of course, more people are gloating and laughing at the many scandals in wealthy families. Some time ago, the Yi family had a big fight and wanted a divorce, and now their daughter is taking drugs again. This family is too messy. By the way, the internet has memory, and someone even dug up the past and found out that Angela was a mistress. Suddenly, there were more laughs, and everyone felt that there was not a single good person in the Yi family. The Yi group had just started to improve, but after this incident, its market value plummeted from 50 billion to 30 billion. Many businesses were interrupted as a result, and turnover was also cannibalized by peers, especially in real estate development, where all the land was directly taken away by Tianjin Group. The position of the richest man in Yuhai City was finally given up and taken by Tianjin Group. The Yi Group is now leaderless, so Lucas can only take Lilia's place and clean up the mess. In fact, people can see that the Yi Group is already halfway down. If there are one or two more storms, it will definitely fall into a financial and debt crisis, and may even go bankrupt. Therefore, Lucas' pressure also increased dramatically, and the difficulty level was hellish from the beginning. Of course, Lucas is still very confident in himself. After analyzing the situation, he plans to sell the crude oil that the group has stored for many years, take advantage of the peak of international oil prices to recover, and try to stabilize the sinking Yi group. Chapter 122 The Storm is coming soon. On the third day that Lily was detained in the drug rehabilitation center, Maria went to see Lily. Seeing Maria, Lily kept crying and saying she regretted, begging for Maria as forgiveness, and hoping that Maria could take her away. "Mom, this is hell. Take me away. Take me away, I promise. I will never touch it again." Lily spent a night in the detention center because of the collapse of Tianlianhui. It was like a nightmare, so she has always had a psychological trauma about these places. Maria was very sad, but she had no choice but to comfort him and leave. After a few more days, Lily seemed to have survived the withdrawal period and was in much better spirits. But after Maria came, Lily ignored her and just stared out the window in a daze. Later, Yuki, Ella, Lucas, and others also came, but Lily was still like this, as if she didn't recognize them. Lily, I'm the second sister." Yuki looked at Lily, who used to be lively and cheerful, but now became lifeless, and felt sad. Only when Lucas said that it was George who reported it, Lily's wooden eyes flickered for a moment. But just when everyone thought Lily would be furious, she did not get angry, but smiled bitterly and finally cried. Seeing Lily's appearance, everyone was surprised and distressed. They didn't dare to stimulate her anymore and left the drug rehabilitation center. It was raining on the way back. Yuki and Ella shared an umbrella. Both of them were in a very low mood. George has actually endured what our family is going through. We all fell one by one, but he was like an indestructible cockroach, still living strong until he left the Yi family. I have dreamed so many times of the basement wine cellar. George was crying and carving on the wall. Sister, I was wrong. Those words were full of resentment. Kur, he said he would take us to hell. Now Lily has gone to hell. I don't know who will be the next one. Yuki's voice was soft, but terrifying. Ella felt cold all over, and she also knew about Lily and George. If George was still in the Yi family, Lily would not go to hell. Therefore, they are the sinners. And Yuki also told her that it's not that they don't have a chance. On the day George broke off relations with him, they shouldn't have pestered George and begged him to come home, because that would anger George. It was not until George found out the cause of his grandfather's death that he finally took action against the Yi family. It's all their fault. Yuki, I can't stay here any longer. Let's go to the capital and come back after a while. Ella speaks her mind. If I leave, what will happen to my family? Will my parents, my elder sister, and Xiaoshu take care of it? Yuki shook her head. Although it is wrong to continue to deal with George, I am the daughter of the Yi family after all. I have to protect the Yi family, so I can't leave. You go, it's better to avoid this catastrophe. Anyway, Mom doesn't believe you now. And big sister, she didn't come to see Lily after being beaten by Mom last time. I feel that she has a lot of resentment towards Mom and Lily. Well, I'll leave tomorrow. Second sister, if you can't bear it anymore, come find me. Ella cried and nodded. Maybe after a while, when I have figured it out and no longer regard George as a relative or a brother, I will come back. Anyway, I can't do it now. George is very busy here. The property market has started to boom. House prices in Yuhai City are soaring. And this is just the beginning. So George frantically planned to develop Yuhai City. In addition, the properties he owned in the provincial capital and other first-tier cities were also appreciating in value. Combined with other industries, his wealth continues to increase. But he knew that this was not enough. Lily's fall, the Liang family might take action against him. After finishing his work, George walked to the window, looked at the lights of thousands of homes in the distance, and calculated the time. It has been a year since he severed his ties with the Yi family. In his previous life, he was still trying to please his family every day, but was bullied, abused, and ignored by his family, just to get that little bit of family affection. In this life, he has surpassed the Yi group and become the richest man in Yuhai City. The moment we surpass the Yi group, the real storm will come. Lucas, he is the culprit who killed my grandfather, but now he can only use the Yi group as a shield and is completely powerless to fight against me. And I'm already looking down on him from above. David, Maria, there must be something hidden between them. They will tell it sooner or later. George whispered confidently. Afterwards, he went to Johnson's office, only to find that he had fallen asleep, but his computer was still on, with many reports and so on it. This guy. George didn't disturb Johnson and quietly left. Johnson is honest and steady by nature, and has always been helped by George. After becoming a rich man, he didn't want to hold George back, so he studied very hard in college. Now I understand a lot of things, including financial statements, project profits and losses, business operations, etc. I have become a great helper to George. George will certainly not let him down and will take Johnson to unprecedented heights in the future. Then, George went to Olivia's office again. Olivia was seen sleeping in front of a computer. On the computer were financial reports of overseas companies, and on the desktop were data on the progress of mobile phone chip research, etc. Especially the research on mobile phone chips, which is George's secret weapon. Once he can do it, even the state apparatus will pay attention to him. And the name registered by the mobile phone factory is not George, but Olivia. I stayed up late again. I just got better. George saw that it was already 2 o'clock and knew that Olivia had just finished work. He gently took off the glasses on Olivia's nose, looked at Olivia's beautiful profile, and his heart suddenly trembled. Before we knew it, this little girl has grown up. He quickly shook off the weird thoughts, picked up the blanket beside him, gently covered Olivia with it, closed the door and left. Elder brother. As soon as George left, Olivia suddenly opened her eyes, stuck out her tongue, and felt warm all over. She looked through the window and saw it was raining heavily outside. She suddenly had a hunch that the storm would soon come to her brother's side. She must protect her brother. In the next few days, George finally went to visit Lily. It was raining heavily when we went there. George came in with an umbrella, then put it down and sat down. He sat across the window from Lily and took out his cell phone to look at it. Lily looked at George. Her eyes were no longer empty and dull. There was light in them. Her attitude was completely different from the one she had towards everyone in the Yi family. It seemed as if she had been waiting for George to come. However, George didn't say a word and was still looking at the news on his mobile phone. George, I know that the higher I fly, the harder I fall. This is my karma. They said that you harmed me, but I know it's not true. You didn't lead me to take drugs, and you didn't lead me to the car accident. On the contrary, you are the one who has always protected me. So, regardless of whether you reported me or not, I deserve it. Finally, Lily couldn't help but speak. Lily, I am not here today to show off or to listen to your complaints. I just want to tell you that Xie Haonan is dead. George was still looking at his phone and said indifferently, on the night you were arrested, Xie Haonan was also arrested. When he was escaping, he was hit by a car and died. Chapter 123, he is a genius and full of talent. At this moment, Lily seemed to have lost everything in her life. Tears flowed like a broken dam, and she cried so sadly. George had a blank expression on his face. He put away his phone and left, as if he was disgusted by Lily's crying. George, I'm sorry. Seeing George was about to leave, Lily finally cried out, tears streaming down her face. I, I know I was wrong. Oh, George left after leaving only one word. Coming outside and smelling the fresh scent of rain made him feel very comfortable. He guessed that Lily should know the whole cause and effect, and knew that everything from running away from home to working and taking drugs was caused by Xie Haonan. After learning the news of Xie Haonan's death, Lily cried very sadly. Perhaps it was because she cried that she chose the wrong person, believed in love wrongly, and lost everything. George couldn't guess whether Lily would come out to seek revenge on him 2 years later, or hide herself and become an ordinary person, or continue to take drugs. In short, his feud with Lily has come to an end for the time being, at least for the past 2 years. The Yi Group has 3 major businesses: Shipping Group, Furniture Market, and Yi Key Seasoning. Maria was also shared equally among Lucas, Angela, Yuki, and the other 3, allowing them to stabilize the group's downward trend. After finishing the explanation, Maria called Liang Yi again. Now, news of Lily's drug abuse has spread to the Liang family. Maria doesn't know how to face her family, but George's problem is imminent and must be resolved. Brother, help me deal with George. I want him to be destroyed forever. After the call was connected, Maria said resentfully, "Well," Liang Yi sighed, "George, it's not that easy to deal with. What's so difficult about it? He only has 30 billion in assets. It's not a problem for the Liang family at all." Maria roared into the phone. Angela lost to him. Yuki, Lucas, and Lily, each of them lost miserably. George will not let us go. Either he dies or we live. Liang immediately said seriously, "Maria, George is now a celebrity, very famous in the provincial capital in Yuhai City. To deal with a successful person with a net worth of 30 billion, it is not a matter of assassination or taking the Liang family back. It takes time, slow time, you know. I don't know. I just know he has to fall." Maria was going crazy. Liang, he continued, "Do you know what his businesses are? Garment factories, real estate, catering, technology companies, e-commerce groups, etc. He has invested in a lot of real estate, and the value of all of them has increased significantly. There are also film and television IPs, all of which are making a lot of money. E-commerce, short video. His business philosophy is ahead of its time. In the eyes of many well-known entrepreneurs, he is an investment genius with extraordinary talent, the kind that only one can find in 100 years in the province, no, in the country. Can such a genius be captured by us? Even if it can, do you know how great the negative impact it will bring to the Liang family? Unless things really get to the point of no return, I don't mind dealing with George." He asked questions one after another, loudly and loudly. Maria was stunned holding the phone, and the image of the stubborn boy appeared in her mind. No matter what punishment he receives at home, the boy never complains. Silly, dumb, and timid. Now this boy has grown into a huge commercial building. You know, Maria has always thought that George's only strengths are shared bikes and tea on her network. Don't even mention Angela and the others. Even you and David lost to him. Seeing that Maria didn't say anything, Liang Yi knew that she was shocked, as if she was dreaming, and sighed. "George, he is no longer the same George as before." After a pause, he said with great regret, "I also know about his affairs in the Yi family. In this matter, you are actually in the wrong. Why did you abuse him and ignore him? Now he's taking revenge on you. Don't you deserve it? I'm not saying this to you, second brother. You don't know the other kids so much. Who among them can be as successful as George? Don't you feel like reality is slapping you in the face? Listen to me, as a family. There's nothing Kai can't get over. Talk to him. This is the best way to resolve it." Maria, who was still shocked, immediately showed anger on her face. "What are we talking about? It's not like we haven't talked before. He is determined to bring us to hell. There is no room for negotiation. We will fight to the death. Either he or I." Liang, he couldn't help but get annoyed when he heard this. "Maria, are you hiding something from David and him? Yes, you treated him badly before, but he also caused great suffering to the Yi family. Logically, you should have calmed down. Unless you guys haven't told him what he wants or wants to know. Talk with an open heart. Don't hide anything anymore. Use your love to influence the child. He will come back." Maria immediately acted like a cat whose tail was stepped on. "What the hell? I did nothing wrong. He was wrong. He just wanted to avenge that old man, Yi Zhendong. Second brother, if you don't want to help, forget it. I'll ask my parents to help." After saying that, he hung up the phone, then called his parents and told them everything. What? The two old men were shocked after hearing this. It took them a long time to digest the news. And after everyone in the Liang family knew about George's situation, everyone was in disbelief. George is a business genius and has become very popular recently. Why would he go against Maria and the others? Maria divorced David, Lily took drugs, and, oh yeah, Angela became a mistress. All of these were caused by George. No wonder I feel weird. Family disgrace should not be made public. Why is it that the Yi family scandals keep coming out one after another, and no one comes forward to suppress them? Liang Yi also rushed over after hearing the news. Seeing all the relatives talking to each other, his face suddenly became gloomy. He knew that things would turn out like this after Maria asked her parents to come forward. Of course, he also knew that his sister was a very proud person. The fact that she could put aside her pride and tell him everything on her own initiative showed that she had no other options. I.e., go to Yuhai City and help Maria deal with this matter. It would be best if you can call George back. I want to see if his grandson still recognizes us. Grandpa Liang Quan spoke in a dignified voice. Although he was old and no longer concerned with worldly affairs, what George had done did make him angry. Because Maria didn't say how she abused George, she was just talking about how George was heartless, cold-blooded, and how he framed his parents and sister. If such a thing happened in the Liang family tree, the person would be arrested and thrown into a pig cage. Dad, I'll go too. Liang Kaiyan suddenly interrupted. I'm going too. Another cousin, Liang Kaifeng, who married and moved to the capital, also stood up. Under the order of his grandfather Liang Quan, Liang, he had no choice but to set off with Liang Kaiyan. In fact, Liang, he had already met George and even threatened George, but George didn't take it seriously at all, so he felt that this trip would probably not produce any results. However, he still hoped to bring George back to the Liang family, and then have his parents come forward to get Maria's family to sit down and talk. Chapter 124, He's Not Afraid at All. In the evening, Yuhai City High-Speed Railway Station. 6 luxury cars were parked at the exit, and 12 bodyguards were standing there waiting. In front of them were Maria, Lucas, and Yuki. My second uncle is here, and my aunt and fourth aunt are all here. Lucas rubbed his hands in anticipation. He knew that one day, the Liang family would take action against George. Yuki is also very excited and hopes that this nightmare at her grandparents' house will end as soon as possible. Here we are, second brother, sister Cayenne, cousin Kaifeng. At this time, Maria shouted and walked over quickly with everyone. They saw Liang Cayenne and Liang Kaifeng also walking over, followed by 2 servants and bodyguards, carrying luggage. Then the family got on a business car and drove towards the hotel. Put down your luggage first, and then go find George. Liang, he didn't like to drag his feet, so he ordered, such a big thing happened this time, and my parents are very angry. I hope George can go back to the Liang family and talk about it calmly. What are you talking about? He's just a kid. Just arrest him and let his parents take care of his company. Liang Kaifeng interrupted and said that she had married to the capital and her husband was a high-ranking official, so she had a lot of say in the Liang family. Then he looked at Lucas and said, You must be George. Today, I have to deal with you. Lucas was immediately embarrassed. Didn't fourth aunt go to grandma's house every year? It was not surprising that she didn't remember him. He explained, Fourth aunt, I'm Lucas. Maria said helplessly, Kaifeng, this is Xiaoxiu. George is not that obedient. You think they will come to pick up your car? Dream on. Children grow up so fast. After not seeing them for a few years, they have changed completely. Liang Kaifeng laughed dryly, took out red envelopes, and handed them to Lucas and Yuki. Thank you, fourth aunt. I remember I just met you 4 years ago. I didn't expect that after so many years, you are still so young. Lucas received the red envelope and said something sweet. Xiaosu's words make people feel comfortable. Lucas right away. Compared to that traitor George, you are so much better. That's right, George. He's like a demon reincarnated into our family. Look at what he's done recently. Maria has been hiding the scandal of the Yi family. Now that her family knows about it, she has no intention of hiding anything and keeps talking about it. She exaggerated what George had done and described it as bad as possible. Even Lily's drug abuse was blamed on George, saying that George taught Lily to do it. Liang Kaifeng and Liang Kaiyan were also furious after hearing this. They both thought that the younger generations of the Liang family were very sensible. So how could George be so bad? Liang, he did not interrupt, but he knew his sister's personality. When she hated someone, she would blame all the bad things on that person. In fact, he had also met George. Putting aside their hostile relationship, he still admired George very much. George right after dropping off her luggage, but Maria, as the host, insisted that everyone eat before going. So, we ordered all the high-end ingredients in the hotel, and everyone sat down to eat and drink quietly. This hotel was the White Swan Hotel, and George happened to be in the hotel discussing business. "Mom, I saw George's friend Johnson. George seems to be here," Yuki said immediately after returning from the bathroom. "Go call George over." Originally, Maria wanted to come in person, but when she thought about the presence of the elders of the Liang family, according to seniority, George should be the one to come in person. "Mom, I'm going." Lucas volunteered, found George's box, and explained his purpose. But he soon ran back in shame because he was thrown out by George's bodyguards. "This is too much. I came to Yuhai City in person, but he dared not come to greet me. He has learned the rules of the family like a dog." "Yuki, go and shout." Liang Kaifeng was immediately very unhappy and still regarded George as the timid junior who dared not fight back when beaten. "But it seems useless for me to go." Yuki spread her hands helplessly, knowing that George didn't take her seriously at all. "You're so arrogant. Can't you even invite someone over? Don't force me to curse." Liang Kaifeng is not someone who is easy to talk to. She looked at Maria and said, "Maria, I don't know how you teach your child. He is disrespectful. If he were in our house, he would have been punished by family rules a long time ago. Okay, if you can't teach this child today, we will teach him for you. If you can't scold him, just beat him. Otherwise, sooner or later, something bad will happen. I'm very curious. Who dares to scold me? And if I can't scold them, I'll beat them." Just then, the door was pushed open, and George walked in with several bodyguards. He was wearing a black suit and a white shirt, with his hands in his pockets. His every move was elegant and confident, just like a nobleman. George was not surprised by the arrival of the Liang family. He had known that the Liang family would interfere in the affairs of the Yi family. He also had some impression of the relatives who came this time. "My second uncle Liang, I met him last time. Between my Aunt Liang Kaiyin and my fourth Aunt Liang Kaifeng, Liang Kaiyin is not worth mentioning. Her husband is Liu Bing, who was arrested and taken to the capital not long ago. This has led to a significant weakening of Liang Xian's voice in the Liang family. As for Liang Kaifeng, it is said that she married into the family of a high-ranking official in the capital. She holds power and has a very high reputation in the Liang family." George had a very bad impression of these people, so he wouldn't give them a good look. "Brother, uncle, aunt, fourth aunt, and others are here to see you. Go and say hello." At this time, Lucas spoke up as if he was afraid that the world would not be in chaos. "Can any Tom, Dick, or Harry be my relative?" George asked the bodyguard to move a chair and sit down, and even asked him to pour the expensive red wine on the table. He looked at Maria and said, "Haha, Maria, if you can't do it, just ask your family for support. Don't you want to save face? You've spread the family shame outside. There must be a lot of people watching your joke at your family's side. You're at your wit's end." Maria's face darkened instantly, and she clenched her teeth tightly. If her father hadn't handed the matter over to her second brother to handle, she would have already torn her face with George. Liang Kaiyin and Liang Kaifeng were both shocked. They didn't expect things to develop like this. According to their impression, George should have been respectful and knelt down to admit his mistake. "George, how do you talk to your mother? What's your attitude toward us elders?" Liang Caifeng's triangular eyes became extremely gloomy, and she stood up and gave orders. "Your mother can't control you, but your fourth aunt can. Kneel down immediately and apologize to your mother, your uncle, and your aunt." An aura of a superior emanated from her. After all, he came from the Beijing circle. Having been following the powerful for many years, he had already developed an aura of authority without even getting angry. At this moment, Lucas and Yuki were so scared that their legs went weak, and they were a little terrified. Maria, however, was a little bit expectant, hoping that she could subdue this rebellious son this time. Only Liang took a sip of tea, with a gloomy face, and said nothing. He had tried it on George last time, trying to intimidate George with his military aura, but the effect was very poor. George may not look very old, but he looks like he just crawled out of a pile of dead bodies on a battlefield. His calmness is not fake. He won't be afraid at all. Chapter 125. Neither my parents recognize me, let alone my fourth aunt. Haha, very impressive. Are you using your power to suppress others, Or are you using your influence to bully others? Or are you taking advantage of your age? Sure enough, George shook the wine glass in his hand and said calmly, "Do you still think I'm the same as before, drinking and snorting? This trick doesn't work on me anymore. This is Yuhai City, not the provincial capital, let alone the capital. If I give you face, I will treat you as my friends. If you don't give me face, I will treat you as dogs." You bastard. Liang Kaifeng was so angry that her face was shaking. This is how you treat your elders. How did David teach you etiquette? You come from a big family, but you don't know any manners. George chuckled and said, "Courtesy is reserved for humans." Are you humans? You're just dogs that Maria brought here to keep the peace. I remind you, don't meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, we Yuan Liang will end up like you. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone gasped. Lucas and Yuki were both pale with fear. They didn't expect George to be so bold as to threaten the elders from Grandma's house. George, you are so outrageous. Maria couldn't help but quarrel with George. According to her guess, the elders in the family would come and criticize George in turn. George would be scolded badly and eventually turn over the Tianqian group and go home obediently. Who would have known that George was not only not afraid of the Liang family, but also used Wu Yuan Liang as an example to threaten them? You know, the Liang family is a giant in the provincial capital. If they move their feet, there will be an earthquake in the south. Liang Kaiyan was also furious. George, do you think no one can control you? Your grandparents dislike your disrespectful temper the most. If you were in the Liang family, you would have been punished by the family rules long ago. Oh my, you are using moral blackmail again, but it's a pity that you can't blackmail me anymore. George chuckled and said disdainfully, "Let's not talk about the fact that I have severed my relationship with the Yi family. Even if I have a relationship, is it your turn to point fingers? My last name is Yi, and my grandfather is Yi Zhendong. Your last name is Liang, and the Liang family is also interfering in the affairs of the Yi family, and they're also subjecting you to family rules. Do you think you deserve it? A dog is meddling in other people's business, so I called you dogs. Wasn't that wrong?" When Liang Kaiyan heard this, she was so angry that she slammed the table on the spot. The atmosphere in the entire hall was depressing and full of tension. Liang Kaifeng knew that they were coming today, and she was determined to subdue George. She looked at Maria and said, "I finally understand. No wonder you can't control this kid. It turns out he is really crazy. As the saying goes, a loving mother often spoils her son. It's all your fault. Today, I will teach you how to teach your son. Come on, catch him for me." The several bodyguards she brought with her immediately rushed towards George. However, there were more bodyguards around George, and George smiled and said, "Break his legs and throw him out." The bodyguards behind him immediately rushed over to fight against the Liang family's bodyguards, and there were more bodyguards rushing in through the door. In just a few minutes, the Liang family's bodyguard was outnumbered and was pinned to the ground in a miserable state. Snap! Next, someone grabbed a chair and smashed it hard on the Liang family bodyguard's leg. If it didn't break after one hit, he would smash it again and again. The Liang family bodyguard screamed in pain, and finally his thigh was broken. Next, the Liang family's bodyguards were thrown out of the box like lost dogs. This brutal and cruel scene frightened the senior Liang, Kaifeng, so much that she swallowed her saliva. "Come on, who wants to teach me how to behave? Who wants to be punished by family rules? Come on, continue." George was still drinking red wine and looking at everyone calmly. Maria and the others were all silent, with fear in the depths of their pupils. Liang, he was born a soldier and was never afraid of power, but at this moment he gritted his teeth. He could sense George's ruthlessness, and he didn't care about the face of his relatives at all. That's right, regardless of anything. Family affection and elders mean nothing to George. If you want him to kneel down and admit his mistakes, you have to bring more bodyguards than George. Okay. Liang Kaifeng didn't dare to move. "I am meddling in other people's business. Originally, I wanted to mediate for you for your mother's sake. Now I don't care. However, please remember what you did today." Liang Kaiyan couldn't swallow that breath and said angrily, "Yi Zhendong is your grandfather. After your grandfather left, no one can control you, right? Didn't your grandfather teach you how to be a human being?" "Oh," George smiled. "My grandfather taught me to be grateful. Your Liang family received my grandfather's kindness, but you turned your back on me. You are worse than pigs and dogs." Liang Kaiyan was so angry that she was speechless. When the Liang family was in trouble, It was Yi Jindong who used all the resources of the provincial capital to save the Liang family. Later, the Yi family encountered several financial crises, but the Liang family stood by and watched. Also, my grandfather also taught me that when dealing with those heartless and ungrateful people who are not worthy of being parents or relatives, you don't need to give them face. Beat them to death if you have the chance. George continued. By the way, Liang Kaiyan, I saw you in the orphanage when I was very young. He was obviously mocking Liang Kaiyan for finding George in the orphanage, but not bringing him back. Although Liang Kaiyan was also influenced by Maria's intention, the sisters had the same temperament and were both heartless and ruthless. Liang Kaiyan understood what George meant once again and was so angry that she was speechless. At this time, Lucas seemed to be unable to bear it and sighed. Brother, after all, fourth aunt is from Beijing and has no grudge against you. Even if you don't like Mom, there is no need to target her. George stared at Lucas with disdain. Haha, I don't even recognize my parents. Why would I recognize my fourth aunt? In one sentence, Liang Kaifeng was very angry. George continued. Don't be fooled by the old woman's glory. In fact, she is not doing well in Beijing. Her husband's family seems to be a first-class wealthy family in Beijing, with influence in politics, business, and the military. In fact, her husband's family has 3 branches. The first branch holds power, the second branch holds wealth, and she is the third branch. She has nothing and just relies on her reputation to bully others. My children are useless and only know how to spend their time drinking and partying. If they didn't have the blood of my husband running through their veins, they would have been kicked out of the house long ago. How dare such an old fool take advantage of her age in front of me? Believe it or not, if I beat her up in Yuhai City, her husband's family will not only be too lazy to come forward, but will also scold her harshly and say she is always looking for trouble. Are you right, Liang Kaifeng? In his previous life, George had heard the story of Liang Kaifeng. Of course, it happened in the later period. At present, the Liang family still doesn't know that Liang Kaifeng is not doing very well in Beijing. George said. Everyone present looked at Liang Kaifeng. Liang Kaifeng's face was like a palette, constantly changing, and she was about to have a heart attack from anger. She didn't expect that she was so popular in the Liang family, and everyone was polite to her. But here she would be bullied like this. But she still can't speak. Chapter 126. Maria, how many bad things have you done? George, you're talking nonsense. Liang Kaiyan pointed at George with a trembling voice. She has a very good relationship with Liang Kaifeng. Ever since her husband stepped down, Liang Kaifeng has been the backbone of the Liang family and naturally will not tolerate being questioned. Oh, you were so busy scolding her that you forgot to scold you, right? Tell me if you were a slut or not. You came up here and scolded me. George turned his head and stared at Liang Kaiyan. Your husband has already stepped down. Why are you still so arrogant? By the way, where is your husband's illegitimate child? Did you bring him back to the Liang family? Now they're arguing over your husband's property. Did you win a lawsuit against them? Haha, you're the only one who still cares about Maria. You're not much better. I'll tear your mouth apart. Liang Kaiyan was so angry that she was about to lose her mind. She rushed over like a madman, but was stopped by the bodyguard. Liang, Yi, Maria, and the others were all shocked. They had no idea about this. And judging from Liang Kaiyan's irritable look, what George said was probably true. If this matter gets back to the Liang family, my parents will probably be very angry again. George, you are so arrogant that you don't take anyone seriously. Maria finally spoke. Why should we let them go? The Liang family has received favors from my grandfather, but when have they ever been grateful? So why should we be polite to these ungrateful people? George said this. He was looking at Liang Yi. He knew that the most powerful person present was actually Liang Yi, but this man was very cunning and had never been on the field. He just calmly watched the situation from the sidelines. Is the matter between you really irreconcilable? When Liang Yi saw George looking at him, he sighed and finally spoke. George, you just need to stop what you are doing. I can represent your mother and the Liang family to let bygones be bygones and pretend nothing happened. How generous. I made such a big mistake, but you still let it go. You are worthy of being a big family. George clapped his hands sarcastically. Let me guess the purpose of your coming. You want me to stop all actions, and then you will accept me again, and then accept Tianshan Group, by the way, and let the Liang family take charge. It's really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. You got 30 billion assets with just a few words. Of course, you are also very tempted by the inheritance left by my grandfather. Liang, he suddenly fell silent, his face looking a little ugly. Maria too, and Liang Kaifeng too, although they all wanted George to stop his crazy behavior. Another purpose was to get everything from George. The world is bustling with people seeking profit. Although the Liang family is very rich, no one would complain about having too much money. The market value of Tianjin Group is 30 billion, plus that mysterious inheritance. Who wouldn't be tempted? George said to Maria again, I'm really sorry for you. You've been enduring for the inheritance. Look at you. You've been through so much torture and suffering. Your hair has turned white, you've lost a lot of weight, and you have big dark circles under your eyes. Oh, you've always had migraines, and now you seem to have high blood pressure. If this continues, I'm afraid you'll die before you see the inheritance. George, you. Maria was furious. Don't be angry anymore. The angrier you are, the faster you will die. Just like how many bad things you did in the past. You will get retribution in the future, and your death will be miserable. George admired Maria's crazy look. Maria, tell me, how many bad things have you done? George, I won't let you go. Maria seemed angry, but there was a hint of fear in the depths of her eyes. After George mentioned this, she remembered that she had done many things when she was young. She was young and strong, so she was not afraid of anything. But during this period of time, George had turned her into neither a human nor a ghost, and she even began to believe in retribution. However, she was also dragging George into the water and cursed bitterly. George, you will get your comeuppance too. Haha. Yes, I will also have retribution, but unfortunately, I've already received it. George said nonchalantly, my retribution is that I valued family affection too much. I once threw myself into a flame and made great efforts, but in the end I was betrayed, bullied, humiliated, and even died. I have already received retribution, and now it is your turn. Maria thought of retribution. She immediately thought of Lily. Lily, you have hurt her terribly. Her life is over. It's you. It's you. You didn't even let your sister go. You're killing each other. You will rot and die. It wasn't me who hurt her. It was you, Maria. George sneered. If no one reported it, Lily would continue to smoke until she died, so her being reported actually saved her. Of course, the reason she was able to take this path was all because of you, Maria. You let her go and ignored her and actually left her to me. After I stopped caring about her, Lily was hopeless. So, Lily actually hates you, but not me. If you don't believe it, go to the drug rehabilitation center to visit her. Did she say anything to you? Did she apologize to you? I went to visit her, and she said sorry to me. She knew she was wrong and hoped that I would take care of her again. Maria's teeth were trembling when she heard this. No, it's not me. It's not me. It's you, the devil. After scolding, she angrily swept over many dishes on the table, because Lilia's attitude was exactly the same as what George said, which made her really angry and frustrated. George looked at her leisurely. Lily is ruined now. There's no point in saying too much. You're slowly blaming yourself. Anyway, you couldn't save her. This is one of your retributions. He looked at everyone again. The reason I came here today is that I have some things to deal with. Before that, there is someone you should meet. After saying that, he looked at the bodyguard, and immediately one of the bodyguards left and came in with a man. After seeing this man, everyone's pupils condensed, and Maria stared at the man intently. The rage that had just been provoked by George was now even more intense. How dare you come back, you ungrateful man? She grabbed something on the table and smashed it at the man. Because he is David. You crazy woman. You want to fight as soon as we meet, right? David was hit in the face by a wine glass and started cursing angrily. He came back to settle some things, but who knew he would be beaten by Maria again? I'll fight you. Maria rushed over, threatening to punch and kick David like a shrew. Of course, David didn't get beaten for nothing. He also fought back hard. Sister, Liang Kaiyan and Liang Kaifeng both rushed over to help. They were also panicked. Originally, they came to the three-court trial to criticize George, but who knew that George resolved their criticism with just a few words, which led to chaos among them. No wonder Maria can't educate George. This kid is really powerful and scary. Bang, bang, bang. The hall was in chaos. Mom, stop hitting me, stop hitting me. Yuki kept crying, and the more she cried, the sadder she became. George just said that Maria will get her comeuppance, and the angrier she is, the faster she will die. Now, George has angered Maria again. She couldn't imagine that if this continued, her mother would collapse and die. Then, she looked at George and found that George was drinking calmly, as if he was watching a play. That's right. Watch the show like appreciating it. Chapter 127. It wasn't me who reported Lily. It was him. That's enough. Suddenly, an angry shout was heard, and Liang Yi, who had been silent, stood up and slapped the table over. He was like a sleeping dragon that had awakened, and his terrifying aura shocked everyone. The quarrel between husband and wife finally stopped. David wiped the blood off his face and looked at Liang Yi in awe. I still remember that when they just got married, Liang Yi was very polite to him and even a little afraid of him because the Yi family was wealthy and powerful at that time and had a great reputation in the provincial capital. But ever since the Yi family fled the provincial capital, brothers-in-law like Liang Yi and Liang Yong have become different. Their status and heirs are higher than David. Whenever David sees them, he has to be polite, even humble. Moreover, he was in the wrong this time, so he didn't dare to look at Liang Yi. However, Liang Yi only glanced at him and then looked at George, because he knew who was the most terrible and the culprit, and angrily said, "George, what do you want to do?" George smiled and said, "I said I have some things to settle. It just so happens that the couple is here, plus the people from the Liang family. You can make a certificate. Last time, I severed my relationship with the Yi family, but it had no legal effect after all. This time, let's have a formal agreement and contract." After that, several formal agreements and contract were placed on the table. They and the Yi family just need to sign. Liang Yi stared at the contract on the table, raised his head and said, "You are really cunning." He understood what George meant. George was now wealthy and powerful. If the agreement to sever ties had no legal effect, they could fight for George's property at any time. Taking a step back, if George dies unexpectedly, etc., both the Yi family and the Liang family will be the heirs, but the agreement won't work. "Thank you for the compliment. Mr. Liang is almost the same." George smiled calmly, and seeing that David and the others didn't move, "Don't want to sign? Haha, if you don't sign, my property can be transferred at any time, and you'll get nothing. More importantly, you won't get the inheritance left by Grandpa either. So just sign it. I will follow my grandfather's wishes on how he divides the inheritance." What he meant was that Grandpa's inheritance would only take effect after the signatures of all members of the Yi family. But if George doesn't sign, the inheritance will be delayed, which will not benefit anyone. David also understood this truth and looked at George with a sad face. "George, do you have to go to this extent? What do you think?" George asked back, "If we officially sever our relationship, you will not get a penny from the Yi group, and it will no longer be your business." David had no choice but to remind him, "To be honest, among all the children of the Yi family, I am most optimistic about you, and I also plan to hand over the Yi group to you." Knowing this, what else do you want to do? Lucas and Yuki suddenly felt uncomfortable. Although they had guessed it a long time ago, after David admitted it himself, they still felt that they were treated unfairly. Of course, Yuki thought more than Lucas. She at least agreed with David's words that among the children of the Yi family, no one could compare to George. Even if the whole family tried to fight against George, they still ended up in disgrace. Sure, George nodded at this time. David secretly felt heartbroken. Indeed, he was very optimistic about George and had already made an appointment for his legacy. One day in the future, 70% of the shares of Yi Group would belong to George, and the remaining 30% would belong to Lucas and his friends. But he didn't expect George to refuse, and he didn't hesitate at all. He has been accompanying Lin Huashan recently, but he also knows what happened in Yuhai City. At present, Tianjin Group has become the leading commercial ship in Yuhai City, and George is the richest man in the city. That's right, George is so outstanding. How could he look down on Yi Group? It's ironic to think about it. In the past, the family was afraid that George would steal their property, so they yelled at him. But now it's the other way around. George is in a high position and is afraid that they will come to steal their property. Once the roles were reversed, they looked very miserable and embarrassed. The Yi Group was founded by your grandfather. If you want to deal with the Yi Group in the future, I, David, will definitely not agree. At that time, we, father and son, will have no choice but to fight each other. David walked over, picked up the pen, and gave George one last chance. "I will never watch your grandfather's property being destroyed by you. Hurry up and sign. Stop talking nonsense. Even if we have to fight, can we rely on Lucas and his gang of idiots? It's not like we haven't fought them before." George didn't give him face. Also, when Grandpa was alive, you were not filial to him. Now that he is gone, what's the point of you pretending to be cool? This sentence made David feel so ashamed that he was completely humiliated. Swish, swish, swish. David had no choice but to sign his name, which also meant that in the future he would stand on Maria's side, and they, father and son, might have to fight each other. Later, Lucas and Yuki also came over to sign. Sign, 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 George. I'm telling you, you are no longer my son. You are even more my enemy. I will kill you, just wait. Maria also ran over, signing while cursing. You want to see my retribution? Dream on. I'm old and I can't deal with you, but I still have a son. He is more capable than me and more filial than you. He will be better than you in the future. Let's see whose retribution comes first. Your son Lucas is very good. George laughed immediately. Yes, he is excellent. He treats us very well. Unlike you who are so treacherous and treat your family worse than pigs and dogs. Maria refused to admit defeat and kept cursing George. Just wait. You will fail. You will fail miserably and lose everything. You won't get a penny of the Yi family's money. It all belongs to Xiaoxiu. In fact, after David told her about the future ownership of the Yi group, her mood became a little better because the Yi group was left to her son. George, this contract agreement has come into effect, which means that you are no longer a member of the Yi family, and you are no longer our relative. Liang, he also reminded, to be honest, I don't want to go this far, but since it's here, I have to go along with it. From now on, the Liang family will no longer care about you being a relative and will deal with you. You better be careful. George didn't care at all. That sounds good, but unfortunately, you still don't dare to do it before you get Grandpa's inheritance, right? Liang, he was stunned. He didn't expect George to see through them. By the time he can take action, you may not be able to move anymore. So take care of yourself, George said and left with his bodyguards. Everyone in the hall had gloomy faces and heavy moods. Yes, by the time they can take action, they might not be able to deal with George anymore. You have to know that it only took George 1 year to build his business from scratch. He is an investment genius. At this time, George stopped at the door and looked back at Maria. By the way, your baby son is indeed very good and treats you very well. However, it was not me who reported Lily, but him. Bang. After that, a USB flash drive was thrown on the table, which contained everything including the video of Lucas secretly reporting Lily. Chapter 128. Announced to the public, severing ties with the Yi family. At this moment, everyone looked at Lucas. Yuki quickly asked the waiter to bring a laptop, plugged in the USB drive, and looked at it. She saw that there was a video on the USB drive, which was about Lucas secretly inserting the report letter. Watching this video, everyone swallowed their saliva, especially Yuki and David. After thinking for a few seconds, they finally reacted. Lucas to report Lily, but he shouldn't have done it in front of the media. What's more, he secretly sent an anonymous letter to the city government. It made people feel that he was jealous of Lily and wished Lily bad luck. Lucas hid himself so deeply that everyone seemed to be meeting Lucas for the first time, and they all felt that Lucas was very scary. They also thought, what if one day in the future, they also have a conflict with Lucas? Lucas won't be polite to them, even to Maria. Maria obviously thought of this as well, and looked at Lucas in shock, as if she had been slapped hard. Dad, Mom, Yuki, this is a misunderstanding. My brother is deliberately trying to sow discord. Lucas looked panicked and kept explaining. Because Lily's drug addiction can't be delayed, she must be sent to a drug rehabilitation center immediately. I am thinking about her. This explanation is obviously far-fetched. After all, if it is really for Lily's sake, why not deal with it privately instead of making it public? Yuki was so angry that his face turned black. He wanted to ask more questions, but Maria had already spoken and indulged Lucas as always. Xiao Su is right. He is thinking about Lily. Well, what shouldn't have happened has already happened, so don't worry about it anymore. Yuki sniffed immediately. Long before everyone thought it was George who reported it. Everyone said George was the devil and ruined Lily. Once we found out it was Lucas who reported it, it became a matter of consideration for Lily. No wonder Lily ignored Maria and everyone else, and instead said sorry to George. It turns out Lily understands everything. George was leaving with his bodyguards. After the agreement came into effect, he had no worries. But now, the Liang family no longer considered him a relative, and there would be many troubles in the future. Notify the media and send out a statement that I have severed ties with the Yi family. George warned again. and then thought of what was about to happen to the Yi family. He knew it would be fun, which is why he called David over, because the couple was going to fight again. Sure enough, in the box lobby, after Maria solved the problem with Lucas, she looked at David angrily. The same goes for Liang, Yi, and the others. David knew that there were some things he had to face and deal with, so he said seriously, "I know you all hate me, but you should still go talk to your parents. You have no right to call them mom and dad." Maria wanted to rush over and fight again, but was stopped by Yuki. David looked at Yuki and Lucas again. "Send Angela, Ella, and the others to your grandmother's house. They have the right to know these things." "David, how long are you going to watch me make fun of you?" Maria's face turned red, and she roared angrily. At the same time, a statement was released in major media. "Look, George, the chairman of Tianjin Group, has severed ties with his family. Isn't he an orphan? How come he has a family?" It turns out his family is the former Richest family, the Yi family. Fuck, what a big melon. The Yi family that is constantly involved in scandals. Someone reported that the Yi family threw George into an orphanage and didn't bring him back until he was 14, and then they kept abusing him. That's too cruel. If I were in their shoes, I would cut off all ties with them too. The Yi family has long been rotten. The head of the family has a mistress, the eldest daughter is a mistress, and the youngest daughter is a drug addict. Huh, what a bunch of rotten people. Now that the city's richest man has severed ties with the Yi family, the Yi family will surely regret it to death. Many people were just watching the show, gloating and mocking. No one had expected that the Yi family, once the richest family in the city, was so rotten. Not only were there constant scandals, but even their own son abandoned them. "David, you were so stupid. You gave up such a good son and cared for those ungrateful people. You should be regretting it now." After receiving the news, Mr. and Mrs. Lin Dong also started to add insult to injury. Alex admired George's actions. Currently, Tianjin Group is getting bigger and bigger. If it does not sever its ties with the Yi family, it will sooner or later be dragged into some unnecessary lawsuits by the Yi family. The news also spread to the provincial capital. Everyone in the Liang family was livid. They couldn't understand what had happened. Didn't they ask Liang, Yi, and the others to bring George back? At this time, Angela was rushing to the Liang family. She didn't care much about George's affairs. Instead, Lucas reported Lily, which made her alert instantly. In her impression, Lucas was very well-behaved and considerate, but he actually hit it so deeply. Compared to George's open attack on us, Lucas is hiding in the dark in the ditch. He is more terrifying. Now that George has given up the Yi family business, my opponents are Yuki and the others, but my biggest rival is Lucas. Not long after, the Liang family in the provincial capital, Grandpa Yang Quan and Grandma Su Mingxiao were both sitting in the living room. All the relatives came except my uncle Liang Yong. Just now, Liang Yi also called Liang Quan and told him about George's decision. It is now certain that George will no longer recognize them and will continue to deal madly with the Yi family. As for the reason, Liang Yi did not say. Of course, at this point, the reason is not important. The most important thing is to stop George's crazy behavior. Moreover, David is coming to the Liang family to resolve some issues, which is also the most important thing at the moment. What on earth did Maria do? This is such a bad year. Su Mingxia couldn't help crying when she thought of her poor daughter. A woman wearing jewels and designer clothes frowned and said, "I heard that it was all George's fault. If he hadn't brought Lin Huashan here, Maria and David wouldn't have divorced. This George is young, but he is very cunning and ruthless." She is the third sister Liang Tsaijia, who is in charge of all the Liang family's business and other matters. The Liang family has connections not only in business, but also in politics and the military. They are a huge and wealthy family. I heard that George beat up our Liang family bodyguard. He was so disrespectful to us. It's just a group with a market value of 30 billion. How difficult is it to kill him? Let Liang Yong come forward and seal up the company and easily bankrupt him. Another elder said disdainfully. Liang Tsaijia snorted disdainfully. That young boy is worthy of my brother's help? They are not from the same circle. Indeed, no matter how big a businessman's business is, as long as he does not have power and connections, the scale of this business will eventually be confined to a circle. Among the so-called scholars, farmers, merchants, and artisans, merchants are at the end. I'm back. At this time, someone shouted. Then, Liang Yi walked in with everyone. Maria. Grandma Su Mingxiao was most worried about Maria and walked over immediately. Grandpa, Grandma, Aunt. Lucas and other younger generations followed Maria and greeted their elders. And following behind them was David. At this moment, all eyes were on David, filled with anger. Abandoning their Liang family's daughter would be like a slap in the face of the Liang family. How could they swallow this? Chapter 129. Father divorces. Maria cuts her wrists. Kneel down. I saw Grandpa Liang Quan sitting in the first seat, looking at David and shouting majestically. Dad me. David hesitated. I told you to kneel down. Liang Quan raised his voice. Your father Yi Jindong is no longer with us. I will take care of you on his behalf today. Plop. David had no choice but to kneel down, feeling extremely pathetic. At the same time, a group of relatives were pointing fingers and cursing, making David feel humiliated and embarrassed. David, I want to ask you, how has Maria treated you unfairly? She gave birth to your children and stayed with you for more than 10 years. You despise her because she is old and fickle. Are you bullying us because we have no one in the Liang family? Liang Quan stomped his crutch and continued to curse. Dad, it's my fault. You can hit me or scold me. I am willing to accept any punishment. David lowered his head and said, I have only one request today. I want to marry Lin Huashan and give her a name. You still dare to make demands? Everyone in the Liang family was furious. David, do you know what you were talking about? Maria's eyes were bloodshot as she stared at David. She didn't expect David would dare to come to her house and file for divorce. How despicable, how despicable. Then he fainted from anger. Maria. Su Mingxia quickly asked someone to carry Maria to the room. David wanted to follow out of guilt, but was stopped by the Liang family. Then the Liang family members couldn't swallow that humiliation and started punching and kicking David, not treating him as a human being at all. Liang Quan watched coldly without stopping his family at all, and his hand holding the dragon head cane was shaking the whole time. Angela and the others watched their father being beaten, but they didn't dare to intervene, nor did they want to intervene, because they all thought David deserved it. Half an hour later, David was beaten and bruised. After the Liang family members breathed a sigh of relief, they looked at David angrily. Are you still leaving? Liang Quan said coldly. Leave, you must leave. David wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and knelt down again. I know this is unfair to Maria, but this is what Maria and I owe to Lin Huashan. Where's that vixen? Why doesn't she dare to confront us? Liang Quan shouted angrily. She passed away last week from cancer. David's eyes were red, and he looked at Liang Quan and said, Dad, we harmed her. She spent 25 years in jail for nothing. Afterwards, he told the story of Lin Huashan's past. Angela and the others were all listening and finally understood what was going on. It turns out that David didn't abandon his wife and children, but he owed Lin Huashan a favor, including to Maria. In fact, Lin Huashan was sent to jail because of Maria. In addition, now that Lin Huashan has passed away, it is impossible for David to live with her. So after listening to this, everyone was not so angry anymore. She loved me very much when she was alive and gave her life and everything for me. After she died, her parents wouldn't let her be buried in the ancestral temple, so she could only be buried in my Yi family. I can't let her become a wandering ghost. So Dad, I want to marry her and give her a legitimate status. David's tears kept falling. What about Maria? Is she going to suffer this? Liang Quan was not as angry as before. After all, he knew that it was his daughter who harmed Lin Huashan. Otherwise, it was Lin Huashan who married David, and the Liang family would not be as prosperous as it is now. Of course, although they were in the wrong in this matter, as a father, they still sided with their daughter. My bottom line is that she can join the Yi family, but you and Maria must not divorce. Everyone has to save face, and it would be too ugly if the news of divorce got out. Liang Quan ordered again. This means that Lin Huashan could be a concubine, or the second wife. However, before Lin Huashan died, she had already said this issue. She would rather be a wandering ghost than be Maria as concubine. Considering the feud between Lin Huashan and Maria, if she became a concubine, she would not be able to die in peace. So David is in a difficult situation now. Dad, I can't do it. I can only divorce Maria first, then marry Lin Huashan, and then remarry Maria after some time. David said stubbornly. Divorced and remarried. What do you think of me as your daughter? You're dreaming. Liang Quan naturally disagreed. A group of relatives also disagreed. They were all well-known figures and could not let the daughter of the Liang family become a laughingstock. Just when the two sides were in a stalemate, suddenly, a sharp voice came, and Maria ran out, shouting with a ferocious face, "Divorce! We must divorce. It's not you, David, who dumped me. It's me, Maria, who dumped you. Remember, I can't help you. I don't want you anymore." How could she, who is so proud and arrogant, be treated like trash? It was she who suggested the divorce. Everyone looked at Maria and suddenly found that Maria's wrist was bleeding continuously, and it was a large area of bleeding. She cut her wrists. Because of face issues, she impulsively committed suicide by cutting her wrists. Maria, quick, someone come. A group of people immediately rushed over, supported Maria, who was losing too much blood, and sent her for emergency treatment. David's face turned pale. He never expected Maria to commit suicide. He was shocked for a moment. Yu Liang Quan was furious and smashed him hard on the head with the dragon head cane. George didn't know about the Liang family's affairs. After all, he didn't have any spies in the Liang family, and what was happening now was drastically different from what happened in his previous life. But he knew David's intention, so he guessed that the Liang family must be very lively. When George found out, it was Ella who called him. Maria committed suicide by cutting her wrists? Wonderful, really wonderful, but it's a pity that I was not there. George couldn't stop smiling. George, are you still laughing? Mom committed suicide. You were the one who caused my parents' divorce. If you hadn't brought Lin Huashan here, my parents would still be in love. Ella is the only person in the Yi family who still wants George to come back, even though Yuki has given up. Ella, I'm not the one who hurt them. It was the evil they committed when they were young. To be honest, although I've been dealing with the Yi family so far, it's not a formal move. Including Lily's drug abuse and Angela's being a mistress, they were all the evil they committed, and I just fanned the flames. Of course, this doesn't mean I won't take action. I'm just slowly torturing the Yi family. George sneered. As for their love? Haha. Lin Huashan told me that Maria's favorite is not David. Of course, David has always loved another woman in his heart. They're just playing around and using each other. There is no love at all. Ella was shocked by the news and said aggrievedly, George, I know that everything you did was to avenge Grandpa, but the dead cannot be resurrected. Yes, the dead cannot be resurrected, so the suffering and grievances that Grandpa suffered during his lifetime are justified? George snorted coldly. I won't stop. I will continue. From the day I left the Yi family, this hatred can no longer be resolved. Also, don't worry, Maria won't die. She just wanted to save face and acted on impulse. She will definitely be rescued. It's too easy for her to die like this. Chapter 130. Isn't it too late to make amends now? Hearing George's fierce voice, Ella could only cry continuously. She wanted to scold George, but she couldn't find any reason. After all, based on what they had done to George, it was understandable that George would take revenge on them. And George also said that he actually didn't do anything at the moment. It was because they had done so many bad things. Of course, this is only for now. George will take the initiative in the future, and then it will be even more terrifying and miserable. Ella, let me ask you, did you kill Grandpa? At this time, George asked again coldly. No, absolutely not. Ella seemed to see the dawn of hope, hoping to resolve the hatred in George's heart. Grandpa committed suicide in the middle of the night. None of us hurt him. I swear, if I lied to you, I will be struck by lightning and die a miserable death. Suicide. George's hand was shaking as he held the phone. The anger in his heart not only did not disappear, but became even stronger. You are the ones who forced Grandpa to death. Grandpa must have known about Lucas and Yuki secretly changing the medicine. He was helpless and very upset. He didn't want to die in such a miserable way. Plus, that bitch Maria targeted him every day. So, Grandpa chose to commit suicide. He would rather die with dignity than drag you down or make a fool of yourself. You bunch of devils, I won't let you go. Not even one of you. George had seen the surveillance video of his grandfather in the room, so he could guess how his grandfather felt at the time. What's the difference between Grandpa committing suicide and being forced to death by the Yi family? No. Ella yelled into the phone, but George had already hung up, leaving her squatting on the floor, crying. Originally, she wanted to tell the truth and resolve George's hatred towards the Yi family. But not only did she fail, but she also angered a devil from hell. She is now in great pain, suffering, confused, and desperate, and has no idea how to face the future. She could only hide in the capital. In the following days, Maria was indeed rescued and agreed to officially divorce David. David has to pay, and pay a lot. He left the house with nothing, and the Yi family's business was taken over by Maria and became part of the Liang family. At this point, the empire that Yi Zhendong had worked so hard to build was completely in the hands of the Liang family. When George received the news, he was not surprised because in the previous life, the Yi group was eventually transferred to the Liang family. Moreover, when his grandfather's inheritance was about to arrive, the Yi group encountered a huge crisis. Its cash flow was cut off, and it almost went bankrupt. In the end, George used his grandfather's inheritance to help the Yi group. Of course, the Liang family later encountered a debt crisis, and they relied on grandfather's inheritance to overcome the difficulties. Calculating the time, the crisis of the Yi family is coming. In fact, the source of this crisis is not aimed at the Yi family, but at the Liang family. They just want to interfere with the Liang family through the Yi family. Remember, this mysterious force is called Quanxing Group. Maria was rescued. She was recuperating at the Liang family. After she impulsively cut her wrists, she was so proud that she felt ashamed when seeing her relatives and kept hiding in her room. It was only after her grandparents, Liang Quan, constantly counseled her and sternly warned relatives not to mention the matter that Maria slowly opened up her heart. David knew about the situation. He wanted to visit, but he was driven out by the Liang family, so he had to return to the Yi family. David revealed the reason behind Lin Huaxin's incident. Angela and the others also forgave David. Of course, it's easy to turn back, but it's hard to go back to the way it was before. At this moment in the living room, David was chatting with Yuki. You will manage the Ye Condiment Group, Xiaoxu will manage the Shipping Group, and Angela will manage the Ye Furniture Group. Whoever makes the most achievements among the three of you will be the future owner of the Ye Group. David quit the Yi Group. He still worked as a consultant for the group. He looked at the various financial statements of the group in recent times and said, if Lily hadn't been involved in the scandal, she would have done well. Several investments have paid off. Yuki said, Lily followed George's example and invested in garment factories, online games, shared bicycles, and real estate. Although she didn't make as much as George, she didn't lose money. Dad, I'm actually very curious about how George does business and why all his investments never fail. He's like an omnipotent genius. Did he start researching when he was 15 or 16? David took out the information on investigating Tianqing Group and read it carefully. The more he read, the more surprised he was. No wonder he can become the richest man in Yuhai City. His investment is bold and goes against the path of others. Now he is invested in Duo and is planning to compete with Taobao and Godong for the market. His ambition is huge. This Duo model is very advanced, and I don't know if it will succeed. But even if he fails, he has businesses, shops, real estate, etc. in first-tier cities, which can make up for the losses. He is now the richest man in Yuhai City, but this is only his apparent assets. No one knows how much he has in secret. I guess his assets have exceeded 30 billion. After David read it roughly, his face was full of emotion and shock. Yes, what he did was indeed shocking. Yuki nodded. In the past 6 months when you were away, I have been keeping an eye on him. I saw him getting bigger and bigger, while the Yi group was declining. She suddenly stared into David's eyes. Dad, he started from scratch and became a business tycoon, and our Yi family didn't help him at all, and even caused trouble for him. Don't you think this is ironic? Especially Lily. She borrowed the power of the Liang family and tried her best to attack George's industry in the provincial capital. However, George was on guard first and sold all the industries under his name. Not only did Lily fail, but she also offended Taobao Group. George seems to be able to predict the future. Moreover, while dealing with the Yi family, he also expanded his business empire to such a large scale. It's really amazing. David heard this. He was shocked beyond words. I have to say, George did a great job. Of course, David also felt guilty. Angela and the Liang family took turns attacking George, but he, as George's father, could do nothing to help. No, he is helping Angela and the others. So, he felt very proud of everything George had done, but it had nothing to do with him, which made him very upset. David had no choice but to say firmly, in fact, although George has severed ties with us, I always feel that he will come back in the end, and he will sense our love sooner or later. Yuki immediately shook her head. Dad, he won't be back. You haven't been home for the past 6 months, and you don't know how bad our relationship with George has deteriorated. Mom even told George that she no longer recognizes him as her son. David still insisted. Yuki, he has family blood in his body. This can't be changed. We were wrong in the past, but we can make up for it in the future. Yuki immediately smiled bitterly and shook his head. Isn't it too late to make amends now? Chapter 131. Even now, you can't say you love him. Dad, I understand how you feel. I have already done everything you want to do. It is useless, because George knows more than we think. He knew about what happened in the orphanage when he was a child a long time ago. He also knows that you, including me, don't love him. Not at all. He used to numb himself, hoping that he could do better so that everyone would love him. Unfortunately, he was disappointed until he broke off relations with me for the first time and left. I was already disheartened and hopeless. If any one of us had tried to keep him, forced him to stay, and cared for him at that time, he might not have left, and what happened to the Yi family wouldn't have happened later. So I never blame him. Even if I want to deal with him, it's not because I hate him, but because I want to protect my family. Yuki said, holding her face and crying. David's face froze for a moment, thinking about how Maria found George but didn't bring him back. He also thought about how Maria deliberately threw George away when he was 3 years old. George actually knew all these things, but he didn't get angry at that time. He still tried to please everyone, hoping that everyone would accept him. I have to say, George did a very good job at that time. Even after suffering such a great injustice, he did not lose his temper. Yes, I admit that I ignored him before, but how could I not love him? He is my son. David bit his lip, and his voice trembled a little. Dad, you said you love him? Yuki looked up and stared into David's eyes. Do you know when his birthday is? Do you know what he likes to eat? Do you know what makes him happiest? This. David couldn't answer. Yuki smiled bitterly. You don't know anything. Even now, you don't even know if he has a girlfriend, where he lives, or if he has hypoglycemia or anemia. So even now, you can't say you love him. Dad, you have to admit that George came back halfway. Emotionally, you love Lucas and us more. David heard this. His face froze. That's right. He felt that he still loved George, and George would definitely change his mind. But in fact, he was just being self-righteous. In fact, apart from a few words, he did not show any sign of it in his actions or thoughts. He might even be secretly dealing with George. To put it bluntly, we still think George is as kind and gullible as before. Dad, what if George doesn't succeed? You still won't change. Yuki added, this is very realistic. He is very successful now and has surpassed the Yi group. If you want to make up for it now, it will only make George laugh at you. Besides, George's only relative in this life is Grandpa. He blames us for Grandpa's death, so he wants to avenge Grandpa. Dad should have known this a long time ago. I just hope you can give up your fantasy and stop trying to curry favor with George and influence him just because he succeeds. David put his fingers into his hair and looked a little painful. At this time, Lucas and Angela also came back. Yuki also stopped saying this. After all, Lucas and the others didn't like to hear it. Dad! Lucas and Angela sat down. They called David a few times. But David was still thinking about what Yuki had just said, until Yuki pushed David. David finally reacted and smiled bitterly. Angela looked at David and said, Dad, the E group has been losing money continuously, and the group's expenses are very high. I plan to increase revenue and reduce expenditure, lay off some employees, and reduce some unnecessary businesses. Although David is only a consultant of the group and has no real power, he still has the right to know about some important matters of the group. Moreover, the E group is managed by Lucas and 2 others. As long as it concerns the entire group, the consent of the other 2 is required. I think this is a good idea. Let's get rid of some projects with small profits or even losses. David nodded, reluctantly giving up. After all, some projects take a long time to pay back the investment. If you cut your investment now, all the initial investment will be wasted. Lucas also said, Dad, the shipping group has a large amount of crude oil. The current foreign oil price is not bad. I plan to sell them all to stop the bleeding for the Yi group. David frowned. That batch of crude oil was bought when your grandfather was alive. If I sell it now, I'm afraid I'll suffer a huge loss. It's not a loss. I've looked at the international oil prices. If we sell now, we'll make a lot of money. The Yi group's funding chain is about to break, and we're in urgent need of money. Lucas advised. Besides, I've already dealt with all the documents and contracts, and we'll be selling it this afternoon. I have also found the seller. It is the Quansheng Group. Quansheng Group? This is the first time I've heard of it. David is curious. This is a joint venture group. They are rich and capable. They have cooperated with Jewish and Middle Eastern tycoons. They were the ones who approached me, and I agreed. After we get the money from the crude oil, they plan to take us into the stock market. They're the main force that can dominate the stock market. Currently, if our group wants to make a quick profit, the stock market and the property market are the fastest. So I plan to enter the stock market with them. In fact, Lucas had been preparing for this for a long time, but Lily had the final say in the group before, so he had no choice. But David could tell that Lucas was just greeting him and had no intention of getting his consent. That's right, he's just a consultant. Then he looked at Angela again, and from Angela's expression, she seemed to be against it. But to David's surprise, Angela didn't say anything, which was very different from her usual decisive and strong personality. Well, you decide for yourself. David had no choice but to agree. Lucas added, Dad, Tianjin Group will definitely not let us go. After this batch of crude oil is exchanged for money, I plan to go all out against Tianjin Group. David's face changed slightly. This is not good. The Yi Group has been badly hurt. The first goal is to gain a firm foothold, not to confront it. Lucas snorted confidently. What are you afraid of? In addition to the Quanqing Group, we also have the help of Grandma's family. How can my brother fight us? Dad, don't worry. Then he continued. Tonight, several big chaebols are coming to Yuhai City. One of them is the Quanshang Group, and the other is the Jiang family that Grandpa found for us. They will cooperate with the Yi Group to develop rare earth and real estate businesses, and then join forces to deal with the Tianjin Group. David had no choice but to remain silent. He could no longer interrupt. As if he had become old, Grandpa finally took action. Yuki was very happy when she heard what Lucas said. The Liang family is very powerful in the provincial capital. With just a few words, a large amount of resources can fall on the Yi Group. This is their advantage, and an extremely huge advantage. Chapter 132. The Yi family came uninvited. At this time, George's Duo model is already incubating. Once successful, his net worth will skyrocket and reach over 50 billion. Of course, not many people are optimistic about this project. After all, online merchants already have Taobao and JD.com, and no one thinks that Duo can succeed. George is not in a hurry and continues to invest money. Moreover, in terms of short videos, George has also started to make large investments, acquiring several short video projects and preparing to integrate them. In addition, research on mobile phone chips has not been left behind. These will not generate profits in the short term, so real estate is still more important at the moment. George also held a business party, which brought together many entrepreneurs from the South and, of course, big figures such as the mayor, because official support is indispensable for the development of real estate. Fortunately, Tianjin Group has invested a lot in Yuhai City, boosting the local economy and employment, so the government is very supportive of Tianjin Group. After arriving at the party, many entrepreneurs and wealthy people also greeted George. Hello, Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi is here. Everyone knows that although George looks young, he is actually very capable and a business genius, so they dare not neglect him. George greeted everyone. He chatted with the mayor and others, appearing to be calm and unhurried, causing many of the older generation of wealthy people to nod to George secretly. At this time, a group of people slowly walked into the hall. Brother, look. When Olivia saw this, she immediately pulled George. George glanced around and couldn't help but frown, because the people coming were David's family, and David was no longer walking in front, but retreated behind the scenes, led by Lucas and Angela. The most important thing is that tonight's party was hosted by George, but he did not invite everyone from the Yi family. It seems that they come with ill intentions. George narrowed his eyes slightly. At the same time, David and others also saw George, and their hearts skipped a beat. At tonight's party, George is not only the host, but also the youngest entrepreneur. Now it seems that George is wearing a white suit with a straight figure, tall and handsome, like a typical wealthy president. David looked at George deeply, then took Lucas and the others to talk to his old friend. While they were chatting, many local wealthy people were also staring at David and his friends, talking in whispers. Mr. David is here too. George is his son. No, he was his former son. George is very generous and flawless in dealing with people, just as good as David. The Yi family is so stupid. They didn't want such a good son and even abused him. They must be regretting it now. Although they spoke softly, David still heard them. He felt very uncomfortable and could only sigh. Their Yi family has been plagued by scandals and has now become a laughing stock in Yuhai City. If it wasn't for helping Lucas and the others, he would never have come to tonight's party. He couldn't afford to lose face. Angela, Lucas, and the others also heard these rumors, and they felt like they were choking up in their hearts. Xiao Su, Tianqin Group's success won't last long. Angela snorted unconvincedly. After we make arrangements in the stock market and the property market, we'll see if George can still smile. Lucas heard this. His confidence increased a lot. With the support of his grandmother's family, George was doomed to fail from the beginning. Thinking of this, Lucas smiled and said, "Let's go visit my brother." If he were in college, he wouldn't dare get close to George for fear of being beaten up by him. But here were all dignitaries, and he believed that George wouldn't dare to hit him. Moreover, he also brought Lu Ruyin this time. It must be said that Lu Ruyin is very beautiful and attracted a lot of attention, causing many people to envy Lucas. Indeed, Lu Ruyin is very beautiful tonight. The pink evening dress shows off her perfect figure, and the imperial green jadeite necklace on her neck gives people a sense of elegance and refinement. If Olivia hadn't been there, she would definitely be the most gorgeous woman tonight. But compared to Olivia, she lacked a bit of noble and graceful aura. Although she seemed to be holding Lucas's hand at this moment, her beautiful eyes were actually fixed on George. George was chatting with several wealthy men as if he was the moon surrounded by stars. His calm demeanor made Lu Ruyin a little fascinated. Compared to George's handsomeness and success, Lucas is obviously no match for him. But Lucas deliberately pulled his hand back and put his arm around her slender waist, just to show it to George. It seemed as if she was showing off to George and telling him that your childhood sweetheart, Lu Ruyin, likes me. George was chatting with the mayor for a while and just turned around and saw this scene. He just found it funny. If Lucas knew that Lu Ruyin only used him as a stepping stone to a wealthy family, I wonder if he would be so angry that he would die. George also found it ironic that in his previous life, he and Ruyin Lu were lovers, but secretly, Ruyin Lu liked Lucas. In this life, it's the exact opposite. The person Lu Ruyin admires seems to be herself, and she and Lucas have become superficial lovers. "Brother, we came uninvited today. You won't be unhappy, will you?" Lucas stopped and smiled politely. "Of course not. Tonight's party is for successful entrepreneurs, so of course they are welcome." George looked at Lucas jokingly, and he put a lot of emphasis on the word success. Lucas heard the sarcasm in George's words. Success? It's a success indeed. The three siblings took turns to manage the Yi Group, and they squandered the group's market value of 50 billion to 30 billion, and even lost their position as the richest man. What's even funnier is that the most successful among them is Lily. Lucas suddenly got angry secretly and said with an unconvinced smile, "Brother, we are a family. If you succeed, we will succeed too. By the way, we are currently selling all of the crude oil in the group's inventory, recovering 4 billion in funds, and then investing in the stock market and real estate market. If I remember correctly, my brother's shared bikes only sold for 5 billion. We don't have to work so hard, and we can easily make 4 billion. Brother, I'm afraid that by then the position of the city's richest man will be taken back by the Yi family again. You won't be unhappy, will you?" Lucas' words seemed polite, but they were full of provocation. This guy looks like he's been holding it in for so long that he even forgot to act pitiful. George said calmly, "It's just that I'm afraid of losing money again in the end. The Yi Group can't stand it anymore. Don't let it go bankrupt in the end." These words seemed elegant, but full of sarcasm, which made Lucas' expression freeze. "George, after the money arrives, we will set up a financial project with Quanqing Group and invest in the stock market." Angela couldn't help but interrupt. She had been suppressed by George and held her breath. "In addition, we are also cooperating with Zhang's Mining to develop real estate. I hope that in the future, when we return to the position of the richest man, you can still be so happy." Her voice was quite loud and attracted the attention of the whole audience. Chapter 133. Quanqing Group, Zhang's Mining. Quanqing Group? It seems to be a foreign capital chable. Zhang's Mining is the property of the Jiang family in the provincial capital, and they do a huge business. I didn't expect that the Yi Group would get on board with these powerful people. Many wealthy businessmen have heard of these two behemoths, and they are all envious. With the addition of external resources, the Yi Group is likely to make a comeback. George was also secretly surprised, not at Quanqing Group, but at Zhang's Mining. If he guessed correctly, Zhang's Mining was the helper called by the Liang family. Sure enough, the Liang family took action. "Look, Mr. Smith from the Quanqing Group is here. Let me introduce him to you. At this time, Lucas walked away a few steps, then pulled over a foreigner, looking quite proud. Hello, Mr. Yi. Mr. Smith greeted George. George also greeted him politely. After guessing that Ye's group was going to use the money from selling crude oil as capital to turn things around, he smiled at Lucas and said, Grandpa had prepared that batch of crude oil for many years, but you just sold it like this, and you even sold it at a loss. I really don't understand what you are so proud of. As the old saying goes, man proposes, God disposes. Don't think you can make money just by selling crude oil. Maybe you won't make much at all. As for the stock market, it's okay for you to be a big investor, but if you want to be the main force, I think it's very difficult. Angela snorted coldly when she heard this. George, I think you are just afraid. Anyway, you can find out, so I will tell you directly, not only the stock market, John's mining will also enter the real estate at Yuhai City. It will be difficult for you to dominate the market alone. In the future, our presence will also appear in official land auctions. This time, we will definitely win and beat you back to your original form. After saying this, she looked forward to seeing George's angry look. However, George was too lazy to argue with them. So he raised a glass in his hand and went to chat with the mayor. This ignoring is also a strong counterattack. Lucas and Angela were very angry. Their faces became more and more gloomy. George was obviously about to lose, yet he could still be so calm. At this time, Angela turned her head and took a look and suddenly said happily, Xiao Su, Miss Jiang is here. A tall, beautifully dressed woman walked in with an old lady, accompanied by several bodyguards. Reason why Angela knew her was because this woman had been featured in a weekly newspaper and was one of the rising stars in Southern business. Once upon a time, he was Angela's idol. Her name is Jiang Susu, the daughter of the Jiang family. Speaking of the Jiang family, they are quite amazing. My great-grandfather's generation was the governor of the South during the Qing dynasty, and the family was distinguished. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, although the Jiang family declined for decades, in recent generations they have entered the military and politics and have become prosperous again. In the provincial capital, it is said that they have many backers, have connections everywhere, and can even mobilize the army. She's the daughter of the Jiang family. Many of the wealthy people present also recognized Jiang Susu. They had never expected that the Jiang family from the provincial capital would extend their hands to Yuhai City. Angela? Uncle David? Jiang Susu walked towards Angela and the others and greeted them. But her attitude was a bit arrogant. She knew that the Yi family was related to the Liang family, and someone from the Liang family asked them to pull the Yi family together, so the Jiang family naturally did them a favor. That must be the mayor. Let's go over and talk to him. Jiang Susu took Angela and a few others and walked towards the city capital. In the days to come, they will plan the real estate in Yuhai City, and they will inevitably have to deal with the authorities. Oh, it's Miss Jiang. The mayor obviously also knew Jiang Susu, and they talked politely. Angela and the others were immediately very happy. Although the mayor had a good relationship with the Yi family when the family was at its peak, since the rise of Tianshan Group, the mayor obviously favored Tianshan Group more and neglected the Yi Group. Now that the Jiang family has paved the way, the mayor will definitely give some face to the Yi Group. It seems that the Jiang family will become the backer of the Yi family. Lin Dong, Alex, and others all sent something. Facing a newcomer like the Jiang family, George obviously couldn't stop them. Just as everyone was whispering and chatting, suddenly, a miserable cry was heard. The old lady brought by Jiang Susu suddenly fell to the ground, constantly stroking her chest, her face looking very painful. Grandmother, Jiang Susu was chatting, turned around, and ran over in a hurry. What's going on? Doctor, doctor! The mayor's face also changed, and he immediately called the doctor he brought with him. Several doctors quickly ran over to check on the old lady. One of the bald old doctor's face changed again, and he said to the mayor, Mr. Huang, I'm afraid this old lady has an acute myocardial infarction. This is no small matter. We must rescue her as soon as possible. Heart attack? Quick, call an ambulance. The mayor also knew what acute myocardial infarction meant. He guessed that the old lady was Jiang Susu's grandmother. If something went wrong here, it would be difficult for him to explain. It's over, acute myocardial infarction. That's fatal. I heard that there are only a few minutes of golden time for this kind of sudden illness. If you miss it, it will cause death or irreversible damage. I'm afraid the ambulance won't arrive in time. The wealthy people present were chatting at the same time. Grandma, Grandma, please send an ambulance. You bunch of rubbish. If anything happens to my grandma, I'll make you suffer. At this moment, Jiang Susu was so anxious that tears came to her eyes. Ms. Jiang, it will take 10 minutes for the ambulance to arrive. Lucas was also helping out and said anxiously, this party is organized by Tianshan Group. They must have medicines. This is basic common sense. Let them take them out. Medicine? Who is the boss of Tianshan Group? Bring me the medicine quickly. Jiang Susu immediately tried to save the situation. Lucas immediately looked at George. Brother, do you have any quick-acting heart pills or dancing-dripping pills? Everyone's eyes, including Jiang Susu, looked at George. George's face was a little gloomy. He had already guessed Lucas' intention. He was looking for another opportunity to cause trouble for him. Of course, it is a matter of life and death after all, especially when it involves an innocent old man. George is too lazy to care about it. Do you have these pills? He called the bodyguard to ask. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, we didn't prepare these pills, and I just asked the hotel, and they had some spare ones, but they were thrown away during the last cleaning, and we haven't had time to restock them yet. The bodyguard replied helplessly. George nodded helplessly, looked at Jiang Susu, and said, Miss Jiang, I'm sorry, I don't have any medicine prepared here. Of course, I can ask someone to buy it immediately, but it will take 7 or 8 minutes, and the ambulance will arrive by then. Why would I care about you so much? Hurry up and give me the medicine. Otherwise, I'll make you pay and kill your whole family. Jiang Susu loves her grandma the most, so she doesn't care about anything else and insists that George has the medicine. When everyone heard this, their faces changed drastically. How could there be people in today's society who dared to say such things? They were too arrogant and domineering. Brother, human life is at stake. I know you hate us, but I hope that at this time, you can put aside your personal grudges and focus on saving people. Lucas also interrupted at this time. Shut up. George knew what he was thinking, so he said coldly, if you keep talking, I'll pull out your tongue. Chapter 134. If the Jiang family dares to come, I will accompany him. I'm sorry, I was wrong, but I would rather have your tongue pulled out than not say that saving lives is more important. Lucas pretended to be scared, but also looked very strong. George, if you have medicine, just give it to me. David had to stand up at this time, frowning and said, why do we have to involve the old man in our feud? Besides, if your grandfather is not dead, he is the same age as this old man. If your grandfather encounters such a thing, will you also watch him die without helping him? As soon as these words fell, George's anger was instantly ignited. Speaking of his grandfather, he thought of the fact that his grandfather was forced to death. Moreover, under Lucas's instigation, these people actually thought that he had medicine. What a lunatic. I said no, if there is, I will definitely take it out. George reiterated, saying seriously, there's so many people here, but you asked me for medicine. Ha! Am I your parent? Do I have to be responsible for you? You have to take responsibility even if you don't want to. If you don't take the medicine, I will break your dog legs today. Jiang Susu rushed over and threatened George to take out the medicine. Ms. Jiang, please calm down. The mayor shouted immediately, but Jiang Susu ignored him and rushed over with red eyes, but was stopped by George's bodyguard. Let me go. If you delay any longer, I will sentence you to death. Jiang Susu was like crazy, waving her arms constantly. George couldn't help laughing. Ms. Jiang, do you think this is ancient times? You can sentence someone to death at will. Let's not talk about whether I have medicine or not. Even if I do, I won't give it to you based on your attitude. How dare you, country bumpkin? Jiang Susu was so angry that she broke free from the bodyguard and rushed to George. George's face turned cold. He was fed up with Jiang Susu's unreasonable behavior and raised his hand to slap her. Jiang Susu had just rushed over but was knocked dizzy by the slap. She retreated several meters, and blood was oozing from her teeth. Then he looked at George in a daze. OMG. All the wealthy people present widened their eyes. The eldest daughter of the Jiang family was actually beaten in Yuhai City. You know, the Jiang family is a huge family and can mobilize the army. George, you're crazy. David's pupils also condensed. This slap must have angered Jiang Susu. He was most afraid that it would implicate their Yi family. Lucas didn't expect George to be so bold. He was happy, but also a little worried. The bodyguards brought by Jiang Susu reacted immediately. Without waiting for Jiang Susu's instructions, they rushed over fiercely and grabbed George. You have caused a big disaster. Why don't you kneel down and apologize to the lady? But before the man could get close, he was stopped by George's bodyguards, and the two sides soon got entangled. The hall was suddenly filled with chaos, with veterans, Sonda champions, and others fighting each other. However, George had more bodyguards, and the Jiang family bodyguards were defeated soon. Throw it out. George looked at the embarrassed Jiang family bodyguard and didn't give him any face at all. How dare you? Do you know who we belong to? A bodyguard leader from the Jiang family roared angrily, saying that he didn't believe George would dare to do such a thing. Bang, bang, bang. But the following results made them all believe it, and they were thrown out of the hall one by one, which was extremely embarrassing. How dare you hit me? Hit me. You really dare to hit me. Do you know what you're doing? At this time, Jiang Susu also reacted with red eyes and walked towards George step by step. My father is Jiang Hongqi. My brother is Jiang Weigua. I don't believe you dare to hit me, come on. George's bodyguard wanted to stop her, but George waved his hand to stop her and said coldly, Miss Jiang, let me remind you that you and I have nothing to do with each other. Don't let others use you as a gun. However, Jiang Susu didn't listen at all and still walked over angrily. George immediately realized that his reminder was ignored by others, so he had to say coldly, Of course, if you continue to be willful, I, Yi, will accompany you. I want to see how the giant Jiang family fights against me, a local snake. After saying that, he raised his foot and kicked. Bang! Jiang Susu had just walked in front of George when she was kicked hard in the chest. The kick was very powerful. After all, George's skills were quite good. Gurgle. She rolled backwards for several meters like a ball, looking even more embarrassed than before. OMG. There was another burst of exclamations in the hall. At the beginning, George slapped Jiang Susu in the face. Perhaps it was due to George's momentary impulse. But now this kick has made it clear that no matter how willful and unruly you, Jiang Susu, are, I will still beat you even if you are a member of the Jiang family. I want you dead. Jiang Susu quickly got up, covered in dust, and looking extremely embarrassed. She just thought George was acting impulsively, so she walked towards him a second time. Who knew that George would still dare to do it? He really dared. This was the first time she had suffered such humiliation since she was a child, and she was beaten repeatedly by the same person. Miss Jiang, please calm down. Saving lives is the most important thing. At this time, the mayor saw that the situation was getting worse and worse, so he quickly tried to smooth things over. The ambulance is here. Hurry up. Take your grandma to the hospital. It will be too late if we are late. Jiang Susu finally remembered her grandmother, so she suppressed her anger and stared at George. Mr. Yi, you'd better pray that my grandmother is okay. Otherwise, your entire Yi family will be buried with her. And even if my grandmother is okay, the leg that kicked me just now will be broken. After saying that, he ran to Grandma's side, accompanied the nurse to put Grandma on the stretcher, and rushed out of the hall. Mr. Yi, the Jiang family is engaged in politics, the military, and business. They're not so easy to mess with. I will try my best to find a way to deal with what happened just now. You should go abroad immediately and avoid the limelight. After Jiang Susu left, the mayor immediately spoke to George seriously. The faction of the Jiang family has always been tough, and there will be no good consequences if you offend them. However, the mayor's background is not bad either. I hope I can use some connections to help George deal with this storm. Of course, this also depends on the Jiang family's intention. If the Jiang family is determined to deal with George, the mayor, will be helpless. Mr. Huang, thank you. I, George, am not afraid of any slander. If the Jiang family dares to come, I will accompany them. As the saying goes, a powerful dragon cannot defeat a local snake. In Yuhai City, not everyone can show off their might. George knew that what had already happened, and there was no point in running away or surrendering, so it would be better to fight a tough battle. Besides, the Jiang family was called by the Liang family, and it was the Liang family who was dealing with him, so he couldn't retreat. Well, the mayor sighed, knowing that George was young and hot-tempered, and it was impossible to persuade him. I didn't expect such a great party would end up like this. The wealthy and powerful people in the hall finally reacted. Jiang Susu's grandmother suddenly had a heart attack. No one knew what was wrong with Jiang Susu, but she insisted that George had the medicine and insisted that George give it to her. As a result, this conflict occurred. Jiang Susu is indeed domineering and willful, like a crazy woman. She deserves to be beaten. However, Jiang Susu's backing is no joke. She is very powerful in the provincial capital. What George said about a strong dragon being unable to defeat a local snake is not necessarily true. George doesn't leave now. Even the mayor can't protect him. Chapter 135, I want to see if this local tyrant can fight. Brother, why are you so cruel? He is an innocent old man. If you give him medicine, he will be fine. At this time, Lucas said this very disappointedly, and this sentence also caused dissatisfaction among David, Yuki, and others, who felt that George had become arrogant since he made a career. George immediately walked towards Lucas coldly. Brother, what are you doing? I didn't say anything wrong. Lucas saw that George looked upset and knew that George was going to hit him. So he looked at David and said, Dad. At this time, calling Daddy is useless. George came up to Lucas and slapped him to the ground. And he did it in front of David. This guy still wants to sit on the mountain and watch the fight between the two tigers? Dream on. Lucas was slapped so hard that stars appeared in his eyes. His head hit the ground hard, and he felt dizzy and painful. My eyes went blank in an instant. At one point, he thought he was dead, until George's cold voice came, and he woke up. I said, if you make a noise again, I'll pull out your tongue. Everyone in the audience was watching. No one spoke or intervened. They noticed that when George, who was tall and handsome in a neatly tailored suit, started to fight, he looked like a thug in his suit. Yet he also has the elegance and aura of a noble young man. George, stop it. He's your brother. David witnessed Lucas being beaten and couldn't help but scream. He felt very sad. He had heard that George would beat Lucas, and it was not once or twice, but this was the first time he saw George do it. He never thought that George would become like this. He used to be very honest and obedient. Aha, are you heartbroken? Besides, I've said it many times, he's not my brother. Don't try to make connections. George stared at David with a sneer, raised his foot, and stepped on Lucas' chest again. Wow. Lucas vomited half of the meal he had eaten that night, and tears kept flowing from his eyes due to the pain. Stop it. Stop it. I'm your father. David and Yuki rushed over at the same time, trying to save people, but were stopped by George's bodyguards. George looked at David coldly. It's really funny. This guy just framed me. Why didn't you stand up then? Now you come out and pretend to be righteous? Pretend to be kind, David said with red eyes. Your brother just wants you to get medicine to save people. George sneered. Lucas, how can you be sure that I have the medicine? He insisted that I have the medicine. He just wants to deflect the blame and make me mess with the Jiang family. Why didn't you stop him then? Now that I'm hitting him, you come out to stop me. Don't you think that's ironic? Do you still think it's the same as before? He got into trouble, and I took the blame? To put it bluntly, even if you're a bitch, I'll beat you up today too. The last sentence made David's pupils condense, and he clenched his teeth tightly. Even hit him? These words were like a knife, stabbing him hard. As a father, he has lost even his dignity, let alone exercising his fatherly authority. But thinking back, George had hit him before and even slapped him in the face. Dad, save me, save me. At this moment, Lucas was extremely miserable. Although he instigated the discord between George and the Jiang family, he also got himself into the game. He couldn't avoid this beating. So now he's a little regretful. Was he a little impulsive? Next time he encounters such a thing, he should think of a way out before framing George. George, stop it. At this time, Jiang Susu rushed in with a group of bodyguards. These bodyguards had just been waiting in the garage. Now her grandmother had been sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. She couldn't swallow this and ran back again. She no longer cared whether George had medicine or not. She just knew that George had beaten her and must pay a heavy price. Ms. Jiang, your grandma is still being rescued. The mayor's face changed slightly, and he quickly advised. Jiang Susu looked at the mayor and said coldly, I know, but I can't help much if I go there, so I came back. No matter what, this bastard must pay the price today. You help me catch him. The mayor frowned. He could see that things were getting out of control. Jiang Susu was determined to deal with George. If he continues to stand on George's side, it will affect his career. Also, all the rich people in Yuhai City deal with him. Whoever takes action will receive a favor from my Jiang family. As for whoever dares to help him, that would be against the Jiang family. Jiang Susu looked at the people present again and shouted angrily, Anyway, I'm going to break both of his legs today. For a moment, the hall was silent. Everyone is well aware of the power of the Jiang family. Their connections are a huge resource, and for small and medium-sized enterprises, they are even greater opportunities. As for helping George, Who would dare to do so at this time? Even a mayor would hesitate. Mr. Yi, what happened today? The mayor thought about it again and again, and finally looked at George and said, "Why don't you apologize a little, young man? It's better to look at the long term. Don't fight for a momentary temper." Haha, I said, "This is Yuhai City. Every place has its own rules, no matter if you are from the Jiang family or the Liang family. If you break the rules, you will have to pay the price. Even a powerful dragon cannot defeat a local snake." George knew that he had no choice but to continue fighting. He looked at the mayor and said, "Mr. Huang, I advise you not to intervene. You should be prudent and protect yourself. Do you remember Liu Bing and Wu Yuanliang from the provincial capital?" The mayor was originally upset that George didn't give him face, but George's reminder immediately gave him a chill. Liu Bing from the provincial capital had power equal to his, but he was dismissed for unknown reasons and taken to the capital. No one knows what happened to him to this day. Got caught after he provoked George. These things seem to be coincidences, but they are all related to George. It's okay if it's just one, but if it's both, anyone who isn't stupid can notice that something is wrong. "Ms. Jiang, let me go and see your grandma for you. If she can't be cured, I'll send her to the hospital in the provincial capital." The mayor found an excuse to leave and decided not to get involved in the matter. After walking out of the hall, his face became solemn, and he let out a sigh of relief. "Mayor, should we call the police?" The secretary whispered. "George, who has a mysterious background. They are both people who are not easy to deal with." The mayor shook his head. At this time in the hall, Jiang Susu saw the mayor leave. She was secretly angry, but she didn't care too much. She sneered, "The rich people in Yuhai City, don't you understand what I mean? Let your people come out, catch George, and break his legs. I'll count to 3, and you all rush over. If anyone dares to help George, I'll make him bankrupt and his family ruined tomorrow. Anyone who doesn't help will also be considered helping George. I want to see if this local tyrant can fight." Chapter 136. Helping you is a favor. Not helping you is my duty. As soon as these words were spoken, the wealthy people in the hall became restless. They could also hear that Jiang Susu was going insane and mad, and they couldn't just stand by and watch. For a moment, they exchanged glances and finally decided to stand up. They're all wealthy people, and they have more or less bodyguard around them. When they're called out at this time, there are naturally quite a lot of people. George's side, only Lin Dong and Alex are still helping him, especially Lin Dong, the underworld boss of Yuhai City, who makes many people a little afraid of him. Of course, with the presence of the Jiang family, this has also weakened a lot. David and Yuki saw this scene. They both sighed, knowing that George was in real trouble. Angela was secretly gloating and extremely happy that finally someone could take care of George. So cool. At this time, George also knew that the situation was getting bigger and bigger, but he was not too afraid. He stared at Jiang Susu. He was confident that he could catch this young lady when a fight broke out. "Ms. Jiang, it's such a great party. Have you made enough noise?" At this time, a cold voice sounded, and then a beautiful woman in high heels walked towards Jiang Susu. "Xia Xia." George saw it was Olivia. He was shocked and immediately grabbed Olivia's wrist. Olivia turned around and smiled. "Brother, my family knows the Jiang family. Back then, my grandfather saved the life of Jiang Hongqi from the Jiang family. Jiang Susu must not dare to act recklessly today." George didn't want Olivia to take any risks. "Don't worry about it. My brother can handle it." "Brother, you have always been protecting us. Let Xia Xia protect you today. Don't worry, everything will be fine." Olivia had stubbornness in her eyes. She gently pushed George's hand away and then walked quickly towards Jiang Susu. Seeing Olivia's abnormal attitude, George had no choice but to go along with her. His eyes were very gloomy, and he warned the bodyguards, "If Jiang Susu wants to touch Xia Xia, listen carefully, save her at all costs. As for Jiang Susu, leave her to me, I want her life." The last sentence was filled with cruelty. He couldn't let anything happen to Olivia. Absolutely not. Although George died once, he never killed anyone and never thought about it. But for Olivia, he is willing to kill. Do you want to die? Which family are you from? Believe it or not, your family will be in trouble tomorrow. My Jiang family can frame you with any crime, such as tax evasion, traffic evasion, etc., and you will be in big trouble. Jiang Susu stared at Olivia, who was walking towards her, and felt it was very funny. At this time, there were still people who dared to stand up for George. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes condensed fiercely, staring at Olivia intently, and an impression arose in her mind. I remember one time, a big shot in the provincial capital was hospitalized, and many big shots went to visit him. When she and her father went to visit him, they found that the girl was with the big shot. After a conversation, they learned that the girl was the big shot's granddaughter. And this girl is from a Xia family in the provincial capital. Not many people know the secret. Among the wealthy families in the provincial capital, only the Jiang family knows it. Even the Liang family is not clear. You must cause trouble, don't you? While Jiang Susu was in a daze, Olivia had already come in front of her and slapped her. The slap made a crisp sound, and Jiang Susu opened her eyes wide with a look of disbelief. Others helping you is a favor. Not helping you is their duty. Do you think everyone owes you anything? You are so willful and unruly. Olivia raised her long, straight legs and kicked Jiang Susu hard. Gurgle. Jiang Susu was kicked and rolled out like a gourd. After she sat down steadily, she still looked at Olivia in shock. Afterwards, she felt a little cold in her heart and couldn't understand the reason. So she quickly stood up, called her bodyguard, and ran away. Because she was panicked, she bumped into a table while running away. The drinks and dishes on the table fell down and hit her all over. She was in a very miserable state, but she ignored him and continued to run away after being helped up by the bodyguard, as if she had encountered a flood or a beast. It was not until Jiang Susu disappeared that people in the hall reacted. How could Jiang Susu, who was so arrogant just now, run away in such a miserable way? Afterwards, everyone looked at Olivia, feeling that something was very wrong. After all, the girl who could make the eldest daughter of the Jiang family run away in fear must be from a prominent family. Asshole! Lucas thought there would be a good show to watch, but George turned out to be fine, and Jiang Susu was slapped again and ran away. He also looked at Olivia and suddenly realized that Olivia was also not simple. He had seen Olivia before. She was said to be in the same grade as George. He thought Olivia was very pretty then, but now it seems that she is more than just pretty. She is also very elegant. It seems that she is even more beautiful than Lu Ruyan. For a moment, he was very jealous and felt that all good things would appear around George. Xia xia. George ran over at this time and secretly put the knife in his hand into his trouser pocket. Just now, as long as Jiang Susu touched Olivia's hair, he would cut Jiang Susu's neck with his knife and kill that willful, crazy woman without mercy. Then, he hugged Olivia tightly and said, I told you to let her brother handle it. It's okay. Look, didn't I chase her away? Her father owes my grandfather a favor. How dare she do anything wrong? Xia Xia also wants to thank her brother for giving her a chance to perform. Olivia felt her heart beating like a deer in George's arms, and she felt very happy. Many eyes looked at the two of them, and many people smiled bitterly and shook their heads. After provoking a behemoth like the Jiang family, Mr. Yi still had the mood to show off his affection. Let's go. Afterwards, many people left one after another, fearing that the Jiang family would strike back and deal with them all together. George has completely offended the Jiang family this time. I'm most afraid that it will implicate our Yi family. David also left with his children, with a worried look on his face. Dad, the Jiang family doesn't dare touch us. We have the Liang family as our backer. Angela laughed and said, as for George, he is finished. His life is over. Tianqian Group will definitely go bankrupt. I think it won't be long before our Yi Group will return to the position of the richest man in the city. Moreover, we will eat into Tianqian Group's business and everything else. My grandma's family is really powerful. My brother is really helpless this time. If he knew how to behave, he wouldn't have received such retribution. Lucas also said hypocritically. Yuki remained silent. She felt a little sad when she thought that all the empire George had worked so hard to build would be wasted in the end. However, after George lost everything, the Yi family might be safe, and maybe George would come back. So, she waited quietly and watched the high-rise building of Tianqian Group collapse. David was also silent. Thinking back to what happened at the party, he found that George was really calm. An ordinary person would have panicked if faced with such a thing, but George responded calmly and showed great strength. If the Yi family had not fallen out with George, George would definitely be a qualified head of the family. Unfortunately, although George is excellent, once his assets reach a certain level, if he wants to go further, he can't just rely on his excellence, but needs connections, relationships, etc. Otherwise, if you accidentally offend the powerful, all your money will be gone. This is the environment in which we do business today. Chapter 137. Fight between dragons and tigers. All for George. After we sell our crude oil, we will enter the stock market, and with the layout of the real estate market, we will slowly watch the Yi Group surpass the Tianqian Group, and eventually the Tianqian Group will be unable to recover. David sighed, stared at his children, and said, "But don't be too happy too soon. Even if George eventually goes bankrupt, it still doesn't mean that the Yi Group has won, because it is the Liang family who is dealing with him, not us. So, George is still the best among you." Hearing this, Lucas and Angela secretly clenched their fists, feeling very unconvinced. At this time, all the wealthy families in Yuhai City knew about the party, and they also knew that the Tianqian Group was in great trouble. And in Tianqian Group, George sat there quietly, his eyes deep and cold. "Brother, I can help you," Olivia said suddenly. George put away his gloomy face and smiled. "Xia xia, don't worry. I'm not surprised by this and I've been prepared for it, so just let me do it. I can handle them and make them pay the price." Elder brother. Olivia also wants the Xia family to take action. "Xia xia, your grandfather saved Xia Hongqi's life, and this favor will run out. Besides, under this situation, the Zhang family may not give face to your grandfather, so don't interfere and leave it to your brother without worry." George still didn't know that Olivia had a very powerful background. Olivia had no choice but to ask, "Brother, how are you going to deal with them?" In fact, she wanted to tell them about her family background several times, but she was afraid that George and Johnson would stay away from her because they both came from orphanages and had an innate resistance to wealthy families and were unwilling to get too close to them. Especially George, after the tragedy of the Yi family, he subconsciously believed that wealthy families have no feelings, only interests. George sneered. "The Yi family is backed by the Liang family, but that doesn't mean I don't have anyone to back me up. For example, the Quanxing Group is our ally. Of course, I also have some connections in the provincial capital. I just want to find out who is behind the Jiang family. I know it must be the Liang family, but which person in the Liang family is it?" In his previous life, he had never come into contact with the Jiang family, so he was not familiar with them. Olivia immediately said, "Jiang Hongqi of the Jiang family came from the army and participated in the Vietnam War. After going into business, he relied on his former connections to make a good living. He has a certain network of relationships in the provincial capital. His backer is actually Liang Yi, the second son of the Liang family." "Liang Yi, it's him." George was slightly stunned, then smiled. "Interesting, it's starting to get interesting. Since Liang Yi has made a move, I'll keep you company." He remembered that in his previous life, after Liang Quan's birthday, Liang Yi's daughter had a car accident and killed several people. It caused a big fuss at the time, but Liang Yi finally took action to suppress it, and the matter was completely banned. In this life, George will not let Liang Yi ban this easily. Moreover, nowadays the official power is very strong, but the power of the internet is also getting stronger and stronger, and public opinion and rumors are as fierce as a tiger. An online water army is what Wang Wei and his friends are best at. There's also Yu Gong. He and Wang Wei found someone with strong hacking skills. He is currently working at Tianqian Group and is being kept heavily paid just in case. "Brother, are you going to deal with Liang Yi?" Olivia exclaimed, wondering where George got his confidence from. "You know, even the Xia family may not be able to shake Liang Yi. Even if they can, the price they pay will be very high. George now, so she could only protect him silently behind the scenes. Once things got out of control, the Xia family would definitely take action. If the Liang family wants to fight, then they will fight like dragons and tigers, causing turmoil in the provincial capital. Everything for my brother. Yuhai People's Hospital." A helicopter flew over from the roof and slowly descended. Then, a tall and burly man in a brown suit walked down. He looked to be in his 50s, but his spine was as strong as a pillar, and his eyes were as sharp as lightning. Mr. Jiang. Standing in front of him is Director He of the People's Hospital. "Let's go." The man uttered 2 words. Dean He immediately took a few people downstairs in the elevator. This man is none other than Jiang Hongqi from the Jiang family, a well-known figure in the provincial capital. At the same time, several military vehicles drove into the hospital gate. A dozen men in suits with eagle-like eyes got out of the vehicles, entered the elevator in an orderly manner, and after reaching the 16th floor, they blocked the VIP ward area on the 16th floor. Dean He and several men walked into one of the houses. "Dad, brother." In the ward, Jiang Susu was sitting next to the bed. When she saw the man, She hurried over. Susu, how could such a big thing happen? I've heard rumors all over the provincial capital. Jiang Susu's brother, Jiang Weigua, frowned. George from Tianjin Group. He was too much of a bully. He beat me up. He was too arrogant. Jiang Susu complained with a look of grievance. Susu, Dad already knows the whole story of this matter. Jiang Weigua sighed. Jiang Hongqi didn't say anything and just looked at the old man on the hospital bed. Dean, he guessed Jiang Hongqi's thoughts and immediately said, the old lady suffered a sudden acute myocardial infarction and a blockage in the right coronary artery. Because she missed the best time for rescue, the amount of myocardial ischemia and necrosis increased. She may not wake up, or she may wake up, but her movements will be affected. I personally mind sending her to a better hospital in the provincial capital, where there may be more good treatment options. When Jiang Hongqi heard this, his face became as gloomy as water. The atmosphere in the entire ward suddenly became depressing. Dad, it's George. He has the medicine, but he won't give it to me. He's the one who harmed Grandma. Jiang Susu's eyes were red as she complained again. Who told you to bring Grandma to Yuhai City? Jiang Hongqi finally spoke and slapped Jiang Susu in the face. It's a favor for others to help you, and it's their duty not to help you. But you are so overbearing and willful, clamoring to kill the whole family. Are you crazy? Moreover, you dare to contradict the daughter of the Xia family. Are you worthy of her? In fact, although the mayor tried his best to suppress this matter, it still spread out, and its spread became bigger and bigger, even to the provincial capital. As for this matter, what he cared about most was the daughter of the Xia family. Fortunately, he checked through his connections and learned that Tianjin Group and the Xia family did not have any business dealings. It was estimated that the daughter of the Xia family just happened to appear at the party and had little to do with the Tianjin Group. Dad, I was wrong. Jiang Susu felt even more aggrieved than before and cried even harder. Jiang Hongqi, was born a soldier. How could I raise an ignorant guy like you? Jiang Hongqi was still scolding. Right now, the provincial capital is still undercurrent, and we don't know if the people above have left. You still dare to be so ostentatious. You want to harm your father, right? Dad, Susu also knows that she is wrong. Jiang Weigua quickly tried to smooth things over. That's right, George. It would be fine if he just gave me the medicine, but he had to make a big deal out of it. Dad, he only has a few $100 billion. Why is he so arrogant? The last sentence was full of disdain. A fortune of hundreds of billions is just that to them. Apart from anything else, their overseas businesses are worth tens of billions. Chapter 138. I'm not afraid at all. The funds are too abundant. No matter how trashy he is, it's not a reason for Susu to be so rampant. Jiang Hongqi looked at Jiang Susu with dignity and said, Do you know why I hit you? First, you are too willful and unruly. You even dared to threaten to kill someone's family in public. Didn't Dad teach you that you should be low-key in life and high-profile in doing things? George head on in Yuhai City. What if he doesn't want to live? You can trade your life with him. Those with bare feet are not afraid of those with shoes. You are a young lady, and I am just a bad boy. Next time you encounter these things, be a little more sophisticated and control your emotions. If there is anything going on, kill him behind the scenes. When Jiang Susu heard this, she bowed her head and admitted her mistake. Dad, I know I was wrong. Jiang Hongqi's anger subsided a lot, and he lit a cigarette and smoked. Uncle Yang wanted us to pull the E group, and as for George, he asked us to deal with it ourselves. No matter who is right or wrong in this matter, the news has spread, and we can't pretend that nothing happened. This George must pay the price. Otherwise, how will others see us? Jiang Susu and Jiang Weigua were both secretly delighted after hearing this. Uncle Yang asked them to handle it themselves. On the surface, it seemed that he ignored everything, but in fact, he was hinting for them to take action. Dad, I'll have someone take George away. Jiang Weigua said immediately. Jiang Hongqi shook his head. I checked. George has several groups of bodyguards. They are all Sanda champions, retired Special Forces soldiers, and Southeast Asian boxing champions. How can you lead them? If a conflict occurs, the matter will only get bigger and bigger. By then, it will even be reported on the news. This is not okay. Then let the military take action. It's even worse. Liu Bing and Wu Yuanliang have been arrested, and we don't know if the people above have left. If we rashly mobilize the army, it will cause an even bigger stir. Jiang Hongqi still shook his head. Jiang Susu immediately said unconvincedly, Dad, is it so difficult to deal with the chairman of a mere 10 billion group? Jiang Hongqi said calmly. Uncle Liang said that George is quite capable. He fought with Wu Yuanliang, and Wu Yuanliang was taken down during the anti-gang campaign. He also fought with the Yi family, and the Yi family lost their position as the richest man in the city. In just 1 year, the Tianqin group became famous in the south. George has a strong talent for business, which leads to his great reputation in the business circle. That's why I said that using hard means would bring about negative impacts that would be very troublesome. Weigua, you have to use your skills to deal with him officially. Investigate Tianqin Group for tax evasion, fire protection, employee insurance, etc. Find something to cause trouble for me, even if there is nothing to do. Then spread the word and ask George to come to my Jiang family for a simple meal. If he doesn't come, I will bankrupt his Tianqin Group within a month. After saying that, I started preparing to transfer my mother to another hospital. The Jiang family's words quickly spread among the wealthy circle. No one was surprised by the Jiang family's actions, and everyone was waiting for the results. George goes to Jiang's house for dinner. It means he admits his mistake and will definitely pay a heavy price. If George doesn't go to the Jiang family for dinner, it means he will fight to the end, and George will lose everything and be left with nowhere to go. The next day, official personnel from Tianqin Group headquarters and companies across the country arrived one after another to start a carpet-style rectification and inspection. Taxation, fire protection, employee insurance, environmental protection, industry and information technology, etc. For a time, Tianqin Group's business was greatly affected, and nearly 70% of it was interrupted, especially the garment factory and Tianhai catering. Even the employees were affected. They were taken back for inspection every few hours. They were either said to look like a wanted criminal or their ID cards were suspected to be fake. Although it was finally proven to be a misunderstanding and they were released, it still caused panic among the employees. Even the mayor of Yuhai City can do nothing about this because the people doing the investigation are all from the provincial capital and are from the faction of some big boss. He can't interfere at all. The mayor was actually helpless as well. The rectification and investigation of Tianqin Group also affected the progress of many real estate construction projects, causing many jobs to come to a halt, affecting the city's economy. Therefore, he also tried his best to secretly give George convenience. Of course, the convenience it brought was not great. Mr. and Mrs. Lin Dong and Alex also came to help generously. Mr. and Mrs. Lin Dong even planned to provide a large sum of money to support George to overcome the difficulties. Of course, these were all rejected by George. At this moment, George was sitting in the office, drinking tea leisurely. The ups and downs outside seemed to have nothing to do with him. Brother Chun, the fire department, just came to check again. They said that the firefighting materials of Tianhai Commercial Plaza were substandard. There were also insufficient fire extinguishers on the 28th floor of the Tianqin Group headquarters in the provincial capital. The fire door on the 16th floor was broken. For a lot of reasons, they issued us a ticket and fined us 1.21 million. We can only open after rectification. Johnson ran in with a serious look on his face. They're still checking our tax and employee social security accounts. Although our accounts and employees are clean, they keep checking back and forth, causing dissatisfaction among many employees. There are also several procedures for the construction of real estate projects that are being delayed and not approved, which has led to slow progress, and many projects have been interrupted. George expectantly, hoping that George could find some way to break the impasse. George smiled and said, "Give them the fine money. It's only 1 million. Even if it's 10 million, I'll give it to them. Inform all employees, regardless of whether they were taken to the police station or elsewhere, their wages for the recent period will be doubled. As for the delayed projects, it doesn't matter. Let them delay. We have plenty of money. We will just play along with them. Anyway, the film, IP, and other business are in other regions. They can't interfere. As for Duo's business, our company is not in the South, so they can't interfere. For the time being, let's focus on Duo. In short, don't worry. Although they are huge, they can't cover the sky with one hand. The means they use are just itching. They can't shake our foundation at all. Besides, they also have concerns. Now is the age of the internet. If things get too big and break out on the internet, they will be in trouble too. Johnson was completely relieved after hearing this. When others encountered suppression from Zhang's mining, they would have panicked and sold their property and ran away. But Tianqin Group was not afraid at all. mainly because they had too much money. Olivia also laughed and said, "Yes, our cash flow will never be broken, and the group is not listed, so we don't have to worry about shareholders and the market influencing us. In addition, many of our companies and funds are registered overseas, so they really can't do anything to us. The Jiang family has threatened to bankrupt our Tianjin group in 1 month." Haha, that's quite interesting. I think they can't do it even if we give them a year. George also smiled and said, "Now is the perfect time. Tianjin Group will become bigger sooner or later anyway, so we can use them as a stepping stone and tell the business circles in the South that our Tianjin Group is going to move out of Yuhai City." Then he looked at Olivia and said, "Next, we will invest heavily in Konduo Duo. This project is the most important one at the moment. The suppression by the Jiang family this time will cause us to lose a little, but if Konduo Duo rises, we will earn tenfold or even 100-fold back. After some things are arranged, let's start taking action against the Jiang family." Chapter 139. Alas, this child has a miserable life. In the living room, David, Lucas, Yuki, and others were sitting, but they were also busy working, wanting to achieve some results as soon as possible. After they sold the group's crude oil, in order to make quick money, they invested the proceeds from the oil sales into the stock market and became the main force along with Quanshan Group. It's true, after becoming the main force, the feeling of dominating everything is really great. I keep harvesting leaks and have made a lot of money so far. We should quit while we are ahead. Although we are the main force, we should be careful about the policies from above and the national team. David's first time to be a main force, and he was both excited and cautious. "Dad, don't worry. The Quanshan Group has invested the same amount of money as us. They can't possibly do business at a loss. Anyway, just follow them." Lucas smiled soothingly. David nodded. Because of this, he dared to invest money in the stock market with confidence. He has also checked the Quanshan Group. Overseas capital giants will definitely not do business at a loss. As long as the Quanshan Group does not lose money, their Yi Group will not lose money. At this time, Yuki looked at the data and reminded happily, "Dad, after all the calculations, our market value has returned to 35 billion. The momentum is too strong. The stock market is really crazy." David looked shocked. If the Yi Group develops step by step, it will take at least 1 year for the market value of 35 billion to return to 35 billion, and even longer. It will take even longer to return to its former position as the richest man. However, after investing in the stock market, its assets have skyrocketed. Of course, this also requires following the main force and being the driving force behind the stock market. Otherwise, it will be difficult for retail investors alone. What about Tianjin Group? David has always been resentful about his position as the richest man in Yuhai City. "Dad, I know." At this time, Angela came back from work. She walked over in her high heels, trembling with fear, and sat down on the sofa. George is overwhelmed by various tax, fire, employee insurance, and information technology issues. I heard that many employees are scared and are lining up to resign, fearing that if they are late, they won't even be able to pay their salaries. It was reported that his Tianhai hot pot contained illegal materials, and Dichin clothing also contained carcinogenic materials. As for building development, all construction has stopped. If this continues, Tianjin Group will definitely go bankrupt in a month. She said all these words in one breath, then gulped down some water, very excited. David and the others were listening carefully. Then they all smiled and looked very happy. Angela continued. "George is currently working on projects such as movies and short videos. Movies are profitable, but short videos are money-burning. By the way, he also invested heavily in Konduo Duo. It is said that he has invested hundreds of millions. He must be crazy. All the profitable projects of the group have been stopped, but he dared to invest hundreds of millions instead of increasing revenue and cutting costs." David was shocked. Doesn't he know that the operation of a group costs at least 100 million every day? Yuki guessed. Maybe he broke the jar, and he may have companies and funds abroad. David shook his head. Even if there are, the majority of them are domestic. Once domestic companies continue to burn money, foreign companies and funds will definitely not be able to hold on, unless he cuts off his tail and sells Tianjin Group. "Dad, no matter what, the market value of Tianjin Group has now fallen below 20 billion. We have become the richest man in Yuhai City." Angela looked at David again and said. David's face changed, and he let out a long breath. "Yes, we are finally back." Lucas, Yuki, and the others were also very happy and even took out champagne to celebrate. David took a sip of champagne, lit a cigarette, and asked, "What's the matter with this duo? Is it worth him spending all his money on it?" Angela explained, "It's a new online shopping app that attracts people. If a customer likes a product, the more people he attracts, the lower the price can be." David couldn't help but frown when he heard this. How come he always comes up with such weird things? They're so original. Dad, he's just burning money to attract customers. He can't make any profit at all. If other businesses of Tianxin Group were making money, maybe they could support it until Duo makes a profit. But now there are very few profitable projects in Tianxin Group. He is speeding up his own bankruptcy. Angela smiled gloatingly and said, "Besides, the online shopping market is dominated by Taobao and JD. They are big and powerful, and they will never allow George to have his cake and eat it. Can George beat them? He is definitely going to lose this time." Yes, David was finally relieved because with the previous examples, George seemed to suffer huge losses every time, but won everything in the end, so he was very worried. But after learning that Duo's opponents were Taobao and Gadong, he knew that George was bound to lose. Finally, the sky cleared up after the rain. Cheers! Everyone raised their glasses, clinked them together, and took a sip happily. They all lamented how hard it was to get this period of time, and also lamented the power of their grandmother's family. Afterwards, Lucas called Maria and told her the good news. As expected, Maria was also very happy. "Xiao Su, I didn't expect George to be so proud for so long and finally go bankrupt. Mom, after my brother goes bankrupt, let's let him come home. After all, we are a family." Lucas suggested. He felt that even though George was bankrupt, he was still very dangerous. If he was detained in the Yi family and his every move was watched, then he would be safe. Moreover, even though he didn't admit it, he knew deep down that George was a business genius. Imprisoning George in the Yi family and letting George help the Yi group would be the best of both worlds. Let him suffer first. When he goes bankrupt, find someone to deal with him. The strike must be ruthless, otherwise he won't know fear. Maria is already thinking about the better days ahead. In her joy, she hummed a song and then went to accompany her grandparents. The Liang family members could also see that Maria seemed to be in a good mood and had come out of the haze of suicide by cutting her wrists. The Liang Quan couple were naturally very happy and talked to Maria about her childhood. Liang Yi saw all this and he was very pleased, but also a little sad. To be honest, he didn't want to deal with George. If it was possible, even if there was a slight hope of saving the situation, he would not do it, because he felt it was so unfair to George. Moreover, if Tianxin Group goes bankrupt this time, it will be like a death sentence for George's life. A multi-billion-dollar group cannot be built just by saying it. The right time, right place, and right people are all essential. After going bankrupt, George still wants to go back to the way he was before, but the chance is only 1 in 10,000. Not to mention that George is arrogant and will definitely not be able to cheer up after this oppression. Speaking of which, George is actually quite pitiful. He had no childhood when he was young and was only bullied after returning to the Yi family. He finally started his own business, but he encountered the Liang family. Alas, this child has a miserable life. Although Liang, he felt very sympathetic towards George. He was not a soft-hearted person, and he continued to act without mercy. Chapter 140. George has the ability to predict the future. In the following days, the Yi family seemed to have returned to the past, and the family ate and chatted happily. If David and Maria hadn't just divorced, Maria would have run back to the Yi family to celebrate. Yuki went to the drug rehabilitation center and told Lily the good news. "Our nightmare days are finally over. George will come back home like before, and we will live happily together. But I promise to treat George well in the future. He is my brother after all." After hearing the news, Kur was very happy, but she still planned to come back after a while because she was afraid it was just a dream. In fact, Kur has been through too much suffering and torture recently, so it's normal for her to be afraid it's fake. So, since ancient times, evil cannot prevail over good. Yuki spoke happily and even said that she wanted to be a teacher again in the future and would still be respected and loved by her students. However, Lily did not respond much and kept stroking a photo. Yuki took a look and found it was a photo of Xie Haonan. She only found out later that Xie Haonan was hit and killed by a car. In fact, she was very happy about it and felt that Xie Haonan died too late. "Yuki, you just said that George is your brother." As if noticing that Yuki had stopped talking, Lily also spoke softly. "Yes, he's my brother. Even if he has done many things that anger God and people, I will always accept him. Yuki nodded. Lily couldn't help but sneer, staring into Yuki's eyes. You are so kind-hearted. I remember that when everyone knew that George was killed by Wu Yuanliang, everyone just pretended to shed a few tears. There was no so-called family affection, reluctance, or sadness at all. Now you say he is your brother. Don't you think it's hypocritical? Yuki was suddenly speechless. Forget it. We don't even consider him as our brother. So why bother pretending to be so? Lily continued. George actually did a lot for us. You and Ella seem to understand and feel guilty. But in fact, apart from talking, you didn't take any action. You never helped George but hurt him instead. What you want most is to break George's wings, keep him by your side, and let him serve you as before. No wonder George would never forgive you. Look at your faces now. They are really disgusting. Don't be hypocritical. Since we are rivals, just fight openly. Why treat others like a demon just to establish a good image? These words made Yuki feel very uncomfortable. His face turned pale, and he stared at Lily. She didn't expect Lily to say this to her. That tone clearly showed that he looked down on her, despised her, and was even hostile to her. During this period of time, I have calmly thought about a lot of things and thought about the faces of each of you when I was in charge of the E group. That's the most real thing. Big Sister and Xiaoxiu are jealous of me. You too, by the way. There's also Ella. Because she's closest to David, Maria doesn't trust her. She looks innocent and wronged, but she actually holds a grudge. You all have your own agenda. Lily's voice is eerie and gives people a scary feeling. Yuki hesitated, trying to explain, but couldn't say anything. Lily, it seems that the sequelae of your drug abuse have not yet healed. You always feel that everyone wants to harm you. I heard that drug addicts will have this kind of fantasy. After a while, you will return to normal. I will come to see you next time. She asked a few questions with concern and finally left with a smile. Yuki, don't fool yourself. I know it very well in my heart. Lily sneered at Yuki as he left. George, it's not that simple. He has the ability to predict the future. He has long expected that the Liang family would take action and has been preparing for it. Therefore, it is still unknown who will win. Maybe it's the aftereffect of drug abuse. I always like to daydream. Sometimes I feel like George is a reincarnated person. Yuki didn't hear these words. She walked away quickly because she felt that Lily was a little scary and unfamiliar, not like a family member. Yuki, are you there? Mom wants us to go to Grandma's house to celebrate Mid-Autumn Festival. At this time, Angela called and said, but Dad won't go. Mom said she divorced Dad and doesn't allow Dad to go to Liang's house. Let's come back and accompany Dad after dinner. On the other hand, George has been paying attention to Kinduoduo. Currently, Kinduoduo has a very good development momentum and has captured many lower-level markets on Taobao and JD.com. People all like to take advantage. George is taking advantage of this human weakness and frantically seizing the lower-level market. These lower-level customers are less exposed to online shopping, but because they can get a bargain at Kinduoduo, they like it. The investment is not enough. Continue to increase the funds. George still knows that traffic is money. Brother Chun, if we continue to spend money like this, coupled with the expenses of Tianjin Group, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on for much longer. Johnson is a little worried. George smiled confidently and said, don't worry, Tianjin Group will be unblocked soon. Moreover, on the Kinduoduo side, I plan to launch a new activity in the form of cash rewards. As long as every customer attracts a new person, he will be rewarded with 200 yuan in real money. This requires a bigger investment. Johnson is worried that cutting Duo will drag down Tianjin Group. Don't worry, Kinduoduo will be listed in the future. George comforted Johnson and said with a smile, today is Mid-Autumn Festival. Xia is home for dinner. Let's celebrate together. After that, he took Johnson away, went to the hotel to have dinner first, and then went to the orphanage later to celebrate Mid-Autumn Festival with the children. Not long after, in the White Swan Hotel, the two ordered food and sat down to eat. George felt a little sad. He used to spend the Mid-Autumn Festival with the Yi family, but from now on, he can only spend it with Johnson and Olivia. On the other side, David was also eating alone. He said to Wang Ma, please ask everyone to go home for dinner. Wang Ma and others thanked them and went home happily. David looked at the deserted dining table and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Just last year, this family was still very lively. Even though George ran away from home, there were still their children. But after the divorce, the family is broken up. Although he actually doesn't like Maria, but he is old and doesn't like the feeling of being alone. Maybe in the future, he should talk to Maria about remarrying. At this time, Angela and the others also came back, which made David very happy. Dad, guess who we just met? It was George. He was having dinner in the hotel. He was all alone and looked very pitiful. Angela said happily, he can still eat in the hotel now, but in another month, he won't even be able to afford a meal. Lucas suddenly said, Brother, he is indeed pitiful. Why don't we go see him? We are a family after all. We should help him if we can. If he can't hold on any longer, just sell Tianjin Group to us. It is better than bankruptcy. Such words also made Angela and Yuki's eyes light up. David thought about it and nodded. Okay, let's go see him. Chapter 141. David, don't you feel like you're dreaming? George and Johnson had just finished their meal and asked the hotel to prepare a lot of mooncakes to take to the orphanage. At this time, David came over with everyone. How boring. Instead of enjoying the Mid-Autumn Festival, you come here to join the fun. George saw them. He didn't look very happy. David and the others. His expression was one of impotent rage, and they always felt that George looked much more haggard and thinner. That's right, Tianjin Group is George's hard work, and now it's going bankrupt. George must be feeling bad. George. Yuki was a little sad. Today is Mid-Autumn Festival, so Dad, and we want to spend it with you. Yuki, don't you feel disgusted? Get out. George sneered directly. George, we are here to care about you. What's your attitude? You deserve to be bankrupt. Angela was not as easy to talk to as Yuki. She scolded him, but also felt gloating. Angela, you're a bitch too. George immediately looked at Angela slowly. Now, you could be a mistress openly. Don't think I don't know that after you took charge of the furniture group, you have already hidden a mistress in the provincial capital. In addition, you are fickle and have fallen in love with another man, who is also married, and his daughter is as old as Lily. Shut up. If you slander me again, I will tear your mouth apart. Angela was just gloating, but now she is so angry that she is hysterical. Seeing Angela's expression, Lucas was secretly surprised. Could it be that what George said was true? He also looked at George and said, Brother, everyone knows that you are in a bad mood now, but no one cares about the past. We just want to accompany you and enlighten you. George felt like throwing up when he heard that. He didn't bother talking anymore. He stared at Lucas and said, You didn't get enough beating last time. Do you want to be beaten again? Yuki, Angela, and George with words, but to Lucas, he just wanted to use his hands. Lucas immediately shrank his neck in fear. George had beaten him so many times that he had a psychological trauma. He secretly swore that after George went bankrupt, he would find an opportunity to beat George up. Well, George, you still want to be stubborn now. At this time, David coughed and said calmly, It has already happened. No one can change it. You should accept the reality. George smiled. David, I know you are here to be proud, but unfortunately, I have to disappoint you. I, George, have nothing to begin with. Now I have a net worth of 10 billion, which is God's blessing. So even if it is taken back, it doesn't matter to me. I am used to living a hard life. But you, who have been pampered, if one day in the future you lose everything, you will feel worse than death. David's face turned black with anger. Then he took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and advised, George, we also have an idea this time. We want to acquire Tianjin Group. You should know that Tianjin Group has huge expenses and can't sustain it for much longer. If you sell now, you can still get 10 million for retirement. If you're late, you won't have a cent left. Even though you don't acknowledge me as your father, in my heart, you are still my son. This is the only thing I can do to help you. After saying that, he waited for George's reply. George couldn't help laughing after hearing this and looked David up and down, which made David feel uneasy. David, don't you think you're dreaming? My Tianjin Group is currently worth 10 billion yuan. You want to buy it for 10 million yuan? Haha, why don't you rob a bank? You can make money faster this way. All right, isn't it you who are responsible for the current situation of Tianjin Group? Now you're pretending to be thinking about me. It's really disgusting. George finished speaking. He didn't bother to pay attention to their family. George, why are you still so stubborn? Are integrity and face more important than survival? David spoke with a gloomy face and tried to persuade him again. George stopped and said, Haha, that's a good point. In that case, let's wait and see who goes bankrupt first. You should try your best to enjoy your position as the richest man in Yuhai City, because you won't be able to sit there for many days. Also, when we go bankrupt in the future, I hope you won't be stubborn. As long as you can put aside your pride and dignity and kneel down to beg me, I promise to buy out your Yi group. Of course, please remember how you look today. It won't be long before all of this is returned to you." After George finished speaking, Johnson used his mobile phone to take a video of several members of the Yi family. He really believed what George said and used video to record the faces of several people in the Yi family. Of course, Johnson was also extremely disgusted with his family. He heard that Yuki often pretended to be aggrieved and regretful, and was more cruel than anyone else behind their backs. Goes for David. He will feel proud when George makes achievements, but Tianjin Group will be suppressed, and he is also one of the masterminds. These people say they are relatives on the surface, but in fact they are selfish people in their hearts. Dad, he is unreasonable. He even took a video of us. I just asked him to take the video. I laughed very loudly. I'll leave this video for him to watch every day. It will make him sick to death. Angela looked at George's back and said with great disdain. Yuki and Lucas didn't say anything, but when Johnson took the video just now, they didn't refuse. Forget it. David looked helpless and then urged, "Let someone pay attention to the Yi group. If we can't hold on any longer, we'll talk to George again. I hope he won't be so stubborn by then." He said that, but when Johnson filmed the video, he also laughed. He laughed on purpose. He didn't blame George for what he did to the Yi family. However, the Yi group cannot fall, and he wants to prove that he is not old yet, and that he will have the last laugh. After George arrived at the orphanage, Olivia also came. Everyone accompanied the children to watch the moon and eat moon cakes. They were very happy. David also sent people to follow secretly, but George had many bodyguards, so they didn't dare to get too close. They could only hear the laughter of the children in the orphanage. This news was passed back to David. He smiled bitterly for a long time. At this time, George still had the mind to appreciate the moon. Actually, this child is quite pitiful. Of course, David still felt very sad for George, especially when thinking back on the first half of George's life. He felt that God was really unfair to George. Dad, we have tried our best. Don't blame us. Really don't blame us, because we gave George many chances, but he just wouldn't listen. Yuki fully understood David's complicated feelings and came over to comfort him. David nodded and sighed. Remember when you were little, Lily once stole my antiques and wrongly accused George, so I beat him with a belt for a whole day. Also, he had a fever once and slept late and didn't cook for us. Your mother punished him by not letting him eat. I scolded him severely and even made him kneel down. Since then, George has not eaten with us. Looking back now, I'm a really unqualified father. Even now, I still treat him very badly. You were right last time. I thought I loved him very much, but actually I was just self-righteous. The two of them kept chatting and looking at the moon outside the window. This mid-autumn festival was special for them. Chapter 142, Tianjin Group, the behind-the-scenes president Adela. It was late at night. George returned to Tianjin Group, holding a coffee cup, looking at the quiet night outside the window. There was a mobile phone on the desk behind him, playing a video sent by Johnson, which showed the smiles of everyone in the Yi family. Angela smiled, Lucas also smiled, and even though Yuki was hiding it, she still showed a faint smile. Even David was smiling, and his smile was very bright. It's a good laugh. I hope you can still laugh when you see this video next time. George took a sip of coffee and looked into the distance with deep eyes. Boss Yi, we succeeded. At this time, Wang Wei ran in with a little girl about 16 or 17 years old. Successful. George put down his coffee and walked over happily. He has not taken any action recently because he is waiting for Wang Wei and the others to find out everything about the Jiang family. George had never met the Jiang family in his previous life, so he didn't know much. It's all Xiaobing's ability. Her skills are amazing. Wang Wei first introduced the little girl next to him. The little girl is called Huang Xiaobing. Her hacking skills are superb, even better than Wang Wei and the others. They met each other in Jianghu. Huang Xiaobing relied on her hacking skills to steal accounts, and even stole the GM's account. But Wang Wei is not a pushover. He followed the clues and found Huang Xiaobing. Of course, it was only because Huang Xiaobing was careless that Wang Wei found her. Wang Wei did not bother with Huang Xiaobing, and even played games with her, and finally pulled Huang Xiaobing into the team. Huang Xiaobing saw George coming and immediately said, "Bossy, Wang Wei said you are very righteous, so I helped you. You have to pay me." "Haha, salary, whatever you say, you can join Tianjin Group in the future," George said with a smile. Sure, but I want the same monthly salary as Wang Wei and the others, 200,000 yuan, and I also need a house, a car, and a driver. By the way, my work is the same as theirs. I don't report much, and I also like to collect dolls. If you see a good one, you have to buy it for me no matter how much it costs. Huang Xiaobing made her request. Don't worry, I'll agree to all your requests. George looked Huang Xiaobing up and down, nodded and said, from now on, don't treat me as Mr. Yi. Just treat me as a brother like Wang Wei and the others. Wang Wei immediately said, yes, yes, Mr. Yi is very easy to talk to. He often cooks for us, and his cooking skills are pretty good. Apart from calling George Mr. Yi, most of the time, George treated them more like good friends. Wow, the boss is cooking. Huang Xiaobing's liking for George increased immediately. Boss Yi, Huang Xiaobing has overcome many technical difficulties. She found the Jiang family's industrial layout in the south, the personnel list, etc. Most importantly, she found the Jiang family's overseas industries, such as the casino in Myanmar, which specializes in money laundering and fraud. Wang Wei handed a thick stack of information to George. George quickly looked through the information. In addition to browsing domestic information, he also looked at foreign information. It turns out that the Jiang family is indeed powerful. On the surface, their industries and networks in the country have nothing to do with the Jiang family. In this way, even if something happens, the higher-ups will not be able to find the Jiang family at all. And abroad, everything is handled by a man named Jiang Jun, who is the agent of Jiang family's overseas business. This means that as long as Jiang Jun is caught, the Jiang family will be destroyed. You have done a great job. George packed the information, then left with his bodyguards and drove onto the highway. Now, he has the means to deal with the Jiang family, but he still lacks a partner. It took 2 hours to reach the provincial capital, and then drove into the underground garage of a magnificent high-rise building. This tall building has dazzling neon lights with 4 big words on it. Quanxing Group. Mr. Yi, please. Not long after, a beautiful female secretary was waiting at the elevator exit and took George to an office. There was a foreigner sitting inside. It was Mr. Smith, whom I met at the last party. Mr. Yi, it's so late. What do you want to talk to me about? George politely. Not long ago, he received a call from George saying that he wanted to talk to the chairman of Quanxing Group. So he waited here overnight. I'm sorry, but you're not the one I want to talk about. George looked at Mr. Smith with a smile. Mr. Smith frowned slightly and said with a smile, Mr. Yi, I am the biggest president of Quanxing Group in Huaxia. If you don't talk to me, who else can you talk to? Talk to your boss above you. George laughed. Mr. Yi, you are so rude. I am the president with the most authority in the Huaxia region. Mr. Smith's face turned cold. I know you are here for the Yi family's affairs. I'm sorry, but the Quanxing Group will not get involved in the feud between you. And as far as we know, your Tianxin Group is about to go bankrupt. In this case, you're not even qualified to negotiate with the Quanxing Group. George heard this. He stood up and left, saying coldly, Since your president Adela is not here, sorry to bother you. As soon as these words fell, Mr. Smith's face changed drastically. George, you actually know the name of their president? You know, in foreign countries, there are not many people who know this name. At this time, he also answered a call. After hanging up, he ran over and stopped George. Mr. Yi, please stay. Our president wants to talk to you. George was not surprised by Smith's change of attitude and walked back. In a previous life, the Yi family encountered a financial crisis and the capital chain was broken. The person who controlled all this was the Quanxing Group. Later, Quanxing Group even dealt with the Liang family. Only then did George know that the person behind Quanxing Group was called Adela, and the conversation between Mr. Smith and him just now was actually a test. After all, no one knew that Quanxing Group was going to deal with the Liang family, and they didn't want anyone to know. It wasn't until George said Adela's name that the Quanxing Group finally felt something was wrong. A few minutes later, the office door was pushed open, and then a tall woman in her 30s wearing a purple office skirt walked in. She was wearing high heels, and the sound of them touching the floor was so trembling, which was extremely alluring. She is wearing charming black stockings on the high heels, and looking up, a white shirt wraps around the wind-filled peaks. Coupled with that exquisite face, she is truly a stunner. This is a very feminine woman. Hello, Mr. Yi. My name is Adela. Nice to meet you. Adela's voice was also very nice, and she shook hands with George and sat down. George with interest. Mr. Yi, you are younger and more handsome than I thought. You're still in college, right? You have created a multi-billion-dollar group at such a young age. You are really outstanding. I have also heard about your Tianjin group. I am very sorry about this. I don't want to see such a thing either. However, I can help you. There are two options. First, my Quanxing group will fully acquire Tianjin group. Second, let Tianjin group go bankrupt, and then you come and work for me. I can let you be the president of the Huaxia region of Quanshang Group. Chapter 143. Happy Cooperation, Miss Adela. By the way, Mr. Yi, I know the grudge between you and the Yi family. As long as you become the president of the Huaxia region, with the financial strength of the Quanxing Group, you don't have to be afraid of the Yi Group. How is it? At the end, Adela blinked her big eyes and looked at George, just like a big sister who cared about a little boy. I have to say, her femininity, coupled with her big watery eyes, is so charming that even George can't handle it. As for Adela's origins, the Liang family also investigated it in a previous life. She graduated from Stanford University abroad with a doctorate degree and had connections with some wealthy people in the Middle East. It was said that she was supported by many Jewish financial groups. After learning about these circumstances, the Liang family was shocked. If it weren't for the special domestic environment, the Liang family would have been destroyed long ago with such terrifying capital in a foreign country. The most terrifying thing is that even at the end, the Liang family still hasn't found out Adela's true background. So why are they targeting the Liang family? I think there is a third option, which is cooperation. George smiled meaningfully, his eyes deep. The purpose of Quanxing Group is actually the Liang family, right? I have a feud with the Yi family, and you have a grudge with the Liang family, so we can cooperate. Adela's face changed slightly. Oh, Mr. Yi, what are you thinking about? I'm a businessman. I'm only for profit. Why should I deal with the Liang family? On the surface, she seemed very surprised, but in fact she was very shocked because up to now, only one person in the world knew that she was going to deal with the Liang family. For a moment, she became very cautious. George knew that a strong woman like Adela would not reveal her cards easily, and he had to reveal a card first. Miss Adela, the Quanxing Group, is currently cooperating with the Yi family, which is actually dragging them into a fire pit, because the Federal Reserve will raise interest rates next, and the stock market will experience violent turbulence, causing the Quanxing Group to lose a large amount of money. Of course, the Quanxing Group has strong financial resources and has not been greatly affected, but the Yi family can't bear it. The capital chain is broken, and it is on the verge of bankruptcy, forcing the Liang family to support it with heavy money. Afterwards, the Yi family and the Liang family would never suspect the Quanxing Group. After all, the Fed's interest rate hike is something no one wants to see. Besides, the Quanxing Group also suffered losses in the stock market crash. And the Quanxing Group continues to harm the Yi and Liang families as a partner. This should be Miss Adela's initial plan. When George finished speaking, Adela's beautiful eyes changed completely, staring at George. From George, he saw elegance and dignity, as well as the confidence to be able to plan and strategize. How did he know that? The most terrifying thing is that George actually knew that the Federal Reserve was about to raise interest rates. You have to know that her Quanxing Group was able to receive the news in advance because a giant in the Jewish consortium revealed the information to her. The atmosphere in the office finally became depressing. Adela was still looking at George, as if the person sitting in front of her was not a college student, but an experienced and shrewd old fox. At one point, she even felt a murderous intent in her heart. After all, the Liang family's affairs are too important. Only success is allowed, not failure. George is an insider. We must not let him leak the news. Of course, this murderous intent quickly disappeared. Adela was not stupid. She guessed that George must have had a backup plan when he asked her to have a long talk late at night. If George died, the news might have spread immediately. Then, Adela lit a woman's cigarette, exhaled a puff of smoke, and said coldly, "Not everyone can cooperate with the Quanxing Group. You, George, are still in crisis with the Jiang family. I can understand that you want to use the Quanxing Group to deal with the Jiang family, right?" George shook his head. The Jiang family has already stepped half a foot into hell. There is nothing to be afraid of. Adela smiled and said, "The Jiang family is a giant in the provincial capital, and they have a strong backing. You are so confident. I'm afraid you are a little too arrogant." George looked at Adela calmly and said solemnly, "You are talking about Liang Yi from the Liang family, right? Liang Yi will not be able to protect himself in this turmoil." "Well," Adela stopped smoking. She didn't expect that George actually knew that Liang Yi was the mastermind behind the Jiang family. Interesting. It seems that this college student is much more capable than I imagined. She asked, "So how do you want to deal with them?" "Join the game with your own body," George said calmly. "I know my abilities, and what I am best at right now is the power of public opinion. In the next action, the Jiang family will definitely perish. The Liang family will be affected, and Liang, you will be caught in a dilemma. This is the response I can give you at the moment." When Adela heard this, she said with interest, "If the Liang family can get into trouble, I will definitely cooperate with you. Now I want to know what I can do." George took out a large amount of information and put it on the table. "These criminal evidences implicate 121 officials. Take them to the Discipline and Supervision Department in Beijing for me. Also, I have found the Jiang family's underground industry overseas. I will send you the address later. All the Quanxin group needs to do is to encircle and suppress them and capture a man named Jiang Jun alive. With this evidence, the Jiang family will surely perish. When the time comes, Liang Yi will definitely help, but he won't be able to protect himself. After all this is over, it will be the day when the Federal Reserve raises interest rates. The Yi family will also start to have a headache. Your mission is twofold. Report those 121 people and the Jiang family's overseas businesses. Leave the rest to me." After saying the last sentence, George also looked at Adela. The reason for cooperating with Quanxin Group is that George has no connections in Beijing, but he believes that Adela has them. And overseas, he also needs Quanxin Group to deal with the Jiang family's underground industry. Interesting. Adela picked up the document on the table and looked at it. She flipped through the pages very quickly, as if she had a photographic memory. Naturally, I was shocked, because George actually dug up all the secrets of the Jiang family. You should know that Quanxin Group also investigated the Jiang family, but the information they obtained was not as detailed as George's. Although I don't know your specific plan, based on the information you have, I believe you are well prepared. Okay, let's have a pleasant cooperation." Adela put away the information and stretched out her white, jade-like hand. "It's been a pleasure working with you, Miss Adela." George shook hands. Adela smiled and said, "Now that you are a partner, I can also tell you my Chinese name, Wei Mingfei." "Ms. Wei." George nodded slightly, said goodbye, and left. After George left, Wei Mingfei took out her phone and made a call. "I want all of George's information." In fact, because of the Yi family's affairs, she also investigated George. Of course, it was just a casual check. After all, although George is a business genius, for someone standing in the pinnacle of global capital, this is just the case. Only now, she realized that she had underestimated George. Chapter 144. Rumors are spreading. Tianqin Group's retribution. The next day, an explosive news spread on the internet. The retribution of Tianqin Group has come. The message was written by an anonymous person, saying that Tianqin Group's diet causes cancer, that its clothing production pollutes the environment, that it relies on shady means to acquire land and real estate, and that its online games poison young people, etc. A series of negative news fermented on the internet, causing dissatisfaction among many people. No wonder Tianqin Group was investigated. It turns out they did something bad. They deserved it. There is no business without dishonesty. George has become a billionaire at such a young age. It turns out that he didn't do it in a legitimate way. I admire him, but he's rubbish. People like him must spend the rest of their lives in jail. Early in the morning, Tianqin Group's phone was bombarded with calls, including from former partners, friends in the business circle, and so on. Of course, there are also Lin Dong and Alex, who reminded George to leave the country as soon as possible. Recently, Tianqin Group has been under rectification and investigation by various departments, which is already in a lot of trouble. If something like this happens again, the bankruptcy of Tianqin Group is 100% certain, and there will be no miracle. Moreover, Lin Dong and Alex speculated that these negative news were spread by the Jiang family in order to make sure George was not buried. In response to Lin Dong and the others' reminder, George simply refused with a smile and comforted them to relax. "Brother, something big has happened." Olivia and Johnson also ran over anxiously, and Olivia even offered to help. George naturally rejected Olivia. He didn't want to cause trouble for Olivia. Of course, he also said that this was part of the plan. Olivia was still worried when she saw George's confident look. However, she was afraid of disturbing George's plan, so she had to wait and see for the time being. Afterwards, George also went out to do some work. When he arrived at the gate of Tianqin Group, A large number of reporters were already waiting there. When they saw George, they immediately pounced on him like mad dogs. Mr. Yi, is what is said on the internet true? Tianjin Group has seriously violated the law. Is it going to go bankrupt? Will you go to jail? Mr. Yi, you are a business genius in the South. May I ask if you're doing business with a clear conscience? As a businessman, the most basic thing is to have a sense of public morality. Do you have these? Will you hire a lawyer to sue? Or will you sell off your assets and flee the country immediately? These reporters who were trying to get first-hand information rushed to speak and even tried to get closer to George, but they were stopped by the bodyguards. I believe in the fairness of justice, George said to the camera. As for the rest, I have no comment. After saying that, he got in the car and left. At noon that day, the reporter's interview report made the headlines, causing ridicule and curses from the whole nation. No comment yet. He must want to escape. Don't let him escape. He can't get away. Seize his documents. This is all our hard-earned money. Profiteer. Public opinion on the internet is snowballing and getting crazier and crazier. Everyone is waiting for justice in hopes that George will spend the rest of his days behind bars. At Quanxing Group, concubine Wei Ming was also reading the morning paper, her pretty eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Finished talking with George last night and thought George would start taking action. But who knew that George's situation would become even more troublesome? Did she overestimate George? Under this situation, Tianjin Group is doomed. Concubine Wei Ming was a little unhappy and felt like she had been deceived by George. Suddenly, she thought of something, and her beautiful eyes lit up. Strategist, join the game with your own body. Oh, yes, he said that he joins the game with his own body, and he is best at the power of public opinion. She was very smart. After a little thought, she gradually understood George's plan. If this thing succeeds in the end, his planning ability, big picture, and farsightedness are really terrifying. Concubine Wei Ming was looking forward to what would happen next more and more. The incident became such a big deal that the Liang family naturally also saw the news reports. Liang Kaiyan, Liang Kaifeng, and others were very happy and felt that it was George's retribution. The family even booked a room in a KTV where they drank and sang together, and Maria even took the mic, which was rare, and sang many, many songs. Everyone can see that Maria has come out of the shadow of divorce, and it seems like she's found the beauty of life, like a new life. Alas, George was a good kid when he was young, but why did he go astray when he grew up? Although Grandpa Liang Quan felt that George was ignorant, they were still relatives after all, and he felt a little bit reluctant. People always change. Maria was so good to him, but he even beat his parents. Maria said that he once wanted to kill Xiaoxiu. His heart is rotten. Grandma Su Mingxia no longer considers George as her grandson. Of course, a grandson is never as close as a grandson. But it would be a different story if it was her own grandson. George one after another. Because Maria didn't say how she abused George, she just said how bad George was, which led everyone to think that George deserved it. Liang Yi sang along with everyone and rarely interrupted. He was very happy to see his family, so happy, and his parents seemed to be a few years younger. Especially Maria. He hadn't seen his sister smile like this for a long time. It seems that what I did was right, and this is how I should deal with George. However, the incident suddenly became such a big deal that it was spreading throughout most of the South, which surprised him a little. On the other side, Lucas and Lu Ruyin were walking in the university, talking about this matter, and listening to their classmates' opinions on this matter. What surprised them was that some students actually felt that George was wronged. It seems that George's speech at the university has completely poisoned them. Rian, my mom said that George's Tianqian group is under investigation, and now there are all kinds of scandals. He will definitely go to jail in the end. Jail? Why is it such a big deal? Of course, the funds involved are too vast, and the matter is very complicated. My brother will be sentenced to at least 20 years in prison, and that's the minimum. Lucas said confidently, then sighed. My brother is a petty person. He will never let go of any grudge, and that's why he ended up like this. My sister and the others all said that this is a case of one doing too much evil and then getting hurt. When Lu Rian heard this, her expression became a little complicated. Did that man end up like this? Of course, although she felt very sorry, she also knew that people still had to look forward. Now that the Yi group was back in the position of the richest man, her focus was to help Lucas seize power. On the Jiang family side, they were also discussing the same thing, but their attitude was completely different from that of the outside world, and they were all cursing. What a mess. They said Tianqin Group is bankrupt. Bullshit. We have been dealing with Tianqin Group for a month. Apart from losing a little money, Tianqin Group has not suffered any damage. Even the employees didn't leave. George paid them double their wages. You read the news, saying that the real estate project developed by George owes a lot of money to the government. Bah, he bought all the land in full and didn't even borrow a penny from the bank. And the accounts were clean, there was no tax evasion, nothing at all, only a fine of hundreds of thousands was imposed on the fire department. Tianqin Group is too difficult to deal with. Chapter 145. One wrong step, and the business world is like a battlefield. Jiang Susu listened to the conversation of her relatives, and her pretty face looked very ugly. The so-called bankruptcy of Tianqin Group in 1 month is just wishful thinking. Although the Jiang family has a wide network of connections and is good at using power to oppress others, when they meet a wealthy man like George, it is impossible to kill him in the short term. Therefore, the overwhelming rumors outside made them feel like they were slapped in the face. Who released this news, Susu? Was it you? After Jiang Hongxia came back from get off work, she held the newspaper and looked at Jiang Susu. Even though public opinion is very unfavorable to George, it is completely unnecessary because it will only make the matter worse. If they're not careful and people find out that the Jiang family is secretly involved, they will be in big trouble if they don't die. Dad, it's not me. Jiang Susu shook her head helplessly. I'm not stupid. After the incident is known to everyone, the affairs of Tianqin Group can only be judged in public, and it will be difficult for us to do anything secretly. At this time, a relative suggested, Cousin, this is not a solution. Why don't I get him some flour and slander him? Or kill someone and put the blame on him. If that doesn't work, I'll find some killers from Southeast Asia. When Jiang Susu heard this, she smiled. George recently, and she has become very upset and irritable, so she has murderous intentions in her heart. Jiang Hongqi was also a little moved because he was afraid that things would get out of control. If George died, this matter would be over. At this time, Jiang Hongqi's cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number, but he still answered it. Cousin, this is not a solution. How about I get him some flour and slander him? Or kill someone and put the blame on him? If it doesn't work, I'll find some killers from Southeast Asia. What terrified Jiang Hongqi was that the voice on the phone was exactly what they had just said. Grass. Someone is eavesdropping. Jiang Hongqi immediately turned off his phone and then looked at everyone seriously. Turn off your phones immediately and turn off all the surveillance cameras as well. Dad, it was the first time that his son Jiang Weihua saw Jiang Hongqi so nervous. Do as I say. Jiang Hongqi didn't dare to speak nonsense at the moment, and his face was gloomy. The relatives immediately did as they were told, turned off their mobile phones and surveillance videos, and then waited for Jiang Hongqi's next order. Jiang Hongqi looked around the manor hall, then stared at the maids and servants, and waved his hand. Let them all go out. After the servants and maids left, Jiang Hongqi felt that it should be safe, and then he looked at Jiang Weihua and the others seriously. We are being monitored. What you just said actually came from my phone. Weihua, how do you do the security of this manor? Jiang Weihua was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. They often talked about confidential matters in the manor, and it would be troublesome if they were monitored. That's impossible. We check our cell phones and surveillance equipment once a month, and our maids and bodyguards have been with us for more than 10 years. Not only did they monitor us, they even told us. Dad, what do they mean by that? Jiang Weihua's face was serious. Their Jiang family was a big family that attracted a lot of attention. They had many powerful enemies in the military, business, and even political circles, so it was impossible to guess who the other party was in the short term. I don't know either. Anyway, everyone should be more restrained and careful in recent times, so as not to give others any handles. Jiang Hongqi shook his head, but he believed that the other party would show up soon. He tried to turn on his cell phone, and just as he turned it on, a call came in. At this moment, everyone stared at Jiang Hongqi as if they were facing a great enemy. Jiang Hongqi's face darkened. He hesitated for a few seconds and answered the phone. Mr. Jiang Hongqi, this is the first time I talked to you on the phone. Nice to meet you. My name is George. An elegant voice came from the other side, as if talking to a friend. George. Jiang Hongqi was shocked. Of course, he knew everything about George. Although George does business very cleanly, and there's really nothing that can be done about him in the short term. Jiang Hongqi is still confident that he could destroy Tianjin Group if given half a year or a year. But now, George actually knew his phone number and called him personally. So the monitoring sound just now was also caused by George. Mr. Yi, I've heard of you, but I don't know what you're doing to me. At this time, Jiang Hongqi naturally pretended to know nothing. Mr. Jiang is really cautious. I just want to ask you one question. Do you want to continue playing? Mr. Yi, I don't know what you were talking about. Jiang Hongqi is still pretending. Forget it. I know you're afraid of being caught, so you keep your mouth shut. In that case, I'll tell you, and you just listen. George smiled and said, if you want to continue playing, then Yi, will accompany you. If you don't want to play anymore, let the instigator of this matter jump off the building, and this matter will end. I hope Mr. Jiang will think it over carefully and don't regret it later. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Jiang Hongqi and others were stunned, and then looked at Jiang Susu. Jiang Susu is the culprit who made her jump off the building? George think that. Fuck him. Jiang Weihua doted on his sister the most, and he yelled, Dad, leave it to me. I'll kill him. He want me to jump off the building? What a joke. Jiang Susu's face turned black with anger. Don't move anything. Jiang Hongqi, stop them. This is very wrong, because George is monitoring us, maybe waiting for us to show our hand. His current situation is very troublesome. He is in the limelight and must want to break the jar and try to drag us down. In short, it is safest for us to do nothing. Dad, Jiang Weihua and Jiang Susu were both very dissatisfied. The Jiang family is a powerful force in the provincial capital. Apart from a few wealthy families, they don't take anyone seriously. Now a mere billionaire named George dares to threaten them? It's so ridiculous. Let alone George, who is worth tens of billions. They don't even take CEOs worth hundreds of billions seriously. Over the years, countless hundreds of billions of companies have been ruined by them. From this moment on, don't say anything you shouldn't say at home. If you have anything to say, go outside and talk. The maid and bodyguard will continue to investigate. We can talk again after we are sure it is safe. Jiang Hongqi gave a serious warning. He had participated in the Vietnam War and knew that the more critical the moment, the more cautious one should be. Business is like a battlefield. One wrong step can lead to a total loss. At this time, the Beijing disciplinary inspection. A group of people sat in the conference room, watching the information played on the projector. This information was sent to me anonymously. There are 121 people involved in the case. Many of them hold great power and are the heads of various departments. This is a lot of fish caught in this net. Yes, based on the evidence in the files, they will be in great trouble if they don't die. What I'm curious about now is whether there are any fish that slipped through this big net. Moreover, who reported the information and what was the purpose? Everyone is expressing their opinions. It doesn't matter who reported the information. Now that we have the evidence, our mission is to arrest people. We have arrested batches of people in the southern provincial capital, but we didn't expect there are so many. We have to work harder to prevent corruption. The top leader said calmly. Moreover, apart from other evidence of corruption, these 121 people are currently doing the same thing, which is investigating the Tianjin Group. Chapter 146. The Center of the Storm, the Thundering Sword. There must be some story behind this. I think that we can't delay this matter. We need to control them with lightning speed so that we can dig out the big fish behind the scenes. Everyone, rush to the south immediately. No matter what level of official or well-known entrepreneur the opponent is, don't let any of them go. As for those corrupt elements who came from the military, I will notify the military to deal with them. A group of people rushed to the southern provincial capital. After everyone left, the top leader looked at his mobile phone. Not long ago, he received an anonymous call from someone who called herself Miss Adela. She handed him a lot of evidence and asked him to investigate the case. Just when he was very curious about Miss Adela, an old leader from the sanatorium also called him. He was not allowed to investigate Miss Adela and was even told to arrest someone with evidence. Thunderous Sword, the campaign to crack down on gangsters and corruption has officially begun. Who are you and why are you entering my office? Security, security. Director Ho, we are from the Discipline Inspection Commission. In the business department, Director Ho, who had been so arrogant just now, was so scared that he sat down on the ground and was then taken away. The same thing happened in every corner of the South, not only in the provincial capital, but even the heads of certain departments in Yuhai City were taken away. On the Jiang family side, Jiang Hongqi and his friends also heard the news. Dad, Something big has happened. The people from the capital are back again. They have arrested 121 people at lightning speed and are interrogating them overnight. I think they're going to get to the bottom of this. Now it's not just the provincial capital. The entire South is in turmoil. Last time it was Liu Bing, then it was Wu Yuanliang, and this time it's such a big fuss again. I'm afraid they are coming for us, because those 121 people are related to us. Jiang Weigua was very nervous. Jiang Hongqi's face was gloomy, and he suddenly sneered. If I'm not mistaken, this is George's method. This guy's amazing. He actually reported it to the capital. George? Impossible. He has so much power. Jiang Susu gasped for air, and suddenly remembered what George had said to her at the party that day. A strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. She just thought it was funny at the time, but now she realized that George didn't seem to be bragging. Jiang Hongqi said coldly, "The 121 people arrested this time all participated in the reorganization and investigation of Tianjin Group, so it must be George's doing. He wanted to drag us to be buried with him before he died. Unfortunately, he is still too naive and thinks too simply of our Jiang family. In fact, the Jiang family has no direct connection with these hundreds of people. Even on the surface, there is no relationship at all. Moreover, these 121 people are just small fry. There are still many real big names who are still unaffected. It's like an ancient tree. The roots are still there, and it doesn't matter how many branches are lost. Moreover, the Jiang family has a powerful backing, and even the governor has to give them some face. Unless there is ironclad evidence, the Jiang family cannot be touched at all." Jiang Weigua and Jiang Susu were relieved to see that their father was not panicked. That's right. Even if George has some connections, that's all he could do for now. The provincial capital is their territory after all, and George can't make any big waves. Then they were all very angry, very angry. Everything was just as Jiang Hongqi said. George knew that he was going to die, so he was determined to break the jar and bring trouble to them, even if it meant death. Although the taking away of these hundreds of people did not affect the foundation of the Jiang family, it was a network of relationships that the Jiang family had painstakingly built up over many years. In addition, after some companies and enterprises were investigated, the economy of their Jiang family was also greatly affected. George, this bastard, even dared to threaten his sister to jump off the building. Jiang Weigua cursed angrily and said to Jiang Hongqi, "Dad, at this critical moment, we should not hold back. The public opinion is getting bigger and bigger, and hundreds of people have been taken away. I am afraid that public opinion will affect us." Jiang Hongqi nodded. "Send someone to deal with it. Kill George as soon as possible. Remember, do it cleanly." After saying this, he also gritted his teeth and his face was gloomy. Fortunately, the Jiang family still has businesses overseas, otherwise it would be very troublesome to operate funds. At this time, there are industrial parks, casinos, and entertainment cities in northern Myanmar. A large number of people armed with guns rushed in, and a gunfight broke out with the group's people. Oh no, they are mercenaries. After the bodyguards, militiamen, and others in the group exchanged fire with these people, they were immediately defeated. Some died, and some escaped. This group of masked, mysterious mercenaries were like a flood and beast, quickly sweeping through industrial parks, casinos, and other places. In a large office of a casino, a thin middle-aged man instructed his men to burn the documents, and at the same time took out his phone to make a call. Bang! Just as he picked up the phone, a sniper bullet shot off his arm, and then several people rushed into the office and forced the middle-aged man to his knees on the ground. The leader captured several people from the casino and questioned them, and finally confirmed that the middle-aged man was Jiang Jun. Target identified, take him away. The leader reported into the radio, and then took away all the casino's information, data, and other criminal materials. At the same time, in a quiet villa somewhere in the provincial capital, Wei Danfei sat in front of the mirror, lightly applied bright red lipstick on her lips, and put on flesh-colored stockings and purple brand-name high heels. Just as she finished dressing up, a phone call came in. "Ms. Adela, the matter has been handled. Jiang Jun has been sent back to China, and the evidence and documents have also been delivered. Well done. Hand over the person and the evidence to Mr. Yi of Tianjin Group." Wei Danfei hung up the phone and showed a beautiful smile. "Things are done much faster abroad. As long as you have money, you can capture anyone alive. This is impossible in China. Now that the man has been caught, what should George do next?" She is very smart. Although George did not tell her the specific plan, After she thought about the context of the matter, she had a general understanding of George's involvement. If she guessed correctly, the sudden public opinion about Tianjin Group was released by George himself in order to make the matter bigger and bigger and attract the attention of the entire network. By then, once the truth is revealed, it will be useless no matter how much the Jiang family uses their connections, and even the people behind them will not dare to interfere. And now George is in. Next, it's time for him to mobilize the power of public opinion and start whitewashing himself. Wei Danfei said with anticipation. After George's actions, the Jiang family is powerless to recover, but Liang Yi will not let his subordinates perish. How will George deal with him? In the Tianjin Group, which is at the center of the storm, all employees are still going to work as usual, but because various businesses have been interrupted, they have nothing to do at work. Although there were rumors that Tianjin Group was going to go bankrupt, they still did not leave and plan to stand by Tianjin Group forever. Of course, the main reason is that the benefits of Tianjin Group are really good. How is Mr. Yi? Have you figured out a solution? We can't go on like this. The old buddies who had followed Yi Zhendong back then were all extremely anxious and tried every possible way to help George. But the Jiang family was too huge, covering both the black and white sides, and they were not able to contend with it. Lin Dong and Alex also come here often and continue to help Tianjin Group. However, what made them depressed was that George, as the top leader, seemed very relaxed. He inspected each department calmly and did not take anything seriously at all. Chapter 147. Tianjin Group, prepare to fight back. These days, George has been waiting for Wei Mingfei's action. However, while waiting, David also approached him many times, but was rejected by George every time. Once, David appeared in the underground garage and tried to stop George, but George did not stop the car, allowing the driver to hit him. In the end, David was afraid of death and gave way. David tried every possible way, and finally he could only ask Lin Dong and his wife to pass the message, and Lin Dong and his wife did it. The general meaning is that David does not want to target George. He feels very guilty towards George and wants to make it up to George. However, the Yi group cannot fall, so he has no choice but to stand on the side of the Yi family. George scoffed at these words. He was familiar with David's personality. He was just henpecked and afraid of the Liang family. Deep down in David's heart, he, George, was only his son in name and in words. Apart from David, Yuki has also been looking for George, seemingly wanting George to sell Tianjin Group as soon as possible and let go of all the hatred. George ignored her, but Yuki had been waiting for George in the orphanage, which led to their meeting in the end. George, in fact, my father and I both know that we have never loved you, and you have been waiting for us to love you. We swear that after this, we will definitely love you well. Let go of Tianjin Group and come home with us. Yuki was crying while she said these words. George was disgusted by Yuki's self-conceit, and finally he was annoyed by Yuki and said a few words. Yuki, stop pretending. I still have the video of the photo shoot a few days ago. You were still laughing at that time. Why are you pretending? Yes, you're afraid that I will deal with the Yi family, so you plan to sacrifice me. How funny. George, will always be the one who pays and is always the one who is sacrificed. Now that I've spread my wings and flown high, you feel uneasy and want to break my wings and take me home to continue sacrificing me, right? You're just a bitch. You cry and say you regret it, but you collude with them. Calling you a bitch is giving you face. You should be a poisonous scorpion. But don't be too happy too soon. The Yi family can sacrifice me, and they can sacrifice you in the future. If you don't believe me, let's wait and see. After saying these words, he ignored the crying Yuki and got into the car and left. Fortunately, after returning to Tianjin Group, good news finally came. The evidence of Jiang Jun and the Jiang family's overseas crimes had been secretly sent to Tianjin Group by Quanchen Group. This also made George very happy, and he was even more impressed by the strong overseas presence of the Quanchen Group. Then, he took out his phone and called, Director Huang, I haven't called you for a long time. George, how dare you call me? Director Huang is none other than Huang Zhongwan. During the last crackdown on organized crime, when Wu Yuanliang was taken down, Huang Zhongwan made great efforts. Of course, he also made great contributions afterwards and was promoted several levels. What? Are you afraid that I'll implicate you? George laughed. Mr. Yi, Huang Zhongwan had no words to grievance him. Given George's current situation, he was really afraid that George would bring him trouble. Forget it. I won't tease you anymore. I'm not asking you for help this time. On the contrary, I'm bringing you a huge opportunity. George continued. You should know about the Jiang family's treatment of me. The Jiang family is definitely going to step down this time. As long as you can seize the opportunity, you will definitely rise to prominence. Mr. Yi, stop joking. Huang Zhongwan's bitter smile became even more intense. Your faction probably doesn't have much influence in the provincial capital. Your teacher has just been transferred here and is worried about how to carry out his work because the situation in the provincial capital is complicated and there are too many bigwigs. George added, among them, the Jiang family is one of them. But if you get rid of the Jiang family, your teacher will be able to gain a foothold in the provincial capital. You even know my teacher. Huang Zhongwan was shocked. His teacher had just been parachuted into the provincial capital, and not many people knew about this news. Moreover, George asked him to uproot the Jiang family. How would he do that? That would cause an earthquake. Although hundreds of people have been arrested recently, and the Jiang family is most likely the one behind these people, it is simply impossible to shake the Jiang family with this. Not to mention, there is an even more majestic mountain behind the Jiang family. Mr. Huang, I know you are worried about the Liang family. Don't worry, the Liang family dare not interfere in this matter. Moreover, I already have evidence to nail the Jiang family. I will give this evidence to you. I believe you will think it over carefully. George hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Huang Zhongwan was still trembling with fear, but a piece of information came to his mobile phone. He opened it and was so scared that cold sweat broke out. If this evidence is reported, the Jiang family will definitely face a devastating disaster. However, some things cannot be solved just by having evidence in hand. Whether or not to report, it requires careful consideration. After all, the Jiang family has a strong backing. If you touch the Jiang family, it would be like offending a powerful faction in the provincial capital. George guessed that Huang Zhongwan would definitely not agree immediately. Politics is always complicated, and there are many factors to consider. However, George believes that after weighing the pros and cons, the teacher above Huang Zhongwan will eventually take action. And now, the bullet of public opinion has been flying for a long time, and things have fermented to the point where they are irreversible. It's time to turn things around. Wang Wei, prepare to fight back. George explained to Wang Wei and then left Tianqin Group. At the Jiang family side, he had already found out through Huang Xiaobing's hacking skills that Jiang Hongqi wanted to kill him. The last telephone wiretapping and the arrest of 121 people were actually George's deliberate attempt to anger the Jiang family. In addition, the public opinion is getting more and more serious. The Jiang family must be eager to quell this storm immediately, so they will definitely send someone to kill him. This was all part of George's plan. As soon as I walked out of Tianqin Group, I saw a group of reporters gathered outside. They had been waiting here for first-hand information. At this time, several police cars drove up and then walked towards George. Mr. George, we suspect you are involved in a murder case. You are under arrest. The police pulled out an arrest warrant, handcuffed George, and left in a police car. Big news. George killed someone. It seems that we found out that the person who was killed was a man named Brother Hua. George and Brother Hua used improper means to acquire the land in Yangzhou area. Now he killed Brother Hua because he was afraid that the truth would be exposed. Oh, George is really finished this time. He may be sentenced to death. When he became the top scorer in the college entrance examination, I was very optimistic about him. Later, he donated famous paintings and gave speeches at universities. I regarded him as an idol, who knew that it was all just an image to fool the public. He collapsed. This time the news has caused a bigger response than the last time, because the matter involves a murder case. You know, the fact that the police can come to arrest someone means that the police have enough evidence. Investment genius George is definitely going to die this time. Chapter 148. God is so cruel to George. At this time, at the Xia family side, Olivia also saw the headlines. She ignored George's reminder and went straight to her family for help. However, her parents happened to be out of the country, so she could only ask her brother Xia Yun for help. George frowned when he heard what Olivia said. Xia, this is quite troublesome, because the news these days is all about George, one thing after another. It's crazy, and now there's a murder case. George can't wash it off. I don't care, brother. You must help him. Olivia's eyes are red. Xia Yun felt something was wrong. In fact, he was also familiar with George. He was the top scorer in the college entrance examination and had even snatched a painting from him in Yuhai City. Later, he became very successful and his abilities were quite good. But why is Olivia so nervous? Brother, George is Olivia's classmate. Xia Yao explained that she knew Xia Lingyun doted on Olivia to an excessive degree and would not allow any man to have any ideas about Olivia. At the Polytechnic University, Xia Lingyun had taught countless male classmates a lesson. If Xia Lingyun knew that Olivia liked George, he might not help her, but even add insult to injury. Classmate. Xia Lingyun frowned. Even though they were classmates, he was a little jealous. Brother, my parents are not here now. Please help me. Otherwise, I will not recognize you. Olivia was almost crying. Okay, I'll try my best to find a way. But this matter is very complicated. Not only the Jiang family, but also the Liang family are watching in the dark. It's not something I can do just because I want to. Xia Lingyun reminded him. I will try my best to use my connections and then ask someone at the detention center to take care of George. Anyway, don't worry. After saying that, he wanted to deal with it, but he was afraid that Olivia would be disappointed in him. So he smiled and said, Don't worry. There is still hope for this matter. Although it has not been exposed yet, I have heard that more than 100 people have been arrested in the South. These people have participated in the investigation of the Tianjin group case. There may be some hidden stories in it. I will go and find out. Olivia had no choice but to wait patiently. David and the others also saw the news and were all shocked. In fact, their worst plan was that George would go to jail, but who knew that George would actually kill someone? Could it be a misunderstanding? David looked very nervous and clenched his fist tightly. He already felt guilty towards George, and now this feeling is even stronger. There is no misunderstanding. Look at the news. George was handcuffed and taken away by the police. The police cannot arrest anyone without evidence. In addition, the incident has such a big impact. George will most likely be sentenced to death. Angela sighed and said that now that things have come to this, she didn't hate George so much anymore. No matter what, when a person dies, it's like a light goes out. George was in the past. He was still a peanut in the end. So what is there to hate? It is said that he killed Huogu, the person who sold him the land in Yangzhou area, and it seems that he used shady means. Later, in order to keep the secret, George killed the person to silence him. Angela continued, Dad, I never expected George to kill someone. Although he is very bad, he has not yet reached the point of killing someone. Lucas was very happy in his heart, but he pretended to be sympathetic on the surface. My brother has no other choice, so he can do anything. Killing people is not surprising. David subconsciously thought of his conversation with Yuki and realized that he had never loved George. His heart was overwhelmed with emotion, and he shouted, Help a lawyer and try to reduce his sentence. After all, he is our family member. After saying this, he was shaking all over. I thought of the child who was abandoned at the age of 3, and then I thought of the child who was abused again and again after being brought back by the Yi family. This child has never received any love and care. Although he made some mistakes later, his crimes do not deserve the death penalty. My God, it's so cruel to him. Then, David looked at Yuki excitedly again. Yuki, does her mother know? What does the Liang family think? Yuki didn't say anything the whole time. After hearing the news in the morning, she was completely shocked. At that moment, she no longer felt proud after the bankruptcy of Tianjin Group, nor did she feel relieved. Instead, the sense of guilt became even stronger. It was as if they were the ones who killed George. Maybe it's just like George said, in order to save the Yi family, George was sacrificed. But he has been the one who was sacrificed since he was a child. Yuki, Dad is asking you a question. I know what you're thinking, but it has nothing to do with you. George deserves it. Angela saw Yuki's dazed look and couldn't help but persuade him. Yuki sniffed. I understand, but I didn't take good care of him. This is my fault as a sister. Then he looked at David and said, Mom hasn't replied to me yet. She must be sleeping. I sent her a message. David nodded. Let your mother come forward and see if the Liang family will show leniency. After all, the child can be punished, but he cannot die. Apart from anything else, your grandfather's inheritance may become invalid without his signature. George's final trial recently, but they didn't expect that George had committed a bigger crime and actually killed someone. Look at him, he's wearing a suit, looking respectable, but now he's been arrested. He deserves it. Liang Kaiyan was extremely happy when she looked at the pictures on the news on her mobile phone. Grandpa and Grandma kept sighing and shaking their heads, with disappointment and anger in their eyes. And in the end, they didn't want to say anything anymore. Perhaps when George didn't come to the Liang family to talk, they knew that George would end up like this. Of course, they were still very surprised. They never thought that the child who looked so honest, who would not fight back or retaliate when beaten or scolded, could have the heart to kill someone. However, if George didn't take this evil path, how could he become the richest man in Yuhai City? Liang, he is already rushed over. Let him talk to George. As for the final result, we will not interfere. Grandpa Yang Quan said at this time that from what he said, he was planning to give George a chance to survive, but in the end it all depended on what choice George made. Maria sang very late last night, so she got up late today, but she was dreaming all night. It's still that dream. In the train station, where there were a lot of people coming and going, she threw George away and then cruelly watched the 3-year-old child crying. Mom, George's miserable voice sounded, but Maria found it very beautiful. She wanted to walk over and sneer, but she woke up at this moment. She rubbed her eyes, took out her phone, and took a quick look, only to see that there were more than a dozen missed calls. There were calls from Lucas, Angela, Yuki, and even David. Then she opened the message and immediately knew what had happened. George killed someone? This bastard. His intestines are all rotten. In order to deal with the Yi family, he actually did something so unscrupulous. Retribution. Chapter 149, I am here today to give you my last chance. Maria kept cursing, but her mood was very complicated. She felt a little proud, but also a little regretful, as if she was still not satisfied. Especially when I think about the fact that my son, who had been fighting with me for a year, was suddenly sentenced to death. It was too sudden. He is my son after all. No matter what, there is still room for him to stay. George, you are such a rebellious son. Are you going to piss me off to death? Maria quickly washed up and ran to the living room, then saw that everyone in the Liang family knew about it. Liang Quan sat with a gloomy face. When he saw Maria, he said, "Your second brother has already gone to see him. We don't know what the result is yet. But your second brother said, before he went that with George's temper, he probably won't bow his head. He dares." Maria raised her voice by several decibels. Now it's not as simple as bankruptcy and jail time. It's death. And he still dares to be stubborn? I'll beat him up. Dad, Mom, where's my second brother? I'll go over right away. Liang Quan and Su Mingxiao looked at each other and nodded. After all, Maria was George's mother, and she wanted to meet George. George, who was in the storm, was being taken to a detention center. Although he didn't know what was happening outside, he guessed that there must be a lot of turmoil, and the entire internet and news would be reporting from Tianjin Group. The richest man in Yuhai City and one of the youngest business leaders in the South, he was imprisoned for murder, which must have caused a lot of repercussions. Of course, George was already familiar with the Jiang family's methods, but he didn't expect that the person killed was Brother Hua. He guessed that Brother Hua had been dealt with, and then the blame was put on him, and there was also a lot of evidence against him. Go in. Just sit still. The police behind him pushed George into an interrogation room and handcuffed him to a chair. The interrogation room was very dark and gave people a depressing feeling. There was only one desk lamp, and there were cameras in all 4 corners. After waiting for 10 minutes, the iron door was pushed open and a man walked in. He was wearing an executive jacket and had a dignified look on his face. After he sat down, he stared at George and found that George was not as decadent and haggard as he had imagined. Instead, he looked relaxed. This made him furious instantly. George was also looking at the man and was a little surprised because the man was Liang Yi. Do you smoke? Liang Yi took a cigarette out of the cigarette box. Smoking is harmful to health. Thank you, I don't need it. George laughed. Liang Yi immediately took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth, but when he lit the lighter, it wouldn't light up because he is very angry. Until now, George is still nonchalant and acts like a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. Doesn't he know that disaster is imminent? George, I'm here today to give you one last chance. Liang Yi put the unlit cigarette on the table and said coldly, if you can't grasp it, your end will be death penalty. Haha, Mr. Liang, you are threatening me again. Remember last time? You threatened me with Wu Yuan Liang? Unfortunately, I am not seriously injured, so your threat is useless. George smiled faintly and said, besides, I reminded you not to get involved with the Yi family's water, but you just didn't listen. George, look at you. What's your attitude? Don't you know you're wrong? Liang Yi slammed the table angrily. Wrong? Where did I go wrong? Mr. Liang knows about the Yi family. Tell me, where did I go wrong? George looked straight ahead. Liang Yi was speechless for a moment. He certainly knew what happened to George and the Yi family. Anyone would do the same thing as George's revenge now. George was absolutely right. Maria, who was wrong? Liang, Yi sighed. If you still want to live, give up your previous crazy actions and return to the Yi family obediently. I will make arrangements to have you acquitted. Of course, you can no longer be in charge of the business. This is the only requirement. George said with a smile. Then Tianxin Group will be handed over to the Liang family, and Grandpa's inheritance will also be handed over to the Liang family. Haha, Liang, you have a good plan? Aren't you afraid that I will sentence you to death now, and you won't get a penny of my grandfather's inheritance? The anger that Liang had just suppressed was ignited again. He walked over angrily and punched George in the face. George's mouth was bleeding, but he still looked at Liang fiercely. Hit me, hit me. I was beaten by your sister and her friends since I was a child. I have a thick skin and I can bear it. For me, this is just a minor fight. Of course, George, did not get beaten in vain. This punch has a heavy price. You will know it later. George, how long are you going to keep making trouble? Come back to the Yi family right now and be a good son. Liang raised his fist and wanted to hit again. George didn't avoid it all. He looked straight at Liang and laughed crazily. Come on, come on, come on again. You, Uncle Liang is going crazy. George is about to be sentenced to death. Everything is against him. Why doesn't he give in? Why is this person so stubborn that he is not even afraid of death? Liang, he had to give in again. After all, he was his nephew. Okay, if you don't want to go back, I won't stop you. You just hand over Tianxin Group and your grandfather's inheritance. You cooperate obediently and go abroad. You're not allowed to come back in this life. If you agree to this, I will save you. Do you think it's possible? George refused again and said, the Yi family will inevitably split, go into internal strife, go bankrupt, and eventually perish. We have already reached the second step. The Yi family is in internal strife and is preparing for the third step. Of course, I guess this third step will take a lot of time. After all, the Liang family will support the Yi family. Of course, when the Liang family can no longer hold on, the Yi family will definitely be abandoned. You crazy man. Liang Ichi punched George in the face again. He has already given in, but George still refuses to compromise, which really makes him mad. That's 2 punches, not bad. Very good. Let's do the third punch. More blood flowed from the corner of George's mouth, but his expression was still calm and confident, and he even laughed. This laughter made Liang very uncomfortable, and he stared at George. If there was a way to make George stop, he would definitely use whatever means, but no matter how hard he tried, he beat him and scolded him. George just refused to stop. This is your own choice. Okay, I won't care. After you die, your mother will be very sad, as will your sister and your father. Liang left after leaving a word. George didn't answer him. He just laughed, a sarcastic laugh. These laughs made Liang Yi's scalp tingle, and he quickened his pace to leave the interrogation room. He asked himself, he had already done what an uncle should do, and no one could blame him from now on. Battalion commander. When he came outside, Jiang Hongqi was already waiting. He hurried over when he saw Liang Yi. He didn't know what Liang Yi was planning and was afraid that Liang Yi would release George. The matter between George and the Jiang family has come to this point, and the only outcome is a life-and-death struggle. You, figure it out yourself. Liang Yi left disappointed after leaving a word. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Captain. Jiang Hongqi was very happy. Although Liang Yi is no longer the battalion commander and is expected to be promoted in the near future, these old subordinates like to call Liang Yi the battalion commander. Liang Yi also likes to be called that, because they have been comrades for many years. What's more, Jiang Hongqi once saved Liang Yi's life on the battlefield. Chapter 150. What does this have to do with you? After Liang Yi left, Jiang Hongqi also walked into the interrogation room, sat down, and shone the desk lamp on George. You are George, a remarkable young man. I heard you had done a lot of great things. But it's a pity that you don't understand the ways of the world, and you have ended up like this. As long as you bend down and lower your head, you could be successful. Jiang Hongqi said slowly. George couldn't see Jiang Hongqi's face clearly because of the bright lights, but he still looked straight at the glaring lights. I was beaten when I was a child, and there's a problem with a bone in my spine, which makes it impossible for me to bend my waist. George, you are about to die, and you still dare to be stubborn. Jiang Hongqi slammed the table. Oh, what does this have to do with you? George smiled indifferently and glanced at the surveillance cameras around him. Jiang Hongqi burst into laughter. He shone the light of the desk lamp back to the table and said sarcastically, Do you see my appearance clearly? My name is Jiang Hongqi. Your Tianjin group is owned by my Jiang family. Fire protection, food safety, environmental protection, industry and information technology, etc. Do you see clearly? I am Jiang Susu's father. How dare you ask my daughter to jump off a building? I, Jiang Hongqi, have killed countless people in my life, and you're the first one who dares to make such a request. Now that you have been sentenced to death, you must be regretting it and feeling pain. You must know who you have offended. George frowned and said, whether it is the death penalty or not, the court has not sentenced it yet. Besides, what does it have to do with you? Haha. Young people, you're still too naive. You don't even know how to die. Jiang Hongqi sneered. I had someone kill that guy called Brother Hua and put the blame on you. I have prepared all the witnesses and evidence. In the South, I can kill anyone I want. In addition, you caused my business to be closed down and more than 100 of my relatives to be arrested. Do you know how much time and money I spent to train them? Don't even think about overturning the verdict, and don't even think about being interrogated. All that is unnecessary. I'll have someone kill you in a moment. You'll be charged with committing suicide out of fear of punishment. After Jiang Hongqi finished speaking, he left in a swagger. Then, several policemen came, took George to the cell, and pushed him in. There were 5 people in the cell. Some were sitting on the ground with their eyes closed, and some were lying on the ground sleeping. George's expression instantly became alert. He had planned everything, but he didn't expect Jiang Hongqi to play by his own rules. Instead of waiting for him to be sentenced to death, he planned to kill him in the cell and then charge him with suicide out of fear of punishment. This means that the 5 people in the cell are all killers. At the same time, 2 of them opened their eyes and glanced at George seemingly casually, but there was a strong murderous intent deep in their eyes. Seeing how dark and thin they are, they're obviously not from China, but more like killers from abroad. These people will do anything for money. Suddenly, one of them stood up slowly, seemingly stretching, but the next moment he rushed towards George with a dagger in his hand. George often practiced fighting skills with bodyguards, and they came in handy at this moment. He narrowly avoided the attack, and even kicked the man over. However, several others also moved, rushing over with daggers in hand, and one of them slashed George's neck with the dagger. George stepped back quickly to avoid the sharp attack, but his neck was still cut. Although it was just a skin break, it made George's hair stand on end. In the situation just now, if he had been a second later, he would have been killed by having his throat cut. Bang, bang, bang. The rest of them teamed up to attack George, and their methods were ruthless, and every move was fatal. The most important thing is that their fighting style is also reckless. They are not afraid of George's fists and kicks at all. They just want to exchange their lives. In addition, the cell was not big and George had no weapons, so he was in danger for a moment. The fighting here was very loud, but outside the cell, it was completely quiet. All the people were transferred away and replaced by people from the Jiang family. This area has long been controlled by the Jiang family. Chidan. Just when George was about to lose control, suddenly, he saw an acquaintance. This was a thin man with messy long hair. His hair covered half of his face, and the eyes on the other side looked like ferocious wolf eyes. He was also trying to kill George. George knew him was that in his previous life, Lucas was assassinated, and the killer was Chi Dan. At that time, George asked Uncle Chun to help, and in the end, Uncle Chun and Chi Dan died together, saving Lucas' life. I remember that at that time, Chi Dan's lower body was blown off by explosives, and he was covered in blood, but he was still crawling with difficulty, calling for his sister, asking for a kidney transplant, etc. This is an extremely horrible murder. However, if we can help Chidan's sister find a kidney donor, perhaps Chidan will take the initiative to help. Of course, at this point, George had no choice but to take a gamble. Chidan, I can find a kidney for your sister. George finished shouting. His arm was cut by a dagger, bleeding profusely, and his fighting power was greatly reduced. The other few also pounced on him like hungry wolves. They all knew that George couldn't hold on for much longer. Chidan, not only can I find a kidney donor for your sister, I can also help her get Chinese ID card. From now on, she will be a Chinese citizen and no longer have to face gunfire, disease, and hunger every day. George knew that his life or death depended on this moment, so he retreated to the corner and spoke quickly. I saw that the other people had rushed to the front and were about to kill George, but the next moment, Chi Dan seemed to have made a decision. He swung the dagger in his hand and cut their necks from behind. The killers fell one by one, and some were stabbed in the heart by daggers. They all looked at Chi Dan in disbelief. Although they didn't know each other, they all killed for money. Chi Dan actually violated the employment agreement and killed them in return. George also sat down on the ground, and when he came to his senses, his back was already wet with cold sweat. Is what you just said true? After dealing with the killer, Chi Dan looked at George coldly. The mission he received this time was to kill George. Although the commission was not small, it was obviously not enough to replace his kidney. After all, they're agents in their business, and the agents get very high commissions. In addition, arranging smuggling, weapons, food and accommodation, etc. also costs a lot of money. Really, you should follow me from now on. Not only will I bring your sister here, I will also get you a Chinese ID card. You and your sister won't have to live in fear anymore. George stared at the wolf-like man and said calmly, "You will be my bodyguard from now on. As long as you can save my sister, my life is yours. But if I find out that you lied to me, I will kill you." Chi Dan uttered a cold voice, then stood beside George on guard. George smiled and said, "I, George, always keep my word." After saying that, I felt tired all over, the adrenaline was fading, and a feeling of sleepiness came over me. His eyelids closed uncontrollably, but he knew that when he woke up, the sky outside would definitely have changed. Chapter 151. Public opinion cannot be suppressed at all. In Tianjin Group, Wang Wei, Yu Gong, Huang Xiaobing, and others looked at the time. At a certain moment, Wang Wei showed a happy smile. "Okay, the time that Mr. Yi reminded us of is here. Let's start." After saying that, he distributed the manuscripts that had been prepared long ago to everyone. "Mr. Yu, I'll leave Weibo to you. Lu Long, I'll leave the forum to you. Zhou Jun, you'll be in charge of the short videos. Huang Xiaobing, the surveillance system in the interrogation room has been hacked, right? Cut out the unnecessary parts and just keep the words Jiang Hongqi said and post them online." Wang Wei arranged everything in an orderly manner. The Tianjin Group has attracted the attention of the entire network recently. Everyone is waiting for official news, and the response is very huge. But at this time, a large number of reverse rumors began to be released. The situation has taken a big turn. Tianjin Group was wrongly accused. They have offended some powerful people in the provincial capital. God is unfair. Where did Tianjin Group break the law? Fire protection, taxation, food hygiene, etc. Tianjin Group has evidence to prove its innocence. Who is hiding the truth? Who is dealing with Tianjin Group? These posts were specially written by people from Tianjin Group. They are very clearly written, and they also show how many jobs Tianjin Group has created, how many ordinary people it has helped, and how much real charity work it has done. Finally, the post also lists Tianjin Group's food hygiene certification, taxation, employee social security, etc. Once released, it attracted the attention of the entire network. No way, there's a twist? Look at those reports and so on. They're all true. My cousin works at the Food Bureau, and she said it is true. Could it be that Tianjin Group really wants to take advantage of someone's cake? Not necessarily. Now that George has killed someone is trying to clear his name. Don't believe in rumors or spread them. Just when people were half believing and half doubting, another piece of news appeared on major websites. George, chairman of Tianjin Group, was targeted for reporting corruption. Many people read this post carefully and found that it contained a list of 121 people, their positions, evidence of illegal activities, etc. Some people immediately went to investigate and found that the positions of all the people on the list had been changed. They were probably arrested. Is it true? It must be that Mr. George reported corruption and was targeted in the end. I said, when George was interviewed last time, he only said one sentence: believe in the justice of the judiciary. At that time, he knew that he was wronged. Fuck, this young man is amazing. He is swimming against the tide. He is willing to bankrupt Tianjin Group just to report it. Many people began to believe it. But this is not the end yet. Another video was posted on the internet. Do you see me clearly? My name is Jiang Hongqi. Your Tianjin Group is owned by my Jiang family. We are in charge of fire protection, food safety, environmental protection, industry and information technology, etc. Do you see me clearly? I am Jiang Susu's father. Haha. Young people, you're still too naive. You don't even know how to die. I had someone kill that guy called Brother Hua and put the blame on you. I have all the witnesses and evidence ready. In the South, I am omnipotent and can kill anyone I want. In addition, you caused my business to be closed down and more than 100 of my relatives to be arrested. Do you know how much time and money it took me to train them? Don't even think about overturning the verdict, and don't even think about being interrogated. All that is unnecessary. I'll have someone kill you in a moment. You will be charged with committing suicide out of fear of punishment. It was the video of George being interrogated. Of course, it had been edited by Huang Xiaobing. And Liang, he did not appear. This video caused an even bigger sensation. Especially the sentence, "Kill whoever you want to kill," aroused the indignation of the whole nation. Although most people have hatred towards the rich, this matter involves corruption, bureaucracy, abuse of power, and so on, and the repercussions it brings are definitely greater than hatred towards the rich, just like bombs exploding. I found out that the man is Jiang Hongqi, the chairman of Jiang's mining company. He is a retired soldier and currently holds a high position in the provincial capital. He is also the chairman of several companies. Awesome. He used his power to suppress Tianjin Group, murdered someone, and framed Mr. George for the crime. He even hired someone to kill someone, creating the illusion that Mr. George committed suicide out of fear of punishment. In the South, he really is so powerful that he can cover the sky with one hand. He is so arrogant. Now we even have the video. We're just waiting for the official announcement. I don't believe that the Jiang family can still clear themselves in this situation. Public opinion can no longer be suppressed. Everyone wants to know whether there will be another conflict between the palaces after things have become like this. At this time, a golf course. Huang Zhongwan is playing golf with teacher Hu. I saw that teacher who was about 54 years old, wearing glasses, tall, and had a kind face. The two played for a while, then sat down to rest and chatted about the hundreds of people who had been arrested recently. Huang Zhongwan tried to sound out teacher Hu's tone, but couldn't hear anything, so he had to hand over the information. Zhongwan, your information has a huge impact. Money laundering, running a casino, fraud, any one of these charges is enough to sentence the Jiang family to death. The teacher frowned as he looked at the information, but if we touch the Jiang family, we will provoke certain people. I have just arrived in the provincial capital, and I don't have a team. If I offend people, it will be difficult to carry out the next work. Teacher Hu, hundreds of people were arrested for corruption this time. I heard that it was related to George because they were all involved in the Tianjin Group's rectification incident. I heard that George had a falling out with the Jiang family. The Jiang family did not allow George to do business in the provincial capital, so they suppressed him strongly. I think this is our chance. We can take down the Jiang family and use this opportunity to build our own team. Besides, the teacher has just arrived, so we need to show some results to the people. Huang Zhongwan expressed his opinion. The teacher was still hesitating and said calmly, "This George is indeed a business genius, but it is still a bit risky to use this to bring down the Jiang family. Liang, you will not sit idly by. The most feared thing is that the report will fail and instead offend Liang, Yi, and Jiang Hongqi. Unless this fire can burn more vigorously. Zhongguan, let's put this matter aside for now. It's not that the teacher doesn't trust you. It's just that he doesn't trust this George. Because this morning, I heard that George had killed someone and the evidence is solid. If George is sentenced to death, I will offend Liang, Yi, and Jiang Hongqi if I report it. We can only report it when necessary, and we cannot take the initiative to do so. Otherwise, we will offend people." Huang Zhongwan felt secretly regretful when he heard this. Although teacher Hu is the top leader, he was parachuted in after all and has power but no authority. It would be very troublesome if he offended Liang Yi now. But if George hadn't fallen, their reporting would have been different. At that time, it would have been obvious that they were forced to report, and Liang Yi wouldn't have been so resentful towards them. Dingling. At this time, Huang Zhongwan received a call. "Director Huang, something big has happened. The case of Tianjin Group has been reversed. Someone has produced evidence to prove that everything about Tianjin Group is up to standard. The food does not violate any regulations. The clothing does not violate environmental protection requirements, etc. Also, someone filmed a video of Jiang Hongqi interrogating George. Everything Jiang Hongqi said and did was crazy." Chapter 152. When I was 6 years old, you taught me not to cry. Huang Zhongwan quickly opened his phone after hearing this and saw a lot of news. He said anxiously, "Teacher, please check the major websites and forums." Teacher Hu also took out his cell phone and looked at it, and his expression finally changed drastically. This matter has become so big. Is there no one to stop it? Lao Jiang, we are in trouble this time. Such an important matter was actually posted on the internet. Now the evidence is solid. Who released the news? All 121 people have been arrested. The evidence they had against Tianchang Group should be with the Discipline Inspection Commission. Could it be the Discipline Inspection Commission? Teacher who said in a low voice that he guessed that the Discipline Inspection Commission was secretly doing something to target the Jiang family. Obviously, the Disciplinary Inspection Department did not find any evidence of connection with the Jiang family among these 121 people, so they took this step. Of course, this is just Mr. Who's guess, and it's no longer important. What's important is what he does next. Teacher, the Jiang family is definitely in trouble. No matter how we try to clean it up, it's impossible to clean it up. At this time, we should stand up. If we do nothing, it will cause people to question and be dissatisfied, and they will lose confidence in us. If we take action, people will feel that justice still exists, and even Liang, you will not vent their anger on us. Huang Zhongguan immediately said, Teacher, there is no time to lose. His heart was also shocked like thunder. The last time George called him, his tone was full of confidence. He was determined to nail the Jiang family down. Later, Tiancheng Group got into more and more trouble, and George was even involved in a murder case. He felt that George was beyond help. Who knew things could turn around? It seems that all this was set up by George. From the very beginning, George had put himself in the game, causing Tiancheng Group to be caught up in public opinion and arousing the anger of the whole nation. After everyone was staring at the case, things suddenly took a turn, and the Jiang family could not escape, nor could they block the news. Teacher who put down his phone at this time, his face extremely serious. This fire is really burning. Zhongguan, you must handle this case immediately. Bring people to arrest Jiang Hongqi and others and confiscate all the properties under their names. George, release him without charge quickly. After the matter is processed, the official announcement will be issued. Huang Zhongguan rushed to do it after hearing this. His body was shaking. After this case was over, he would be promoted several levels. George, George, it's all thanks to you. At this time in the interrogation room, George slowly woke up and still felt very tired. Looking at the side again, I saw Chi Dan standing there indifferently with a loyal look on his face. Thanks. George nodded to Chi Dan and asked, What time is it now? Chi Dan shook his head. There was no way to tell time here. At this time, the door was opened, and then several people dressed as police officers walked in. George, someone's here to see you. They looked at George, then at the several people who fell in the cell, and their expressions changed slightly. In fact, they were all arranged by Jiang Hongqi. They had guessed a little about what Jiang Hongqi was going to do, but they were surprised that George did not die, but the killers died instead. George, how dare you? One of the young men immediately shouted angrily. However, an older man nearby stopped him. After all, what they were doing was a bit shady. Most importantly, the people who came to visit George were also very important. Let them meet first, and we'll talk about other things later. The older man handcuffed George and took him out again. When George came outside, he saw a noble lady wearing jewels and a black dress sitting opposite him. The two of them were staring at each other through the iron railings. This person is actually Maria. Interesting. George was actually not surprised by Maria's appearance. Maria not come at a time like this. She came here to be proud, and Maria was a person who liked to win or lose, so she also came to see him, George, kneel down and admit defeat. At this time, Maria stood outside the iron railings, staring at George with a sneer. Seeing that George had injuries and blood on his face, there was a sense of pride and relief in her eyes. George, you killed someone. How dare you do that? Without your parents' discipline, you have gone astray. Remember when you cut ties with your family? Remember the last time you slapped me in the face? Besides, he beat Lucas and taught Lily bad things. There are too many things. Why are you like a lost dog now? I knew that this day would come to you. Mom taught you a lesson before. Now you know why I did it. Maria scolded him uncontrollably, but there was a hint of pride in her words. George smiled and said, Maria, what's my business with you? Maria sneered when she heard this. George, you are still stubborn even at this time. You killed someone? Why don't you feel guilty at all? You are really hopeless. Yes, I killed someone. I am beyond redemption. You came here to laugh at me. You are so proud of yourself. You have been so miserable for a while. Now you can finally vent. Have you noticed that I was dispensable before, but now my every move can affect your mood? George shrugged. Besides, I will definitely be acquitted. You're dreaming. We have witnesses and evidence, and you still want to get out? Your uncle and I are here to help you. Don't be ungrateful. Kneel down and admit your mistake right now. Maria was a little unhappy. Although young, he had told her not long ago that George's bones were very hard. She didn't believe it at that time. After all, who is not afraid of death? But now, she really believed it a little. George sneered, "Help me? You're so good at pretending. Yuki is also learning from you, being hypocritical. You all really want me to die, but you are afraid that others will say you are cruel, so you pretend to be affectionate on the surface. Of course, I guess you are actually very conflicted. You want me to die, but you also feel a little unsatisfied. Maria, you have always been very vengeful. If I die suddenly, you will have no place to vent the grievances and suffering you have suffered during this period. So, you want to see me regret, suffer, and then cry and beg you for help. This can also prove that you are a great mother, and it is me, your son, who is wrong. Haha. Unfortunately, the reality is the opposite of your imagination. Not only did I not beg you, I also didn't regret it, and I didn't cry. Oh, by the way, you taught me when I was 6 years old to learn not to cry." Hearing these words, Maria's good mood was completely destroyed, and she angrily said, "Are you possessed by a ghost? Really? How could I raise a demon like you?" In fact, she had thought a lot when she came. She thought that George would kneel down and beg, and she would beat George severely to vent all the depression and resentment during this period. But George's attitude was unexpectedly tough. He would rather die than bow to her. And George was right. She was very conflicted about whether to help George or not. Of course, being reluctant or not is one thing. But the most important thing is to vent your anger. Chapter 153. George, you are acquitted. Raise? Are you qualified to say such a thing? George said with a look of sarcasm. When I was 3 years old, you were the one who threw me away. Actually, when I was reading the diary that Grandpa left in his room, he had already written it down. He knew it a long time ago. When I was 6 years old, you found me, but you didn't take me home. When I was 14, you finally brought me home. But it wasn't because you had a change of heart, but you wanted to keep me by your side and torture me. You really don't deserve to say the words raise. Maria became more and more angry. She didn't expect George to know so many things. No wonder George always hated them. Maria, Grandpa didn't like you back then, and you've been holding a grudge against me. Later, when the Liang family was in trouble, you forced Grandpa to help the Liang family. Otherwise, you would not give birth to a son for the Yi family and cut off the Yi family's incense. Grandpa agreed to help your Liang family overcome the difficulties. Originally, the Liang family should repay the favor, and you, Maria, should thank Grandpa, who knew that you still held a grudge and tortured and abused Grandpa when he was old. After Grandpa died, you tortured and bullied me. Maria, what you did is more cruel than murder. George finished speaking, his eyes fixed on Maria. George, you are about to die and still dare to rant. I will tear your mouth apart. Maria failed to vent her anger today and was instead severely provoked. She was so angry that she grabbed the iron railing and wanted to rush in and beat George. George smiled as he watched Maria go crazy. He waited until Maria calmed down and was sated. Then he said calmly, "It's not over yet. Your retribution will come slowly. Lily is in jail now, and you're divorced. Who do you think will be next?" Maria roared at George through the iron railings. "George, you are the reincarnation of an evil ghost. You have been here to avenge me since you were born. It's a pity that you died before me. You will go to hell. I will no longer sympathize with you. I came here today to help you, but I have killed this idea because you are not a human being. This is your retribution. You are beyond help. You still want to be acquitted? I'll eat your ass." Clang. At this time, the door was opened, and then several policemen came in and looked at George. "George, you are acquitted." "Oh, thank you." George was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded. He guessed that it must be Huang Zhongwan who took action. This is normal. At the beginning, the situation was very unfavorable to George, and Huang Zhongwan certainly did not dare to act rashly. But now the matter can no longer be covered up, and Huang Zhongwan's teacher will definitely seize this opportunity to gild his reputation. What? Acquitted? What the hell is wrong with you? Maria was stunned when she heard what the police said. She thought the police were going to arrest George and shoot him. How could this happen? She clearly came here to see George in trouble. But George was acquitted in front of her? He killed someone. How can he be acquitted? Where's your boss? Let me see myself. I am Maria from the Liang family. He can't go out. He can't. What are you doing? Maria, mentality is about to collapse. It was like she had been fighting George for a year, and it was finally over. But suddenly George came back from hell. George is not a human being. He is an evil ghost. He wants to kill everyone. He must be sentenced to death. At this time, Huang Zhongwan came in person, but because there were many people present, he behaved very officially. Besides, although he and George had talked on the phone twice, this was the first time they met. After seeing this legendary college student, he felt very solemn, with deep awe and fear. Of course, on the surface, he still behaved very official and majestically. Mr. George, we have been investigating your case and found a lot of evidence. We have confirmed that you are innocent, and the murderer will not escape the punishment of the law. Huang Zhongwan said, and he shook hands with George. George also shook hands and said with a smile, "There's another person in the cell who belongs to me. Let him come with me. This is against procedure." Huang Zhongwan frowned. Mr. Huang, I was wrong this time because your law enforcement department has a huge loophole. I'm a celebrity after all. What if I continue to pursue the matter? George smiled but didn't smile. Huang Zhongwan heard the threat in George's voice, thought for a moment, and nodded. Not long after, Chidan was also released and left with George. As soon as I walked out, I saw Maria standing outside the gate of the detention center. She looked like a black-faced god, and her body was shaking all the time. "George, you killed someone and you want to get away with it. You're dreaming." Maria saw that George was really released. She was so angry that she lost her mind and rushed over with fangs and claws bared. Bang! Chidan certainly wouldn't let George get hurt, so she pushed Maria to the ground and held her down tightly. "Don't kill." George knew Chidan was a death warrior who liked to kill people. He walked over and looked down at Maria, who was in a mess on the ground. "I'm sorry. I made you happy for nothing. This is what they call the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Now that I'm out, you and the Yi family will get your retribution." "George, you beast! Let me go, let me go." Maria was pinned to the ground, and she struggled desperately in anger. The hatred and anger in my heart have reached the sky. Chidan saw that Maria was a little out of control, so he slapped Maria in the face with such force that Maria's nose started bleeding. Maria was also stunned by the slap, and then she kept crying, thinking that God was playing a trick on her. She was about to win, but who knew that she would lose in the end? At this time, a large number of cars stopped in front, and then a large group of people in black suits rushed over, surrounding several people. These people are Olivia, Johnson, Xia Yao, and a handsome young man. "Brother Chun, you're okay, you're okay." Olivia saw George. She immediately ran over. Chidan was still holding Maria down, but when he saw someone approaching George, he wanted to rush over, but George stopped him. "She's my sister." Olivia ran over and hugged George in front of everyone, crying, "You're okay, you're acquitted, that's great. I was scared to death. You really didn't kill anyone. If you die, I will follow you." Her words also surprised George secretly. Although George knew that Olivia must be worried about him, Olivia's words made him feel a strange feeling. This kind of worry seems to exceed the feelings between siblings. "Chan, I'm fine, I'm fine." George wanted to help Olivia up, but Olivia still held him tightly, as if she was afraid that George would disappear. "Xia Yao, what's going on?" The handsome young man was Xia Lingyun, and he was staring at the scene. What happened to the friendship between classmates? Xia looks like she's obviously in a premature love relationship. "Brother, George saved Xia once before. Xia must have always been grateful to him. Don't think too much about it." Xia Yao secretly wiped the sweat off her face and quickly helped find an excuse. "Is that all?" Xia Lingyun's eyes when he looked at George. Chapter 154, he finally realized that there was no escape. At this time, Olivia finally reacted, quickly let go of George, and then laughed happily. "Silly girl, I'm fine. Didn't I say this was all my plan?" George rubbed her head, then looked at Xia Lingyun. Xia, who is he? He could sense Xia Lingyun's extraordinariness, and that the looks he got from them were a bit hostile. Most importantly, he had some impression of Xia Lingyun. By the way, in the antique shop in Yuhai City, the first young man who fell in love with the famous painting was Xia Lingyun. Olivia also looked at Xia Lingyun. Xia Lingyun looked at George indifferently, took a step forward, waiting for his sister to introduce herself, and then waiting for George to be respectful and polite to him. However, Olivia's next words made Xia Lingyun stagger and almost fall. "He is the young master of my father's boss's family. My father drives for him." "What? Your dad drives for me. Damn it, if my dad hears these words, he will beat me to death. Xiao Lingyun glared at her most doting sister. She never expected Olivia to say such words. George could sense that Xiao Lingyun looked at Olivia with a strange look. Perhaps this man was pursuing Olivia. You know, these second-generation rich people love to play with other people's feelings the most. George had to threaten. I remind you, she is my sister. Don't have any unreasonable thoughts, otherwise you will bear the consequences. What are you talking about? Xiao Lingyun was about to faint from anger. Olivia, whose sister is she? He wanted to pull George aside to ask him what the consequences were. Olivia had already pulled George away, and Xia Yao stopped Xiao Lingyun. The Jiang family is too repressed. The matter has escalated to such a big extent that the whole network knows about it, and they all know that a disaster is about to happen. The identities of 121 officials, evidence of their illegal activities, and the abuse of power against Tianshan Group have all been posted online. And there's also a video of Dad talking to George. Our Jiang family is finished this time. Jiang Wei's expression was extremely solemn. Jiang Susu's face was pale, and she stood there dazed. As early as 2 hours ago, she was still happy that George was killed and was planning to go to the bar all night. Who knew that in such an unexpected turn of events, the Jiang family's dark secrets were exposed, causing outrage across the entire network? The most terrifying thing is that the Jiang family has used all their connections to suppress public opinion and rumors, but it is completely useless. These opinions come from far away in the north, and they cannot reach that far. Jiang Hongqi smoked and kept making phone calls, asking his connections to handle these matters. But the phones of everyone who knew him were turned off. Obviously, all his connections have abandoned him at this time. No one wants to get into trouble. Not only that, those who had a grudge against Jiang Hongqi now pounced on them like a group of hungry wolves, attacking the Jiang family frantically. Jiang Hongqi tightly held a cigarette, his face uncertain. The video of me threatening George came from the interrogation room, which has been controlled by the Jiang family, but it was still transmitted. This means that there's a traitor among us, or a powerful hacker has hacked into the surveillance system. By the way, George was also monitoring our phone calls last time. If I'm not mistaken, there are hackers monitoring us. They are George's people. Not long ago, he also received a call from the police station saying that George was not dead. Just when he was planning to take further action, Huang Zhongwan forcibly took over the police station and arrested everyone. Now, he thought about the matter carefully again and became more and more certain that it was George who did it. Could it be that the negative news about Tianshan Group was also caused by George? Jiang Hongqi thought of something else. He deliberately made a big news, causing the whole network to know about it. When the matter is reversed, our Jiang family will not be able to clear ourselves and will not be able to escape. Dad, are we really unable to escape? When Jiang Weiwa heard what Jiang Hongqi said, he couldn't stop shaking. This was the first time he had been so panicked in so many years. Dad, brother, it's all my fault. Jiang Susu immediately regretted and cried. If she had known this earlier, she would not have provoked George that day. A strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. She now deeply understands this sentence. Jiang Hongqi was also upset, but after all, he had just returned from the battlefield, so he quickly calmed down. Although we can't escape, we still have a chance. We will try our best to reduce the negative effects. However, after this incident, our industries in the south are basically gone, and we can only rely on overseas industries. When this storm is over, you two brothers and sisters can also go abroad. Mr. Jiang, something bad has happened. At this time, a servant who had followed the Jiang family for many years ran over and said, "Our overseas businesses were wiped out by a mysterious force. Many people died, and everything was gone." What? What did you say? Jiang Hongqi's eyes instantly turned red, and he grabbed the man's shoulders tightly. Jiang Jun, where is Jiang Jun? You have to know that overseas industries are their last port, and Jiang Jun knows a lot about the Jiang family, so nothing can go wrong. I don't know, it's gone. Don't see. If a person is alive, you want to see him in person. If he is dead, you want to see his body. Anyone can refuse to see him, except Jiang Jun. Just when Jiang Hongqi felt uneasy, a large number of police rushed in. Jiang Hongqi shuddered all over and immediately rushed to the living room, pulled out a drawer, took out the pistol inside, and gave one to Jiang Weiwa. Both of them pointed their guns at the police who rushed in. Jiang Hongqi, why bother? The person leading the team was none other than Huang Zhongwan. You and I are old friends. You should know that I came to arrest people in person, which shows how serious this case is. You can't get away with it. Huang Zhongwan, I was wronged. Jiang Hongqi did not dare to shoot casually. Someone is targeting me. You must find out and clear my name. Huang Zhongwan sighed and shook his head. He took out his phone, played the video, and threw it over. Jiang Hongqi, if you're innocent, I will protect you even if I have to sacrifice my official hat. But, hey, you can see for yourself. Jiang Hongqi glanced at Huang Zhongwan cautiously, picked up his phone, watched the video, and his face finally changed drastically. The person in the video was Jiang Jun, who was being interrogated. You all know everything? Jiang Hongqi finally realized that he was doomed. I know everything. Money laundering, kidnapping, casinos. All this evidence is very unfavorable to you. Put down the gun, confess, and you may have a chance to get out. Huang Zhongwan nodded to the policeman beside him as he spoke, asking him to handcuff Jiang Hongqi. Dad! Jiang Weiguo watched the police approaching and waited for Jiang Hongqi to speak. Just one word, and he would open fire. Put down your gun. However, Jiang Hongqi no longer planned to resist. All the witnesses and evidence were there, enough for him to be shot 18 times. I need to make a phone call. Of course, before being arrested, he hesitated again and again. But finally, he begged Liang Yi for help. After all, the reason he got in trouble with George was because of the trouble Liang Yi brought him. After the call was connected, he shouted in panic, "Battalion Commander, something big has happened." Chapter 155. Don't be afraid of 10,000. Just be prepared for the worst. The arrest of Zhang's mining was also reported in the news. In Quanxing Group, Wei Mingfei watched the news with a smile. She was not surprised by all this. Of course, she was still very shocked. The Zhang family was a giant in the provincial capital, an existence that could cover the sky with one hand, but they were actually brought down by George. If it were the wealthy Quanxing Group, they would definitely not be able to do it in the short term. And even if they did, it would be exposed. Liang, you will not give up Jiang Hongqi. Next, he will definitely take action. George said he had a way to deal with Liang Yi. I'm curious what it is. Concubine Wei Ming knew that Liang Yi was the most difficult one to deal with. Even the parachuted-in leader had to give him face. Moreover, she couldn't do anything to Liang Yi for the time being. So what's George going to do? In fact, after Liang Yi left George, he heard the news about the Jiang family. At first, he didn't take it too seriously, but he didn't expect that public opinion would ferment so quickly, and it became out of control in the blink of an eye. Especially after answering Jiang Hongqi's call, Jiang Hongqi also expressed his guess that everything was caused by George. Liang Yi was shocked when he heard the news. Combined with Jiang Hongqi's analysis, he also felt that it was possible. He got involved in the game himself, stirred up public opinion, and eventually nailed the Jiang family to death. How come his nephew has become so powerful? George looked so nonchalant in the detention center. It turns out he wasn't indifferent to life and death, but was sitting on the daitai. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt like a clown, being played around by George. There must be someone behind this. George's hands can't reach overseas or Beijing. Liang Yi guessed that the Jiang family's overseas industries and the report to the Beijing Discipline Inspection Bureau were all done by another person. Of course, these are not important for the time being. What is important is George's counterattack, and he slapped Liang Yi hard. What annoyed him the most was that Liang Kaiyan, Liang Kaifeng, and others also received the news, but they did not pay attention to the Jiang family's affairs, but instead focused on George's acquittal and Tianqin Group's clearing of the injustice. They were clamoring to teach George a lesson and to destroy the Tianqin Group. And that's it. Maria came back and looked for him, pointing at the clear slap marks on his face, and said excitedly, "Brother, look what this is. What is this?" "Bah, slap print." Liang Yidu took a step back in fright. "My focus is not on the palm print. The focus is on George hitting me. This is the second time he hit me. A son hits his mother. God bless him." Maria was slapped in the face by Chi Dan, but she also blamed George. He was acquitted in front of me. He looked so arrogant that I wanted to beat him to death. I must sentence that rebellious son to death. Death penalty. Liang Yi sighed. He's your son after all. Not long ago, you wanted to help him. Yes, I wanted to save him, but you didn't hear what he said. It was so infuriating. I wish he would die right now. Why didn't I throw him into the river when I was a kid? Maria has become the same complaining woman as before. Next, Liang Yi's parents also came to talk about this. Liang, he was so annoyed by the quarrel that his head was about to explode. He actually knew that Maria was in the wrong regarding George's matter. He couldn't understand where Maria got the confidence from. Besides, his focus now was not on George, but on Jiang Hongqi. Stop arguing. Now that we have all the evidence, George is definitely fine. We, the Liang family, cannot cover the sky with one hand. Liang, he had no choice but to say helplessly. As expected, the noise was even louder than before. During this period, everyone was happy that George got his comeuppance, but he took off his pants and showed them this. In addition, when Maria went to persuade George, George refused to listen and even dared to hit his mother. Can such a rebellious son be tolerated? Dad, Mom, the public opinion is very loud right now. It's impossible to deal with Tianqin Group in the short term. Liang, he had no choice but to explain to Liang Quan and the others, then pushed everyone away. You guys go out first. I need some quiet time. Everyone had no choice but to leave cursing. After Liang Yi sat down, he continued to think about Jiang Hongqi. According to normal procedures, Jiang Hongqi cannot be saved at all. He has already been found guilty and will definitely be sentenced to death. But during the Vietnam War, Jiang Hongqi carried the injured Liang Yi back through the rain of bullets and saved Liang Yi's life. At that time, Liang Yi said, "We are lifelong comrades in arms and lifelong brothers. So no matter what it takes, Jiang Hongqi must be saved." Not to mention, the reason Jiang Hongqi was arrested was because he asked Jiang Hongqi to deal with George. George, why are you so difficult to deal with? Not only did we fail to deal with you, but we also got ourselves into trouble. Liang Yi lit up another cigarette and then called Beijing. "Ai, are you really determined to help Jiang Hongqi? Let me remind you, you are preparing for a promotion, and your name has been mentioned many times. If you get into trouble at this critical moment, your promotion will be affected. The old man next door, your mortal enemy, has been eyeing that position for a long time. Think carefully. Mr. Liu, we have to save Hongqi. Don't worry, I'm doing this, no one will know. Ai, it's better to be safe than sorry." Lucas had a great time these past 2 days. First, George was sentenced to death. Second, make huge profits in the stock market. Third, he took Lu Ruyan to meet his father and sister. Although his family did not like Lu Ruyan immediately, at least they did not object. So he took Lu Ruyan to Hong Kong Island for a 2-day trip and came back with many gifts. "Ruyan, you can give these cigarettes to my dad and tell him that you bought them. My dad will definitely be very happy and like you very much. And these gifts, bags, clothes, remember, give them to each of my sisters." Before entering the house, Lucas gave Lu Ruyan some instructions and then entered the living room. "Dad, sister, I'm back." After he shouted, he saw that everyone was in the living room, but they were not watching TV. Instead, they were watching the news on their mobile phones. However, everyone's face was gloomy, and when they looked at Lucas, there was anger on their faces. "Dad, what's wrong?" Lucas feels something is wrong. "Xiao Su, George has been acquitted. The Zhang family is finished." Yuki glanced at Lucas and said solemnly, "Bang, bang, bang." Lucas's hands fell to the ground, and he was completely stunned. Not only that, Tianqin Group was found to be wrongly accused. Currently, there are many voices on the internet supporting Tianqin Group, saying that Tianqin Group was targeted for reporting corruption. Now everyone wants to support Tianqin Group. David also said with a cold face. Lucas then realized that he had lost his composure and quickly picked up the gift on the ground, saying with a smile, "That's great. Brother doesn't have to die anymore. The rain is over and the sky is clear. That's great." After saying this, he felt as if his heart was stabbed by a knife and felt extremely uncomfortable. Chapter 156. All prices have fallen to the limit. The stock market crash is coming. What a bullshit. Angela couldn't help but interrupt, looking very unhappy. Grandma's family called and said that Mom was going to help George, but was slapped by George again. Also, George was not sentenced to death, and his Tianqin Group was vindicated. The future operations will be smoother than before. Our Yi Group's position as the city's richest man may be taken back. Every word she said made everyone feel depressed. In fact, they were very happy when they learned that George was acquitted, but Angela reminded them that George would not let the Yi family go. At that moment, Yuki fell into panic. David was in mixed feelings because he didn't want the Yi Group to be destroyed in his hands. All of them recalled the nightmares they had experienced recently. The couple's divorce, Lily going to jail, the disaster that befell the Yi Group, etc. George is out of trouble. He will continue to drag the Yi family into hell. Lu Ruyan looked at the depressed family and was also shocked. As early as a few days ago, the people in the Yi family were still very happy. They were smiling every day and even organized a barbecue. Who knew that after George was acquitted, they would feel like they were in hell? You know, in her previous impression, the Yi family was the wealthy aristocracy in Yuhai City. They were high and mighty and looked down on everything. And George was like a servant of the Yi family. No, he had even lower status than a servant. But now, based on the words of George's acquittal, the Yi family was actually scared, as if the world was coming to an end. George was actually so terrifying. However, George came out safely, and for some reason, she was still very happy. The Jiang family is a huge beast. How did George get it down? Lu Ruyan asked in a low voice. Angela stared at her, as if blaming her for being too talkative, and then said, "At present, we don't know if it is George, but Grandma said it was George who did it. Combined with what George did to the Yi family in the past, I guess it is most likely him." "Sister, the Jiang family's backer is my grandmother's family. Isn't George afraid of my grandmother's family?" Lucas was in disbelief and then felt horrified. If George really has this kind of power, then it would be very easy to kill them. The George in the past, who gave everything for family affection and was therefore played around by Lucas. But since George gave up his family affection, he has become extremely terrifying, as if he no longer has any weaknesses. Angela continued, "Of course, my second uncle said that someone is helping George. We don't know who it is yet, but we can be sure that George doesn't have the energy to confront the Jiang family head-on. However, after the Jiang family collapses, our cooperation with the Jiang family to enter the real estate industry will be shelved." Lucas immediately comforted her. "In fact, we don't have to worry too much. Even if the property market is not doing well, we still have the stock market. Besides, after what happened to my brother, maybe he will change his mind, value family affection, and return to the Yi family. Forget about him. He was almost sentenced to death and refused to bow his head. How could he possibly come back?" Angela said unhappily, and then stared at Lucas coldly. "But you, Xiao, didn't you watch the news when you were traveling? Did you know that the ugly country attacked Iraq?" Lucas' heart skipped a beat when he saw Angela's bad tone. He then secretly glanced at David and Yuki and found that their faces were also very cold. Damn it. Something must have happened. Damn, this nightmare really happened after George was acquitted. George's fault. "Sister, I don't really care about international affairs," Lucas said with gritted teeth. "As a manager, don't you even pay attention to international affairs? You are totally unqualified." Angela scolded Lucas harshly, treating him like a subordinate. Lucas was secretly angry. He was currently one of the presidents of the group. Why was Angela pretending to be so arrogant? He laughed dryly and said, "What's going on? It's a war, right? It doesn't seem to be a big deal." As soon as he said this, David and Yuki also glared at him, which made Lucas very embarrassed. Why did it feel like everyone was blaming him? Nothing. After the war, the international oil price soared. We sold our crude oil too early. We could have made $8 billion, but now we only made $4 billion. Angela said dissatisfiedly. "Xiao, what can I say to you? You don't understand business, so let me do it. Why do you make your own decisions? Oil prices have risen sharply." Lucas' heart skipped a beat, and he quickly took out his cell phone to check. Then his face turned pale. He didn't expect that international oil prices would soar. And this was after he sold his stockpiled crude oil. This is so unlucky. No wonder Angela grabbed him and scolded him harshly. Even David and Yuki didn't treat him well. The group is facing a huge funding gap right now. We took a lot of land last time without paying for it. A new debt is about to mature, and the interest will be $300 million. If you sell the crude oil later, we can get an extra $4 billion and alleviate all the debts. Angela scolded Lucas harshly. Lucas didn't dare to talk back and lowered his head to admit his mistake. He felt like he was dreaming. He used to be the most spoiled one in the family. But now he felt like he had become the former George, being scolded and blamed by his elder sister and family members. David also chimed in. "Xiao, you're just not as steady as George." Lucas was instantly choked. What he hated most was being compared to George. "Dad, it's okay. Aren't we making a lot of money in the stock market? I have put a lot of the shipping group's businesses on bank loans. In this bull market, we're going to make a huge profit of $20 billion and make back all the losses we made before with interest." Lucas gave himself confidence. David's expression relaxed a little. He had been keeping an eye on the stock market, and the momentum was indeed good. Yuki also took out his cell phone and looked at the stock market. Only Angela was still dissatisfied, I don't know whether this Quansheng group can be trusted or not. They persuaded you to sell our crude oil. Who knows what other ulterior motives they have? Lucas immediately laughed and said, Big sister, you think too much. The assets of Quansheng Group are among the best in the world. How could they possibly deal with us? In their eyes, we're just small shrimps. Angela had a gloomy face and didn't say anything, as if she was in a very unhappy mood. Xiaosu, something bad has happened. Yuki, who was looking at her phone, suddenly exclaimed, It's the limit down. All the stocks have reached the limit down. It's over. The stock market crash is coming. This shout made everyone's hair stand on end, and they stared at Yuki. Yuki was still checking her phone, but she was already crying. The U.S. Federal Reserve raised interest rates, global capital flowed back, and the stock market plummeted. After saying that, the phone also fell to the ground. David, Lucas, Angela, and others also took out their mobile phones to check the stock market, and then their phones fell to the ground one by one. An atmosphere of doomsday enveloped everyone. When Lu Ruyin saw this situation, her lips turned pale with fright. She felt as if there were living people in front of her, but she couldn't sense their life. Chapter 157. He wants internal strife in the Yi family, isn't it now? At this time, Lu Ruyin heard the phone ringing and stared at the ground to remind. Yi Lucas, your phone is ringing. It must be a call from Quansheng Group. They are an international capital giant, and they will definitely find a way to deal with it. Lucas seemed to have found a life-saving straw. He picked up the phone and answered it. It was indeed a call from Quansheng Group. Mr. Yi, I think you already know the situation. I'm sorry, but the Fed's interest rate hike is not something we can control, so most of the money your group invested is stuck. You should find a way to minimize the loss. Mr. Smith, how could you do this? You are a liar. Mr. Yi, this is an accident. Besides, our Quansheng Group has also suffered a loss of 20 billion. Well, if you think Quansheng Group is a liar, you can sue us. Bye. David and the others heard the phone call and sat down on the sofa weakly. Xiaosu, it's you. You're the one who brought Quansheng Group here. You killed us. Angela suddenly rushed over angrily and slapped Lucas in the face. Lucas didn't dare to resist. He lowered his head, looking full of self-blame. Xiaosu, why you keep making mistakes? You shouldn't be in the highest position in the Yi group. Yuki was also out of character, no longer gentle, only complaining. You really can't compare to George. This sentence stimulated Lucas again. Well, it's already happened. There's no point in blaming each other. Let's check how much we lost. David interrupted and stared at Lucas. Xiaosu, Dad understands you. The stock market crash cannot be controlled by humans. But you are indeed a little impulsive. Compared with George, you still need to learn. Lucas was so angry that he gritted his teeth. It was George again. The whole family was comparing George with him. And when we followed the Quansheng Group to invest in the stock market, everyone agreed, including David. Now that we've lost money, the responsibility is all on him. At this time, Yuki and Angela were checking the group's losses. David watched nervously from his side. After half an hour, Yuki looked up and said, I lost about 6 billion here. I have 7.5 billion here. Angela said with a dejected look, it's more than 10 billion in total, and we mortgaged the shipping group, plus a lot of land acquired at auctions, etc. Now, the deadline for repaying the debt is coming. If we can't pay it back, we may go bankrupt. As soon as the word bankruptcy was mentioned, everyone felt even worse than before. David seemed like he had lost his soul. The Yi family had been doing well in the past, but he relied on the 30 billion assets left by his father and worked hard to build up to 50 billion. Although it is not a great achievement, he is still very proud of it. But now it's all gone. Xiaosu. David grabbed Lucas by the collar and slapped him angrily. Lucas was slapped and fell on the sofa, with blood coming out of the corner of his mouth. Lu Ruyin quickly supported him. Bankruptcy. The Yi family is bankrupt. What the hell are you three doing? David also yelled at Angela and the other two. I left my grandfather's assets to you, and you just squandered it all? You are just a bunch of trash. Compared to George, you are nothing. Look at you guys, and then look at George. He's back to being the richest man in the city. Every sound and every sentence was like a knife stabbing into Angela and the others' hearts. Of course, Angela and the others were also very angry because David actually called them trash. You know, David is just a consultant now and has no real power. But they finally endured it. After all, David was still their father, and they did fail. Dad, now is not the time to scold us. The most urgent task is to restructure the debt as soon as possible, Yuki said anxiously. Our funding gap is as high as more than 10 billion. We will probably have to sell all the land we bought, and the shipping group will also have to sell it. The shipping group cannot be abandoned. Lucas immediately stopped him. If you want to sell it, just sell the furniture business. The profit of this business is not high anyway. Xiao Su, you are dreaming. Don't think I don't know what you were thinking. You caused this trouble yourself. Why should I cover it up? Angela looked over angrily. The three of them are in charge of the three largest businesses of the Yi Group: Yes Seasoning, Shipping Group, and Furniture Business. The Shipping Group is under the management of Lucas, so he's against the sale and proposed to sell the Furniture Business, which belongs to Angela. Once the Furniture Business is sold, Angela will have nothing. The two of them started arguing for a while, which didn't seem like the usual deep sibling relationship they had. Stop arguing. You two are sisters. Why are you acting like enemies? David couldn't help but interrupt them. Moreover, he had a sense of déjà vu, as if George had said that he wanted the Yi family to split up and then fight among themselves. Isn't the current situation one of internal strife? Horrible. If all this was planned by George, then George is omnipotent. Of course, it was just a sudden inspiration for him, and he didn't think it had anything to do with George, because no matter how smart George is, he couldn't have guessed about the war abroad and the Federal Reserve's interest rate hike. Besides, both the sale of crude oil and the entry into the stock market were Lucas' ideas and had nothing to do with George. Dad, even if we reorganize our assets and sell some of them, it still won't be enough to fill the hole. Yuki cried at this time. At least we still need to fill the hole of 8 billion. David suddenly became irritable and smoked one cigarette after another, thinking about what to do. In this situation, we can only seek help from the Liang family. Xiaoxiu, call your mother. After hearing this, Angela and the others stopped arguing and immediately looked at Lucas. Lucas had no choice but to call Maria. Not surprisingly, the Liang family was also shocked. As for the financial assistance, they did not agree immediately, but wanted to discuss it within the family before making a decision. After all, borrowing 10 billion is not a small amount of money. The Liang family also has its own industries. The sudden withdrawal of 10 billion will also have an impact on the operation of the industries. David learned of the Liang family's intention. He was not surprised. He guessed that the Liang family would definitely help, but would definitely not give out 10 billion. Use your connections and borrow some money. David looked at the crowd and said, borrow as much as you can. Angela suddenly suggested, Dad, George is the richest man in the family. If he can help, we will definitely get through this difficult time. Yuki immediately shook her head when she heard this. Sister, George won't help us. He wants us to go bankrupt. Angela immediately cursed. He is the one who caused us to go bankrupt, and he dares not to help. If so, he will never recognize me as his big sister again in this life. Yuki was stunned. George who caused the Yi family to go bankrupt. Wasn't it Lucas who caused it? My elder sister is really good at lying. Of course, if it was really George who did it, he would be even less likely to help. Chapter 158. Relatives are relatives, but accounts must be settled. At this time, Lucas said seriously, our bankruptcy this time has nothing to do with George. Although I also think George will not help, but we still have to give it a try. Of course, if your mother also comes forward, the hope will be greater. When everyone heard this, they all shook their heads. Let Maria ask George. Unless Maria is dead, it is impossible. After the Liang family received the news, grandparents also held an emergency family meeting. Xiao Su is the same. He actually invested all his money in the stock market. Now, there's a stock market crash, and he has lost everything. Sitting in her seat, Liang Kaiyin said in a sarcastic tone, at times like this, even relatives would feel resentful. After all, they have to cover the loss, and it's 10 billion. Anyone would be dissatisfied. Where's David? Wasn't he supervising those kids? What was he supervising? The youngest uncle in the family, Liang Haoyang, had just returned from abroad and was also very dissatisfied. 10 billion is not a small amount of money. Even if we want to withdraw the funds, it will take some time. The third brother, Liang Saijia, said calmly, besides, Lucas and the other two don't know how to do business. Even if we help them, they will lose money soon next time. She is the person in charge of the Liang family business. Her temperament is a bit similar to Maria's, but calmer and more majestic. Her words were also hinting to everyone that although the Yi group was registered under the name of the Liang family, the assets were actually distributed among Lucas and the other two, and the people of the Liang family did not gain any advantage. If we lend money to Yi group now, Who knows whether Yi Group can afford to pay it back in the future, and whether it will pay it back. Relatives, they're also the best at refusing to pay their debts. Maria stood beside Liang Quan and didn't say anything. She had no right to speak, but her relative's words also made her very embarrassed. She was very concerned about her reputation and always sided with her mother's family, so she didn't blame her third sister and the others for not helping. Instead, she felt that the Yi family was too shameful. She had been helping the Liang family all along, but now she had become a burden. We are all relatives, so we must help. Let me tell you, we can transfer as much funds as possible, Liang Quan said at this time. Let's relieve their pressure first. After saying that, he looked at Liang Saijia and said, 5 billion. Do you have it? Dad, there aren't that many, Liang Saijia said dissatisfiedly. If you don't manage a household, you don't know how expensive fuel and rice are. Now the several investments abroad are burning money. Then how many do we have at home? 2 billion, Liang Saijia said reluctantly, and reminded, relatives are relatives, but the accounts still need to be settled clearly, because this money belongs to the group, and there are procedures to follow when lending it out. To put it bluntly, it means writing an IOU or something like that. Got it. Let's collect the money right away. Liang Quan also understood what Liang Saijia meant. After all, the money did not belong to Liang Saijia alone, but to a big family, and everyone's feelings had to be taken into consideration. He looked at Maria again and said, don't worry, we are all family, and we will definitely help. First, take 2 billion to make ends meet. If you can't hold on any longer, our family will find a way. Thank you, Dad. Maria's eyes were red, and she looked at everyone and said, thank you, third sister, and everyone. Everyone immediately became polite. But Maria knew that after this incident of borrowing money, her status in the Liang family would drop greatly. After all, a married daughter is like spilled water, and borrowing money from her parents' home would be looked down upon. David, you are a piece of shit. She also secretly blamed David in her heart, thinking that it was because of David's poor supervision. That night, Yuki walked into George's room. I saw that the small room had become very messy, and the sticky notes on the wall had been torn off at some point. I don't know if it was my eldest sister or Maria who tore it, or maybe it was Lily. Just now, the Liang family also called, and Yuki also knew what was going on, but 2 billion can only alleviate the current debt problem and cannot sustain it for long. So the best way is actually to borrow money from George. George, we have been fighting you, and in the end, we failed again. In fact, when I learned that you were sentenced to death, I was very sad, but soon I was overwhelmed by joy because I knew that only when you died could our family have peace. I am indeed very selfish and hypocritical. Just like you said, if the Yi family wants to sacrifice anyone, it will only be you. She placed the lipstick that George had given her as a birthday gift on the table, closed the door, and left. Outside, she made another call. Cousin, where are you? Yuki, I'm at the bar. Do you want to come over? Okay, I'll be there right away. Yuki hung up the phone. She asked the driver to take her to a bar in the provincial capital because she was thinking about drinking. Her cousin is Liang Jingjing, the only daughter of her second uncle Liang Yi. Currently, the Liang family only plans to invest 2 billion. She hopes to get her second uncle to come forward and support the Yi family with more funds. She knows that the Liang family is very rich and is a capital giant with hundreds of billions. They can definitely help. So she plans to do some work on Liang Jingjing's side. When we arrived at the bar, we saw Liang Jingjing wearing a very cool sequin short skirt and fishnet stockings. She was drinking and swaying like the most handsome guy in the room. Yuki used to be a teacher, and it was her first time coming to a place like this, so she felt a little nervous. Yuki, this is a place to release stress. If you have any stress, just drink and release it. Liang Jingjing took Yuki to drink. Yuki needed help from others, so she drank in the end. She was not good at drinking, so she got a little drunk after a few glasses of wine. After she completely let go, she also danced with Liang Jingjing. All the pressure in recent times is being released, making her feel very comfortable. I don't know how long they played. Liang Jingjing called Yuki to leave, got in a sports car, and went back to Yuhai City. Jingjing, our family used to be very rich, but now we need your family's help. It's so unlucky. Jingjing, what does your father mean? Your father and your uncle have the most say in the Liang family. If he speaks up, Grandpa's family will definitely help us with more money. Yuki vomited for a while beside the sports car, then said to Liang Jingjing, my dad has been busy, using his connections to help reduce Uncle Hongqi's charges. I heard he got a patent for him that can change the death penalty to suspended death penalty, and then with some further manipulation, the suspended death penalty can be changed to life imprisonment, etc. I estimate that in about 3 to 5 years, Uncle Hongqi will be able to be released. Liang Jingjing took a sip of wine, turned up the car music to the maximum, and drove while having fun. At this moment, Yuki suddenly realized something and shouted, "Hey, Jingjing, be careful. Red light, red light." Bang, bang, bang. The sports car was driving very fast and had already rushed over, knocking a tricycle crossing the road away. It then continued to hit other cars, knocking over a BMW in front of it, which crashed in a flower bed beside the road with a bang. The next moment, the BMW caught fire and burned fiercely. Oh my God! Liang Jingjing was wearing high heels and kept stepping on the brakes, but who knew that she stepped on the accelerator in a hurry, causing another chain collision. She knocked over 3 cars and knocked several passers-by away. Chapter 159. This night is obviously not peaceful. The quality of the sports car is very good, even in such a serious car accident. Only the front of the car was damaged, and Liang Jingjing and Yuki in the car also had their heads hit. The two of them groaned miserably for a few times, and in a daze they heard a lot of shouting coming from outside. "Hurry! Save people! Save people! Everyone lift up the car and save the people inside. Run! This car is going to explode." There was a panic, and then, after an unknown amount of time, the sounds of ambulance and police cars were heard. Yuki was the first to wake up. She got out of the car and stumbled over to help Liang Jingjing out. Both of them had blood on their heads and were about to leave. "Don't leave. They're the ones who caused the car accident. They're drinking. Stop them. There are also a lot of noises coming from all around. Get out of here. My father is Liang Yi. If anyone dares to yell at me, I will kill you. Get out of here. My dad will bring a team of Italian artillery to bomb you to death." Liang Jingjing was still drunk and was cursing at everyone around her. When the traffic police saw this situation, they immediately controlled Liang Jingjing and Yuki, and there were many people filming around them. This night is clearly not peaceful. The light in Liang Yi's room was still on. He was wearing reading glasses and reading the news on his mobile phone. "Jiang Hongqi, your faith collapsed. You betrayed your original intention, violated the spirit of the regulations, and engaged in fraud." The verdict on Jiang Hongqi has been announced in the news. Jiang Weigua and Jiang Susu were both sentenced to life imprisonment. No one in the Jiang family escaped. Liang Yi sighed. Now, he could only delay until the storm was over, and then get some patents or something to help Jiang Hongqi. Moreover, he has been very busy recently and is preparing for a promotion. He hopes that Jiang Hongqi's matter can be postponed until after his promotion. It will be much easier to deal with then. "Brother, you haven't slept yet." Maria's voice came from outside the room. "Come in." Liang Yi walked over to open the door and poured Maria a cup of water. "I just found out about the Yi family. My second brother is a little busy right now. When I have time, I will see how I can help the Yi family." "Brother, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. We are brother and sister. What trouble is there?" Liang Yi smiled and shook his head. "But George is really amazing. He is calm and shrewd beyond his age. I lost this time because I underestimated him. That rebellious son. I will beat him to death sooner or later." Speaking of George, Maria's face suddenly turned dark. Liang Yi sighed. He is now fully grown. It will be more difficult to deal with him than before. He is not as simple as you think. No one in the Yi family can compare with him. Even the Liang family, he is not qualified to compete with me. George until the last moment. Otherwise you will kill 1,000 enemies, but injure 800 of your own. Look, the Jiang family was ruined by him. I'm most afraid that he has a backup plan. That guy does things one after another. Until the end, no one knows what he is doing or what he is going to do. Maria heard this. She felt very dissatisfied and uncomfortable. However, the Jiang family was brought down because they helped the Yi family, so she didn't dare to say anything now. "Maria, my second brother still says the same thing. The feud between you and George can only be solved by the person who tied it, especially since George has been causing so much trouble because you have hidden something." Liang Yi looked at Maria deeply again. "Now my parents don't know about George. If they knew, it might cause some trouble again. Actually, there is no overnight hatred between mother and son. It was you who was unwilling to give in that led to the subsequent troubles. You should think about this carefully." Maria remained silent after hearing this, but her eyes were full of stubbornness. Let her bow down to George. Dream on. George is only in the limelight for a while. He'll get his comeuppance sooner or later. Liang was familiar with Maria's temperament and knew that his sister would not admit defeat. She was born in the year of the ox, so he could only sigh secretly. But no matter what Maria chooses, as her brother, I can only protect her forever. The Jiang family's affairs and the Yi family's affairs are enough to keep us busy for a while. After we are done, let's talk about how to deal with George. By the way, you can actually go talk to George about the Yi family. If he is willing to provide funds, the crisis of the Yi family can be overcome. Liang Yi reminded again. At this time, a phone call came in. After he answered it, his face changed drastically. What? Jingjing was in a car accident. After saying that, he immediately put on his coat and rushed out. Maria's face also changed drastically, and she quickly followed. She knew that her sister-in-law died early, so her second brother regarded Liang Jingjing as the most important person in his life. The two rushed all the way to the hospital, only to find that it was also very busy, crowded with people, and there was a lot of noise. In the corridor outside one of the wards, many people were clamoring to rush in, but were eventually stopped by the police. After Liang arrived, he showed his ID and was allowed to enter the room. Dad, fourth aunt. In the room, Liang Jingjing and Yuki were lying on the hospital beds. They sat up happily when they saw the two of them. What happened? Liang looked at his daughter with heartache. Just a little thing happened, and these people stopped us and wanted to teach us a lesson. Liang Jingjing said angrily, Dad, arrest them all and let them know who they have offended. Yuki was hesitating, wanting to say something but not daring to, because she didn't think so. She knew something serious had happened and many people had died. The group of people outside are the relatives of the injured, and they almost broke in. Okay, Dad will protect Jingjing. You take a good rest, and Dad will take care of it. Liang lovingly comforted his daughter, then took Maria out of the ward. As soon as I arrived at the corridor, the attending doctor had been waiting for a long time. He gave a general account of the conditions of Liang Jingjing and Yuki. Generally speaking, there were no serious injuries. Just when Liang was relieved, his secretary also ran over and gave Liang serious instructions. What? 6 people died? 8 were seriously injured, and 9 were slightly injured. When Liang heard this, he gasped. Yes, it's a big deal. The family members are going to appeal and punish the driver for deliberate murder. The secretary said seriously, and there are also videos and rumors on the internet. It was Miss Jingjing who shouted after getting off the car. Take a look. Liang immediately looked at the video on his mobile phone and suffocated instantly. Get out of here. My father is Liang. If anyone dares to yell at me, I will kill you. Get out of here. My dad will bring a team of Italian artillery to bomb you to death. In the video, Liang Jingjing was extremely arrogant. She cursed at whoever she caught and even punched and kicked the police. Bang! Liang Yijing's phone fell to the ground, and he knew he was in trouble. Deal with this as soon as possible, quickly. It doesn't matter how much compensation is due, as long as the family can forgive us. Liang had cold sweat on his forehead as he gave anxious instructions. He knew that once the public opinion storm spread, he might become the next Jiang Hongqi, and no one could save him. Fortunately, the incident happened at night, so there was still time to take action and calm the storm. Chapter 160. George's target is me. How could this happen? Maria listened to the whole thing and knew how troublesome it was. Putting aside the things Liang Jingjing said that aroused public anger, the fact that 6 people were killed and more than a dozen were seriously injured is already headline news. That night, no one left, and everyone stayed in the ward with Liang Jingjing until 5 in the morning, when a group of people in suits walked in and secretly transferred Liang Jingjing and Yuki. Liang and Maria did not sleep the whole night, waiting for what was to come. Who would have thought that the next morning, instead of being calmed down, public opinion became even more crazy, sweeping the entire internet. Awesome. Who is this woman? She drove drunk, wore high heels, ran a red light, and killed so many people. And she still dares to be so arrogant. Who is her father, Liang Yi? Haha, what a traitor. This Liang is going to be in trouble. This woman committed murder intentionally. It's like she killed someone with a knife and then said in public, I killed him. Who dares to touch me? She's so arrogant. All major websites and forums are buzzing with controversy. The Jiang Hongqi incident hasn't come to an end yet, and now this kind of thing has happened again. It has a very bad impact on social morals. Liang Yi and his daughter have returned to the Liang family. He has been following this matter closely, seeing the public opinion getting bigger and bigger. He feels extremely heavy-hearted. He now deeply understood Jiang Hongqi's despair. You have powerful means and connections, but they are of no use at a time like this. Moreover, people in Beijing seem to have heard the news and kept calling Liang Yi. The general meaning was that this matter could not be suppressed. Moreover, Liang Yi is currently on his way to a high position in the career path, and it is very likely that his career will be stranded because of this incident. As for Jiang Hongqi, there is no need to mention it. Liang Yi is in trouble himself. How can he save him? Brother, how could this happen? Maria listened to Liang Yi talking about the worst possible outcome and kept crying with worry. Liang Yi's face was also haggard. I asked my secretary to block the news, but who knew that in the early morning, public opinion and rumors were out of control like a plague. I suspect that someone is deliberately spreading the news. Deliberately? Maria stared at Liang Yi. Liang Yi's face was gloomy and his eyes were deep. The first thing he thought of was Jiang Hongqi's matter, which was also known to the entire network and could not be suppressed. After connecting the two things together, Liang Yi couldn't help but have some guesses. Moreover, Jiang Hongqi said that George has some very powerful hackers under his command, so the attacks on the internet were most likely caused by George. Oh no, it's George. This little bastard's target is not the Jiang family, but me. The more Liang Yi thought about it, the more he felt it was possible, especially when he thought about how George was still calm and composed in the detention center when facing the death penalty, as if he was sitting on a throne, and how Liang Yi punched George twice, and George told him that these two punches would have a price. That's right. It must be George. When Liang Yi thought that George was dealing with the Yi family and the Jiang family, in fact, George was dealing with him and playing a very big game. Of course, this is also a warning, telling him Liang Yi not to interfere in the affairs of the Yi family anymore. That rebellious son, is he dealing with you? Maria felt cold all over after hearing this, as if a basin of cold water was poured from her head to her legs. George dealt with the Yi family, but he dared to deal with the Liang family? How dare he? He even dared to frame my uncle. I will go back and beat him to death. Maria couldn't help it. Liang Yi immediately grabbed her and said, "Fight? How? Do you have any evidence? Did he recognize you as his mother again? Besides, these are just my guesses and may not be true. After all, George was not the one who led Jingjing's car accident. He just took the opportunity to deal with me." He warned seriously. In short, don't tell Mom and Dad about George's affairs. Treat it as an accident. Also, don't tell George about these things, or he might be alerted. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of police came to the Liang family and wanted to take Liang Jingjing and Yuki away. Liang Jingjing no longer dared to be arrogant and burst into tears. Grandpa, Grandma, and others kept trying to dissuade them, saying it was a misunderstanding, and even reported the identities of Liang Yi and Liang Yong. But Liang Jingjing and the others were still taken away. Liang Yi couldn't help much now. He could only tell Liang Jingjing and the others not to say anything after they went in and let the lawyers speak. This is the only thing he can do now. I.e., Jingjing was captured. How could you have the heart to do that? Why didn't you do anything? Liang Quan watched his granddaughter being taken away and could only look at Liang Yi with resentment. Dad, I'll take care of it. Don't worry. Liang Yi didn't dare to tell the truth and could only comfort the old man. In fact, he can't even protect himself now, because the matter had become such a big deal and the entire internet knew about it. Not to mention getting promoted, he would also be investigated. After George was released from the detention center, he immediately devoted himself to the business of Tianjin Group. Tianjin Group has just been unsealed, and many projects are lining up to restart. Tianhai Shopping Mall reopened. Tianhai Catering also resumed operations, and with the addition of Dichin Clothing and others, and with Tianjin Group's fearlessness in reporting corruption, business is better than before. Once, George went to inspect Tianhai Hot Pot City and found that customers lined up in a long queue waiting for their meals. They did not show any dissatisfaction and were chatting excitedly. Tianhai Catering is a truly conscientious company. They're willing to go bankrupt in order to report corruption. Just for this reason, I will definitely take care of them. I heard that Chairman George is still a college student. Young people are responsible and have a sense of responsibility. Fortunately, the truth has come out. Otherwise, an old woman, would be reproached by my conscience for the rest of my life. Moreover, these short videos were also circulated on the internet, and, for a time, Tianjin Group was the talk of the town. George only looked at it for a while and then invested in real estate development. Many projects were previously closed down, resulting in a large number of workers losing their jobs. Now all these workers have returned to their jobs. And the mayor of Yuhai City also provided a lot of help. After the real estate industry stabilized, George's focus returned to Kanduaduo. Kanduaduo is currently developing rapidly and is showing signs of catching up with Taobao and JD.com. As long as we increase capital investment, we will be able to share the world with them sooner or later, and we can even expand our business overseas. While he was busy, George was also watching what was happening in the Yi family, the Jiang family, and the Liang family. George was not surprised that the Yi family encountered the Federal Reserve's interest rate hike and the broken capital chain. He was just thinking about what move the Yi family would make next. If no action was taken, the Yi family would definitely go bankrupt. As for the Jiang family, Jiang Hongqi would be doomed to death without Liang Yi's help. Sure enough, Jiang Weiguo was sentenced to life imprisonment, and Jiang Susu committed suicide due to the negligence of the guards. During the rescue, she kept saying that a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. Liang Yi probably already knew the fate of the Jiang family. He must be in great pain now. Chapter 161. Prepare for a rainy day and monitor the Liang family's voice. Of course, George did not sympathize with Liang Yi, because Liang Yi interfered in the affairs of the Yi family, which was the consequence he had to bear, and George had also reminded Liang Yi. Therefore, Liang Yi is very unlucky now and is all his own fault. The most important thing is that his daughter hit and killed someone with her car. The family of the deceased refused to forgive and insisted on sentencing him. This would definitely make Liang Yi unable to stand up straight. Although Liang Jingjing may not necessarily be sentenced to death in the end, she will definitely go to jail. In the previous life, Liang Yi relied on his identity to help his daughter resolve the crisis. In this life, he will finally taste the bitter fruit of breaking the law. Of course, Liang Yi loves Liang Jingjing so much that he will definitely not let his daughter suffer. What will he do next? By the way, in the previous life, Liang Jingjing was the only one driving and caused a car accident. In this life, the situation has changed. There is actually an additional Yuki. Perhaps Yuki will be sacrificed. George kept guessing, but of course it was just guessing and he was not sure. Anyway, after he got out of the detention center, his troubles were over, and now it was Maria and the others' turn. Of course, the Liang family is still very difficult to deal with. With the current Tianjin group, it is obviously not a match for the Liang family. Huang Xiaobing, monitor the phone calls of everyone in the Liang family as much as possible. Remember, don't reveal your true identity. In order to prepare for a rainy day, George arranged for Wang Wei and Huang Xiaobing to keep an eye on it. We soon learned that Maria's youngest brother Liang Haoyang was also back. Of Liang Haoyang George, he is said to be a famous jewelry designer who has been hanging around in foreign celebrity circles for many years and is very well known. In addition, Liang Haoyang's divorced wife is called Shi Xiaoqi. In the previous life, she was the only woman in the Liang family who treated George very well. Oh, I forgot about Aunt Shi. George felt warm in his heart when he thought about how Shi Xiaoqi had been secretly helping him in his previous life. Mr. Yi, it's about my sister. At this time, Qi Dan rushed into the office. These days, George has been learning fighting skills with Qi Dan whenever he has free time, and he has made great progress. After all, Qi Dan doesn't use fighting boxing techniques, but killing skills. George was very interested in these. He didn't use them to kill people, but if he encountered a top killer in the future, he would know how to defend himself. Your sister has already come to China, and the kidney source is ready. She is at Parkway Hospital. I'll have my bodyguard take you there. George laughed. Really? Qi Dan's eyes widened. George opened the drawer and took out 2 ID cards. These are your sister's and your ID cards. From now on, you are no longer shady people, but upright people. These ID cards and kidney sources were all obtained by George through Wei Mingfei. Wei Mingfei already knew how George dealt with Liang Yi. Seeing Liang Yi in the spotlight, she was naturally very happy. As a reward for cooperation, she also used foreign forces to find a kidney source and used her connections to get 2 legal ID cards. At this moment, Qi Dan was trembling all over and staring at the ID card. This is a very normal thing for Chinese residents, but for them, it is a ray of light, a ray of hope. Plop. Chidan knelt down and kowtowed heavily to George. When she raised her head again, tears were streaming down her face. He is not good at speaking, but he has already determined in his heart that Mr. Yi is the person he will protect even if he dies. Mr. Lin, you see, we have been friends for decades, can we? Old Yi, I'm sorry. I just received a batch of goods and can't spare any extra funds. Boss Luo, Boss Luo. Oh, Brother Kai, I know about your situation too. Look, I still owe the bank hundreds of millions. How can I have the cash? David has been calling looking for help. But when the wall fell, everyone pushed it. No one was willing to help, and there were quite a few people who took advantage of the situation. In the business world, there are no eternal friends, nor eternal enemies. He finally understood this. Now, although the Liang family has provided $2 billion in support, it only temporarily alleviates the urgent need. Dad, what's going on? Lucas and Lu Ruyin were not in school and were paying attention to this matter. Angela and Yuki went to work. They wanted to restructure the debts, reorganize the group's assets, etc. When the Yi group was at its peak, these guys always called each other older brother and mister. But now when it comes to borrowing money, none of them wants to lend money. David said with a cold face that some of his old friends had financial difficulties in the past, but he helped them a lot. Now, one by one, they have turned against him. Of course he understands. The reason why these people dare not help is mainly because of Tianchun Group. No one wants to offend the current richest man in the city. Well, Lucas heard this. He turned his head away, feeling disappointed and unwilling. Lu Ruyin didn't dare to interrupt and just sat there obediently. During this time, she had heard a lot about George in college. She heard that George had returned to his position as the richest man in Yuhai City, and his assets were approaching 40 billion. There are also many rumors that the Jiang family was brought down by George. George is very powerful and now has a great reputation in the business circle of Yuhai City. There's a saying that goes, it is better to offend the powerful in the south than to offend Yuhai Tianchun. If we really can't borrow money, we can only sell some of our assets, such as one of our 3 major businesses. And it may not be successful. After all, not many people dare to take over. David continued, we have packaged and sold the real estate business. I found out that Alex bought it and sold it to George. We sold it at a low price. George made a lot of money from this transaction. Brother, how could you do this? Lucas gritted his teeth in anger. David stared at him and said, your brother is very successful now. Real estate, food, clothing, etc. are all booming. In particular, his Duo is very popular now. In the future, it is very likely that he will share the world with Taobao and Godong. He has also been checking on George during this period and found that George's business is getting bigger and bigger. Looking at Lucas again, alas, there is no comparison at all. While David was staring at Lucas, Lu Ruyin was also looking at Lucas, and her thoughts were the same as David's. Was it a wrong decision to give up George and choose Lucas? Uncle, Duo is very powerful now. There's an activity to attract people to help. You can get a red envelope of 200 yuan and so on. This activity is really great. Many students in the university are participating in it and helping each other in the group. Lu Rian also said in a low voice. George always has some weird ideas, but they succeed every time. David sighed. Back then, there were shared bikes, and now there are Duo. Haha, he said back then that whoever has the traffic will win the world. He got a lot of low-end customers by using the red envelopes distributed by Duo. Plus, the prices in Duo are very cheap. So many people go there. In fact, this is also the old generation strategy of small profits, but quick turnover, but he is very good at it. In my opinion, the future market value of this Duo will definitely be hundreds of billions. Chapter 162. Go and beg him, admit your mistake, and ask him to show mercy. When Lu Rian heard this, she stroked her lips in shock. Hundreds of billions. It's so high just based on an industry. Well, if it goes on the market, maybe there will be more. David nodded. At this time, Angela and Yuki also came back, but they both looked depressed, and it was obvious that the situation of the group was not optimistic. But there was someone following them. It was Maria. Maria hasn't been back for a long time since her divorce. If it weren't for the Yi group this time, she would not have come back at all. Now, after seeing David, her face was cold, and she pretended not to have seen him. Mom, you're back. Lucas quickly ran over to greet them. Xiaosu, look at you, you've lost weight. Maria stroked Lucas' face with heartache. She hadn't seen her son for a while. Mom, it's all my fault. I wrongly trusted the Quanshan group. Lucas' eyes are red. Maria sighed. We checked the Quanshan group. It's very formal. They didn't deliberately deceive you. This time it was because of the Fed's interest rate hike. It was an accident. Your second uncle's family also had an accident, and now he can't spare time to help us. This time, we have to solve the difficulties ourselves. After saying that, she also glanced at Yuki. Yuki has now been acquitted, but Liang Jingjing is still in prison. The Liang family also hired the best lawyer, but Liang Jingjing still couldn't escape going to jail. Perhaps with a lawyer around, the sentence would be lighter. These days, her brother Liang, he has been suspended from work and is at home, so she can forget about promotion. It's already good enough that she can keep her job. Maria blamed herself for all this because all the troubles were caused by the Yi family. George even more. What a damn devil. Not only did he harm the Yi family, he also went to harm the Liang family. What a conscienceless beast. Moreover, Liang, he also reminded her that the only person who could help Yi group at present was George. Liang, he asked Maria, David and others to bow their heads and beg George to see if things could turn around. Maria didn't agree, but thinking that Liang, he was dragged down by her, and that the Yi family was indeed in trouble, she finally had to endure the humiliation in return. On my way back, I was also looking at Tianqian Group. That beast is amazing. He has become the richest man in the city again. He has a lot of money, and his development momentum is very fierce. Maria seemed to speak with appreciation, but there was hatred and anger between the lines. Mom, don't talk about him at this time. We are upset, Angela said dissatisfiedly. I know. Maria glared at Angela. If you weren't so unpromising, why would I have mentioned him? Your conditions are better than his, and you even have the help of your grandparents, but you still lost. You disappoint me so much. I'm here to back you up. Tonight, George is leading a charity party, and our family will go and ask him for help. As expected, everyone looked up at her, as if they didn't expect Maria to say such a thing. That's right, go and beg him, admit your mistakes, and ask him to show mercy and help the Yi group. Maria had no expression on her face. Everyone was in disbelief. Was their strong mother finally going to give in to George? You know, after George broke off relations with them, most people gave in to George and regretted their actions. But Maria was the only one who didn't. She remained tough the whole time. Mom, are you sure? Angela still feels like she is dreaming. Do we have any other choice? Let's get through this difficult time first. Maria said unhappily. In fact, she considered it for several nights before finally making this decision. When she decided to be humble to George, she really suffocated, and her heart seemed to stop beating. She felt very uncomfortable and painful. Why she, as a mother, had to bow her head and beg since it was George's fault. Is there still justice in this world? Does God still have eyes? But in the end, it was Liang Yi's situation that convinced him, because there were still many posts and videos attacking Liang Yi on the internet. And it was said that George was behind it. She must make George stop, otherwise Liang Yi will not only lose his promotion, but his career will also be over. Anyone, let's cook. Maria gave another reminder and then went back to her room to rest. She didn't say a word to David during the whole process, as if David was invisible. David actually felt that Maria was wronged by the divorce. He felt guilty and didn't dare to speak up. He found an excuse to go to the back garden to water the flowers, and then slipped away. Yuki watched this scene and sighed secretly. Ever since George left home, their family has been in name only. Unless George can come back, there will be no laughter, happiness, or family feeling in the home. Just to get George back? This just like what George said, sacrificing him, George, to fulfill the Yi family's wish? George about Maria's return. George found it very funny after watching it. And he also admired the shamelessness of this family who had the nerve to come to him for begging. When Tianqian Group was close to bankruptcy, who came to help the Yi family? They were all trying to take advantage of the situation and buy out Tianqian Group at a low price. Of course, Maria's sudden return made George guess that besides wanting help from Tianqian Group, she also wanted to get her grandfather's inheritance. Counting the time, Grandpa's inheritance appeared during this period. That night, White Swan Hotel. By George has also begun. At the gate, there were many luxury cars. The wealthy people from Yuhai City's business district had all come, and many business tycoons from the south had also arrived. George's current status as the richest man in Yuhai City, he can command the support of hundreds of people, and people from all walks of life will give him some respect. especially since George has many industries. Many industrial chains are related to him, and everyone wants to have a good relationship with him. In the hotel lobby, George, Johnson, and Olivia were there to greet everyone. Xiaoyao also came and sat in the corner, watching George and Olivia greet the guests with a faint smile. She looked around, and suddenly, a familiar figure caught her attention. It was Xiaoling Yun. Xiaoyao hurried over and asked, "Brother, why are you here too? Can I not come?" Xiaoling Yun obviously knew what was going on and said unhappily, "My most beloved sister Olivia, she is actually the second in command of Tianjin Group. I just found out that George is amazing. His business is getting bigger and bigger, and he's taking his sister to take off. Brother, they're just partners. Don't think too much." Xiaoyao comforted. "Xiaoyao, do you think I'm a fool? Or do you think I don't have anyone under my command and can't find out anything?" Xiaoling Yun looked at Xiaoyao with dissatisfaction. At first, he didn't pay attention to George, so he didn't know the relationship between Olivia and George. But after keeping an eye on George, he just needed to check, and it became clear. Xiaoyao saw that the truth could not be concealed and sighed. George is actually a good boy. He and Xia Xia are from the same orphanage, and he even saved Xia Xia in the past. George never knew Xia Xia's identity, so he didn't come for Xia Xia's money. He just treated Xia Xia as a sister, as the closest relative. Chapter 163. I can do whatever I want. You stop messing with them. Let them decide how their life will turn out. Besides, Xia Xia has been hiding her identity because she's afraid that George will alienate her after knowing it. Xia Xia likes George. She said last time that without George, Xia Xia would die too. You don't want to see such a consequence, do you? Xiaoling Yun became even angrier after hearing this, but he didn't dare to upset Olivia, so he had to endure it. His sister got lost back then and suffered a lot. Whether it's him, his parents, or Xiaoyao, they have always been making up for her and pampering her. Xiaoling Yun had no choice but to look at Xiaoyao and said, "Don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble today. I just want to see my sister's success, but it's only today. It may not be the case in a few days. Maybe by then, you will hear the news that George died in an accident." After hearing this, Xiaoyao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least there was no trouble tonight. As for the future, her brother is hard on the outside, but soft on the inside. What he says is always different from what he thinks. Moreover, Xiaoling Yun must have checked out George and should know what happened to George in the Yi family. If Xiaoling Yun knew how to appreciate him, he would know what an excellent boy George is. At least she, Xiaoyao, admires George very much. At this time, at the hotel gate, Maria led everyone out of the car and then looked at the guests who came in one after another. Their faces looked very ugly. George was attended by all the important people in Yuhai City, including the mayor. Back then, such honor and face belonged to the Yi family. But now, the upper class of Yuhai City gave them nothing but ridicule. They were like a group of stray dogs. Komein. David sighed. When the family entered the hotel lobby, they saw George wearing a custom-made suit, greeting wealthy people from all sides with a bright and energetic look. From a distance, he looked like a handsome nobleman. Olivia next to him was also very beautiful, like the most noble princess, and she kept holding George's hand. Both of them are young, handsome, and beautiful, and they're the most dazzling presence at the party. David and Lucas have seen this kind of scene, but every time they see it, they feel heartbroken. Maria had seen such a scene. She had a migraine attack on the spot and quickly took a few pills to calm herself down. "Mr. Yi, your business is so successful and the momentum of development is so strong that I want to cooperate with you. Mr. Yi, you have suffered a lot during this period. In order to report corruption, you are willing to sacrifice Tianjin Group. You are really the leader of the rising business star. Yes, when I saw you being wronged, I felt so heartbroken." George walked. He was accompanied by words of flattery. The wealthy upper class who used to look down on others were not arrogant to George, but only praised and flattered him. As the saying goes, if you're poor in a busy city, no one will care about you. If you are rich in the mountains, you will have distant relatives. The Tianjin Group has made such a big fuss this time. They stepped on the Jiang family to gain power and became famous in the south. With such ability, who wouldn't curry favor with them? George did not act condescendingly in response to these people's flattery and fawning, but talked to them in an approachable manner. "George, Mom and Dad are here." At this time, Yuki came over with everyone. Surrounding George immediately made way. They all knew George's past background. He was from the Yi family, and Tiancheng Group had announced it in front of the media not long ago. George seems to have a very bad relationship with the Yi family. Now that someone from the Yi family is here, it will probably create some sparks. Who called him here? George looked over and spoke lightly. Mr. Yi, it's me. A bald, middle-aged man named Mr. Chen came over and said with a smile, I was just thinking about it. Before he could finish his words, George interrupted him. You are so nosy. Since they are here, then go away and get out of the charity party. Wait a moment. Mr. Chen's face changed drastically. He knew that George came from the Yi family, so he wanted to be a good person and let George shake hands and make peace with the Yi family. Maybe in the end he could make George happy and get the business of Tiancheng Group. Who knows? It seems he has backfired. I invited them here without Mr. Ye's consent. I will drink 3 cups as punishment. 3 cups as punishment. Mr. Chen quickly asked the waiter to bring some red wine. George ignored him and asked Olivia, Xia, does he cooperate with us? Yes, 1/3 of the raw materials for our clothing factory come from their company. Well, starting today, we will cancel our cooperation with them and switch to another company. George finished speaking. Mr. Chen was so scared that his wine glass fell to the ground and his face turned pale on the spot. He wanted to get more business from Tiancheng Group, but who knew that even the previous cooperation was gone? Security guard. George shouted again. Several security guards came over and kicked Mr. Chen out of the party. This scene also made many wealthy people laugh secretly with glee. As the saying goes, even a fair judge cannot judge family affairs. If you interfere in other people's family affairs, isn't that just asking for trouble? David and the others all looked unhappy. They didn't expect that a person who led them would end up like this. From now on, who in the business circle of Yuhai City would dare to approach them? George, do you have to make such a fuss? Angela couldn't help it anymore and spoke with a grim face. Among the people I invited, there is no one from the Yi family. You came here uninvited and dared to ask me to make such a scene? Do you think this is still the Yi family? You have the final say in everything? I am the one who organized this charity party. I can make any scene I want. George looked at Angela with a sneer. Angela was suddenly speechless. Yuki quickly tried to smooth things over. George, your parents are here to see you. Our whole family is here. When she said the word family, her tone was much higher because since George left the Yi family, this was the first time that her family came to beg George, and Maria was among them, giving George enough face. Brother, we did have a lot of misunderstandings in the past, but this time, Mom knows she was wrong, and she came to apologize. We are all a family, so if there is any conflict, just talk it out. Lucas also chimed in. Of course, when he talked about his mother knowing she was wrong and coming to apologize, his heart still skipped a beat, because he knew that such words would be a big blow to Maria. David looked at George expectantly, even though he felt it was embarrassing to beg at someone's door, like a beggar. However, he had just seen George's glory, and he still felt very uncomfortable knowing that such a son had nothing to do with him, plus the current crisis of Yi Group. Therefore, no matter how embarrassed or humiliated he was, he had to admit his mistake in public, apologize, and even beg. Xiaochen, you know Dad's temper. He rarely begs people in his life. After you left home, Dad never begged you. David also lowered his attitude and said, this time, Dad is begging you. Dad has admitted his mistakes and apologized to you. Just go home. The past is over. After you go back, you can do whatever you want. Chapter 164. Your face is worthless to me. Wow, Mr. Yi, he looks like this. As expected, David's humble plea caused an uproar in the audience. Yuki are humble, but it is surprising that David lowers his posture to please George. You know, David was once the richest man in the city. Even when facing the mayor, he would at most say a few polite words and would never bow his head. Not to mention that David is George's father. Seeing this family apologizing one after another, George showed a half smile, as if he was looking at a group of clowns. Seeing that George still didn't agree, Lucas immediately said pitifully, Brother, if I can make you forgive us, I am willing to move out of the Yi family, as long as you come back. As soon as he said this, David and Maria looked obviously upset. For the sake of Yi Group, they are actually going to sacrifice Lucas. But in the end, they still endured it, and endured it tightly. When Yuki and Angela watched this scene, they felt sad and felt themselves useless. If they were capable, why would their parents have to bow their heads and apologize in public, being laughed at by everyone in Yuhai City, like beggars? Especially Yuki. she felt like she was dreaming. George had always been dealing with the Yi family in the past. She felt that even if the Yi family could not stop them, they would never fall to the point of trying to please George, who knew that this day would actually come. Used to yell at George, now admits his mistake. Lucas, who was once the apple of the family's eye, now moves for George. Maria, who used to be the strictest towards George, now dares not say anything. Perhaps this is what George meant by being dragged into hell. Olivia and Johnson were also watching this scene, and they were very excited. Although they knew that George didn't care about this scene, they did care a lot. They had always wanted to see the day when everyone in the Yi family would regret their prayers. Things change over time. The people from a Yi family who used to yell at and bully Brother Chun have finally bowed their heads. Then, Johnson thought of the video of the Yi family's smugness not long ago. He was still recording it and quickly want to play it. George was still looking at this family, just like a noble lion looking at a group of hyenas bowing their heads and wagging their tails. Of course, he didn't have the same proud feeling as Olivia and Johnson, because he knew why the Yi family came. They admit their mistakes, apologize, and try to please others, all for the sake of money. So he just thought it was funny, especially when he saw Maria was dissatisfied, angry, and unwilling, but she was holding back and dared not speak. He finally laughed out loud. Haha, guys, what makes you think that if you take turns apologizing and admitting your mistakes, and then try to please me, I will recognize you? Then I will continue to go back to the Yi family to pull you around, be sucked dry by you, and play the game of family love as deep as the sea with you. Come on, I'm the richest man in the city now, and you're just a bunch of losers about to go bankrupt. You think too highly of yourselves. George finished speaking. A lot of laughter came from the hall, which had been silent just now. George, what are you talking about? David heard these words. It was like being caught in a rainstorm on a hot day. It chilled him to the bone. He put aside his dignity and face and begged in public, almost kneeling down. George actually said such words. I say, you're all a bunch of losers, a bunch of ungrateful wolves. Forget about you apologizing here. Even if you kneel down and admit your mistakes on national news, I won't even look at you. George laughed coldly. David and others' faces instantly turned pale, their bodies trembled, and they almost fainted from anger. Yuki couldn't help it anymore, sniffing and saying, George, my parents came to admit their mistakes in person. Why do you still want to hurt them? George sneered and stared at Yuki. Why are you pretending to be affectionate? You admitted your mistakes just for the money. You only care about selfishness, not emotions. With just one sentence, Yuki was shut up and couldn't refute. The people watching the show around were not fools either. They naturally knew the Yi family's purpose and started laughing. The once proud Yi family is now in an extremely miserable state because of money. At this time, a video was projected from the hall. Everyone looked back and saw that David's family were all laughing happily in the video. Please remember your expression today. Before long, all of this will be returned to you. Of course, there is also George's voice, and the video is very complete, including the fact that the Yi family pretended to sympathize with George, but their purpose was to acquire Tianshan Group at a low price. This video should be from the time when Tianshan Group encountered trouble. Tianshan Group is worth tens of billions, and David wants to buy it for tens of millions? Isn't this just taking advantage of the situation? TSK, look at how happily the family is laughing. They were so happy at first, but now they are so embarrassed. Maybe Bossy never thought that Tianshan Group didn't go bankrupt, but it was their turn to go bankrupt. It's really funny. It's a changing world. I just wonder how they could be so shameless that they have forgotten the ridicule from last time and still have the nerve to come to me and ask for help. There was a lot of laughter. David and others felt a burning pain on their faces. They never expected that when they took the video, it would be used to slap them in the face today. Lucas held back his laughter and said pitifully, Brother, you said that if we apologize and admit our mistakes, you will help us. It's also shown in this video. You won't go back on your word, will you? George pulled a chair and sat down, then stared at Maria and said, I did say that, but I also said you should kneel down and admit your mistakes. You didn't kneel down, and one of you didn't even apologize. Is this the attitude of begging? Everyone immediately followed George's gaze and looked at Maria. Maria just stood there with a sullen face, her eyes looking at people intently, as if others owed her money. Anyone can see that Maria has been enduring it. In fact, when David and the others took turns to apologize and admit their mistakes, Maria also had this plan, but when she saw the ridicule all around in George's ingratitude, she couldn't let it go. Although she was mentally prepared for this situation before coming here, she really couldn't lower her head after the facts happened before her eyes. Nephew, we are family after all. Why are you being so aggressive? At this moment, a sigh was heard, and a man dressed like a celebrity came over. It's Liang Haoran, Angela, and her friend's uncle. He is a well-known designer in foreign jewelry companies. His designs have been bought by LV and Cartier for a large sum of money. He has a good reputation in foreign celebrity circles. How about giving me some face and letting go of what happened in the past? As soon as he finished speaking, many people looked at him, and some young people who studied abroad recognized him. It's Mr. Liang Haoran. He has profound attainments in jewelry design and has published many famous works, some of which are bestsellers all over the world. I didn't expect such a celebrity to come. After hearing these voices, everyone had more respect for Liang Haoran. Compared to them, a group of celebrities in Yuhai City, he was a world celebrity. George looked at Liang Haoran indifferently. Your face is worthless to me. Chapter 165. The Liang family has no face in my presence. What? Liang Haoran's pupils widened. He also didn't expect George to dare to say these things to him. You know, he has been in the celebrity circles abroad for many years. Compared with his clients, a nouveau riche like George is like a kitten or a puppy. Okay, my face is worthless. Liang Haoran's voice changed with anger. What if the Liang family came forward? What does the Liang family represent in the South? I think everyone present knows that their face is worthless, right? As the saying goes, don't look at the monk's face, look at the Buddha's face. For the last sentence, his voice became louder in vain. The wealthy people present naturally knew the Liang family, and the laughter became much quieter. Of course, they did not expect that the Yi family would use the Liang family to threaten George after failing to plead with him. The Liang family is a wealthy family in the provincial capital. Among all the aristocratic families in China, it is a fourth-tier family. In China, the first-tier wealthy families are legends among legends. Even the wealthy people present are not qualified to know who the first-tier families are. A second-tier family, their industries are spread all over China, and they are all important national assets, including energy, technology, etc. Most of the third-tier families are in the capital, and they're all the old generation of emperors and dukes, or those who have walked the grassland. The fourth-tier families are like the Liang family, which have connections in politics, business, and the military, and are omnipotent in the local area. Now, Liang Haoran moved out of the Liang family, obviously trying to force George to compromise, which also shows that the Liang family began to pay attention to George. George sneered and walked slowly towards Liang Haoran. Of course, he knew Liang Haoran. Although this man had never bullied him in the Liang family, he was also very biased. In the past, he was often scolded to be filial to his parents and care for his sisters and brothers, like a teacher, but when other people's children made mistakes, Liang Haoran never scolded them. The Liang family has no face in my presence. Stopping in front of Liang Haoran, George spoke without fear. Liang Haoran's face changed drastically, and he said angrily, "Forgive others when you can. Don't hold on to a misunderstanding." George suddenly grabbed Liang Haoran's collar and said coldly, "It's a good saying to show mercy when you can. If I hadn't been more clever, I would have been shot now. Why didn't you, the Liang family, show mercy then? You are telling me now that it's a misunderstanding. Do you really think that I, George, am a dog whose life is so cheap that it can be sacrificed at any time?" Liang Haoran was held by the collar by the hot-blooded George. He almost couldn't breathe, and his face turned purple. He is so angry that he is about to die. Because he had just returned to China not long ago, he didn't know that George and Liang he had already clashed. Now George was so tough, which made him very angry and surprised. For a moment, the atmosphere in the hall was tense. "Brother, he is my uncle. How could you do this? It's fine if you don't recognize us, but you also don't recognize my grandparents?" At this time, Lucas rushed over and wanted to help Liang Haoran out of trouble. Of course, what he said was actually intended to create a complete confrontation between George and the Liang family. "I asked you to come over?" Slap. George didn't even look at Lucas. In a crowd, a figure rushed over as fast as a wolf. It was Chi-Dan. Before everyone could react, Chi-Dan punched Lucas in the stomach, causing him to bend over. Chi-Dan then grabbed Lucas' hair, lifted his face, and slapped him. Moreover, Dan always used killing as his purpose when he acted overseas. Although he restrained himself this time because of George, he was still much more ruthless than an ordinary person. After a few slaps, Lucas' nose was crooked, his face was covered in blood, and several teeth were knocked out. At this moment, the hall was dead silent. No one expected that this tall and thin man was so cruel. Haha, how do you feel when you see your son being beaten? George looked at Maria's family and saw that Maria was already showing signs of an outburst, while David, Yuki, and the others all looked heartbroken. However, they didn't dare to move, because they found that George's bodyguards had come out, and once they went to rescue people or teach George a lesson, maybe Lucas's fate will be theirs. George will never think about the old relationship. This rebellious son is not a human being. Maria gritted her teeth and trembled as she muttered to herself. George once slapped Lucas in front of her, and later in college, she heard Lucas say that George often beat him up. This time it was even more outrageous. He beat Lucas in front of her again, just to deliberately provoke her. All right, if you fight again, someone will die. At this time, George said calmly, I don't want to be caught. When Shidan heard this, she grabbed Lucas' hair and threw it. Lucas fell out and then started crying. A lot of hair on his head was pulled out. George, you did a great job. I can tell you that the Liang family is very dissatisfied with you. Just wait, just wait. Liang Haoran threatened coldly at this time. Oh, by the way, I forgot about you. There is an acquaintance of yours whom I haven't seen for a long time. I invited her here today. George suddenly stared at Liang Haoran and then clapped his hands. Several bodyguards came over with a woman who was accompanied by a child. It was Liang Haoran's ex-wife, Shi Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi, why are you here? Liang Haoran was shocked. He and Shi Xiaoqi had been living abroad, but they were divorced, and he hadn't seen Shi Xiaoqi for a while. Our great designer Liang, why didn't you say hello when you saw your ex-wife and children? George said with a half-smile. George, let them go. Don't implicate innocent people in your matter with the Liang family. Liang Haoran said angrily. Haha, you're anxious. Have you done something shameful and are afraid of being exposed? George smiled leisurely and said, For what I know, you were fooling around with your assistant at work, and you were having sex with him every day. In the end, you divorced Shi Xiaoqi. On the surface, you said that you didn't want to delay your work, but secretly, you didn't want to be separated from your assistant. That's right, your assistant is a Persian cat with blonde hair, blue eyes, and a good figure. How could you still like your former wife? For the Persian cat, you even gave up your daughter. Tell me, how many years have you not paid child support? George said seemed like a knife stabbing into Liang Haoran's heart. The whole audience was in an uproar again. No one expected that this famous international celebrity had this side of him. You're talking nonsense. Believe it or not, I will sue you for defamation. You are defaming me. Liang Haoran's face flushed. He was angry and anxious. Okay, go ahead and sue. Whoever doesn't sue will be a grandson. I prepared a lot of evidence. Sue now. I'm waiting for your lawyer's letter. George took a step forward and looked directly into Liang Haoran's eyes. Liang Haoran was so angry that his teeth were chattering, and finally he dared not speak. If we really sue George, the inside story of his divorce will be exposed. He didn't even pay child support. His identity as an international jewelry designer is tarnished. Chapter 166. The image of a vicious woman who is condemned by thousands of people. Xiaochen. At this time, Shi Xiaoqi glanced at Liang Haoran with fear in her eyes. Everyone thought Liang Haoran was an elegant scholar and an internationally renowned jewelry designer, but she knew that Liang Haoran was a scumbag and a domestic violence maniac. Not only did he have an affair with his female assistant, he also beat her frequently. She divorced him after she couldn't stand it anymore. Moreover, after the divorce, Liang Haoran only gave her alimony for a few months, and later he didn't give her a penny at all. For the sake of her daughter and to survive, she lived a miserable life overseas, working 3 jobs by herself. Now seeing Liang Haoran again, although she was very angry, she was also very afraid and didn't want to have anything to do with such a person again. And sure, George greeted with a smile. I brought you back from abroad. You won't be angry. After saying that, he squatted down and teased his cousin. My cousin is about 10 years old and a little shy. She doesn't have a deep impression of George. She now takes her mother's surname and is called Mengqi. Of course not. I had heard about you when I came back. You're successful now. Your aunt-in-law is happy for you to see your achievements. Shi Xiaoqi looked at George. There was a relieved smile on her face. In the Liang family, George had the lowest status and was often bullied by the children of relatives. Of course, she was the same in the Liang family. Perhaps because they shared the same suffering, she had always been very nice to George. Xia xia. At this time, George turned around and shouted, and Olivia immediately came over and handed over a check. George took it and put it in Shi Mengqi's hand. Cousin, this is a red envelope from your cousin. You must be happy and grow up happily. Shi Mengqi quickly thanked her cousin, but still didn't dare to answer it. She glanced at Shi Xiaoqi. Shi Xiaoqi looked down and found it was a check with numbers on it. Ah, 1 billion, 1 billion. Xiaoqin this. And sure, I know about your time abroad. This is my token of my appreciation. George smiled and said, in the future, I will find a place where no one knows, buy a house, live a good life, and use the remaining money for Xiao Mengqi's education. But there are too many. Sure, Xiaoqi's eyes were red and tears couldn't stop flowing. Not much for me. George smiled and shook his head. Back then, when I was eating at the Liang family, there was no meat in the bowl, only rice. It was Aunt Sure who secretly picked up a few pieces of meat for me. In the night when the cold air came, I slept very coldly in the servant's room, and it was Aunt Sure who brought me a quilt. At that time, I told Aunt Sure that if I found money in the future, I would definitely help Aunt Sure. Now, I have also fulfilled my gratitude. Just accept it. This amount of money is not much for me. Don't be embarrassed. I donated 5 billion to charity at my charity gala tonight. After hearing what George said, Shi Xiaoqi cried even harder. She didn't know what to say. She was just very grateful for everything and very grateful to George. When Liang Haoran saw this scene, his expression became even uglier than before. He and Shi Xiaoqi have already divorced, so the more miserable his ex-wife's life is, the happier he is. Now that he sees Shi Xiaoqi is rich, it's like a slap in the face. But at this time, George looked at him coldly. Liang Haoran, don't think about this money, otherwise I don't mind you dying overseas. Believe me, I have the ability to do it. He will definitely be wary of Liang Haoran. The 1 billion is deposited in a well-known overseas bank. Only Shi Xiaoqi can go to withdraw it in person, and he can only take out 5 million at a time, and only once a month. This will prevent Liang Haoran from threatening Shi Xiaoqi and taking all the money at once. Mr. Yi, you are so generous. The wealthy people around were all amazed. He gave 1 billion to his relatives at one time and spent 5 billion on charity. If it were them, who could be so generous? David and others watched this scene with sour feelings. They admitted their mistakes and apologized today, but George didn't give them a penny to help them. Yet, George was willing to give 10 billion to an unfamiliar relative. Oh, how ironic. Mom is in trouble, but you don't help her at all. Instead, you take advantage of her misfortune and laugh at her and humiliate her. You are willing to give 1 billion to an aunt who is not related to you by blood. If you don't even know how to be a human being, how can you do anything? At this time, Maria started talking to herself, and her voice was very loud. You can see that she is also jealous. Even more jealous. Haha, after coming here tonight, I finally feel like saying something. George stared at Maria coldly. But, are you qualified to say these words? Maria didn't say anything, but once she started talking, George felt like he had to get something out of it. A mother would not intentionally abandon her child to an orphanage, then take the child back when he or she grows up and abuse him or her every day. As a mother, I won't let my children cook every day and not let them eat at the dining table. They should kneel down and watch their sisters eat. As a mother, I will never indulge the sisters to bully this child and let him be bullied every day. As a mother, I will never kill my own child, and not just once. So, I dare to call you Mom. Do you dare to acknowledge me? When George said the last sentence, he looked directly into Maria's eyes, and his aura was even more powerful and cold than before. Maria's pupils were trembling, and she was clenching her teeth tightly. Does she dare to admit it? Does she dare? At this time, she obviously didn't dare because what George said were all things she had done, and they were absolutely true. It seems that the rumors are true. Mr. Yi was abused in the Yi family, so he severed ties with them. What's scary is that, as a mother, she actually wants to kill her own child. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. What was she thinking? They deliberately threw the child into an orphanage and left him to fend for himself. Then, when they saw that the child was not dead and had grown up, they brought him back home and abused him, intending to kill him. This is indeed not the first or second time. Speaking of which, not long ago, Mr. Yi was wrongly accused of murder and was almost sentenced to death. I heard that it was the Liang family who did it, because the backers of the Jiang family are the Liang family. It is also related to Maria. What a vicious woman. Even if you don't love the child, just throw it away. What's the point of killing the child? Seeing that Maria was guilty and didn't say anything, a lot of whispering sounds were heard, and people's eyes on Maria changed, with fear, disgust, disdain, and anger. Maria was once again criticized by everyone, and she was even more portrayed as a vicious woman. Of course, she hated it even more. As the saying goes, family disgrace should not be made public. George said all these things in public, which showed that he did not regard her as a mother at all. Therefore, what she did to George was George's own fault. David and Yuki also felt a burning pain on their faces and wished they could find a hole to crawl into. Of course, there are also many surprises. They thought Maria came in person. Although she didn't say anything, her attitude showed that she admitted her mistake and apologized. George should have let go of his anger and would forgive them and help them. Unexpectedly, Maria was scolded by George and lost all her dignity. This scene is so similar. Maria used to criticize George like this. Chapter 167. Asking for help is like swallowing a 3-foot sword. George still didn't intend to let Maria go, and continued. You keep saying it's my mother. Let me ask you, do you know the name of the orphanage I grew up in? Have you ever been there since I was a child? Do you know what class I'm in? Do you know what my favorite color is? What's my favorite food? You don't know anything. Aunt Sure is not my mother, but when she sees me eating white rice, she will secretly leave me a chicken leg. When she sees that I am cold at night, she will bring me a quilt. When she sees that I am bullied by my relatives' children, she will comfort me. You gave birth to me, but didn't raise me. How dare you mention the word mother? Maria, who was scolded again by these words, had no face to look up. She wanted to refute. She wanted to scold. She wanted to lose her temper. But I couldn't find any reason. I could only act like a child who had done something wrong and let George scold me and let everyone despise and laugh at me. George, that's enough. We know we were wrong, and we sincerely apologize. As long as you help us, we will agree to anything. Please stop bullying Mom and Dad. I, Yuki, am willing to take on all of this. At this time, Yuki cried and shouted and came out. George looked over and found that Angela and Lucas didn't dare to speak in this situation. Only Yuki smiled and said, Yuki, you are such a saintly bitch. Are you going to sacrifice yourself? Maybe your sacrifice will bring you the same fate as mine before. Okay, I, George, will help your Yi group today. 3 billion. I will acquire one of the 3 major businesses of your Yi group. You can choose. Hearing this, David immediately became anxious. George, 3 billion is not enough. George looked at David with disdain. You still want to ask for too much? Don't you see the current situation of your Yi group? I can tell you that if I don't acquire it, apart from the Liang family, no one else in the whole of China will acquire it. Do you think the money is not enough? Forget it. No. 3 billion is 3 billion. David also knew the current situation and then looked at Angela, Lucas, and Yuki. The 3 of them are in charge of the 3 major businesses of Yi Group respectively. Which business should be packaged and sold now? Dad, I think we can sell Yi Ji seasonings. Lucas then said, yes, seasonings have been involved in several scandals, and sales are currently very poor. I agree to. Angela nodded. Although my furniture market is not very profitable, it is stable enough. This is the basic foundation of the Yi Group. Yuki heard this. She cried even more. Just as George said, the Yi family sacrificed her. After all, Yi Ji Seasonings was under her management. If the factory was sold, she would be left with nothing. George immediately looked at Yuki sarcastically. Look, the Virgin Mary never has a good ending. If you stand up, you will be sacrificed. Stop crying. You just cry all day long. Aren't you annoying? Woo woo woo. Yuki cried even harder. George, there is one more thing about your second uncle. David then said that he didn't dare to tell it all, but just reminded George that after all, this matter could not be made public. George heard this. He understood what was going on. It seems that Liang Yi knew about his plan to mobilize the internet trolls and stir up public opinion to deal with Liang Jingjing. We can discuss this matter, but the condition is that all of you in the Yi family must withdraw from the Yi family genealogy. Grandpa's grave and so on will no longer have anything to do with you. George said calmly, this is not a small matter. It means expulsion from the family tree. Dad will not agree to it. David's face changed drastically. Besides, your uncle and his family are in Jincheng. We can't do this without their consent. You don't need them. You just need to sign a legally binding statement. As for whether Grandpa will agree, haha, if he were still alive, would he recognize you as an unfilial son who wants a wife, but not his father? George spat coldly. David was so angry that he glared and had to remain silent. That's Grandpa's legacy. Angela suddenly thought of something. Don't worry. This statement has nothing to do with the inheritance. Whatever Grandpa left to you is what you have, and no one can take it away. By the way, next month is when Grandpa's inheritance expires. George said lightly. Angela and Lucas heard this. Hope rose in their eyes. As long as Grandpa's inheritance arrives, the Yi group may be able to make a comeback. Next, George asked the lawyer to prepare the contract and gave it to David and the others to sign. After finishing the contract, he waved his hand lazily. Okay, you have achieved your purpose of coming here. Go away. You are not welcome at this charity party. Don't dirty the noble floor of the hall. Several bodyguards immediately drove out the Yi family members as if they were driving away a group of beggars. George looked at their departing backs with cold eyes. In fact, he didn't want to help the Yi group and even wanted them to go bankrupt, but he also knew that the Liang family would still help the Yi group at the last moment. In this case, he might as well buy Ye's seasonings at a low price. I remember that in the previous life, China's economy took off rapidly, but several seasoning factories still made it into the top 100 of China's richest list. This is the real economy. Although the money doesn't come quickly, it is stable enough. Maria sighed. The whole family went back in a business car. No one spoke, and everyone felt extremely heavy and uncomfortable. What just happened was the most embarrassing thing in their lives. Moreover, although he got the support funds by currying favor with George, it was obviously still not enough. At least 5 billion was still missing. Everyone was looking at the neon lights outside the window, as if they were recalling the past, and also as if they were thinking about the future. Yuki kept crying. She just stood up to protect Maria, but in the end she sacrificed her. Dad and Mom, they didn't even ask for my opinion and just sold the seasoning factory like that. It's embarrassing, isn't it? It's very uncomfortable, isn't it? At this time, Maria suddenly spoke, and surprisingly, she did not lose her temper at this time. Before coming here, your uncle said a lot of things to me. He said the biggest reason why I'm still so immature is because I have never asked anyone for help. Only by asking others can I grow up and mature. Asking for help is like swallowing a 3-foot-long sword. Only when you ask for help can you experience the fickleness of the world, the bitterness and sweetness, and the warmth and coldness of human nature. Indeed, I have never begged anyone since I was a child. Today, I finally experienced it. Of course, this also includes you. I hope you will grow up and mature, fight against that rebellious son, and make him die without a burial place. I'll let your grandmother's family find a way to deal with the remaining 5 billion of the Yi group. Maria finished speaking. She asked the driver to stop the car, then got into Liang Haoren's car and went back to the provincial capital overnight. It can be seen that she has become a little more mature than before, has learned to be patient, and no longer loses her temper in front of her children. Of course, this doesn't mean that she felt good about it. It's just that before coming, Liang Yi had done enough homework for her so that she was mentally prepared. Angela and the others thought about Maria's words and found that it was true. They had never asked anyone for help since they were young. Their whole family, including David, because David was also born with a silver spoon in his mouth. And when he grew up, Yi Zhendong had already built a good empire for him. They're all spoiled. Chapter 168. Let Yuki take the blame for Jingjing. George is the only one in our family who has experienced the vicissitudes of life, the bitterness and sweetness of life, and the warmth and coldness of human nature. Yuki suddenly said something sourly. David sighed and finally understood why his family lost. Dad, we are all walking the same path that George walked, and now we are slowly experiencing the bitterness and sweetness of it. Don't worry, we will not be defeated, and we will surpass our brother sooner or later. Seeing David's lost look, Lucas immediately comforted him with full confidence. Angela also said, Dad, those who humiliate others will always be humiliated. I will return George tenfold the humiliation I inflicted today in the future. David just smiled and didn't say anything. Although he felt something was wrong in his heart, he was still relieved to see that Lucas and Angela were not defeated. His children must have grown a lot after experiencing the setback. With them in the future, the Yi group will definitely not collapse. Yuki glanced at the confident Angela and Lucas, and suddenly felt that they were disgusting and didn't want to look at them anymore. Maria rushed back to the Liang family overnight. In the middle of the night, the people of the Liang family still hadn't rested and were sitting in the living room chatting. Liang, he smoked one cigarette after another. His face looked very haggard. Even though he was very powerful in the provincial capital, the trouble his daughter had caused was too great for him to handle. Dad, Mom, I met George. That guy doesn't take me seriously at all. Oh, and he doesn't even take the Liang family seriously. He has no morals, no character, and is unforgivable, Liang Haoran said angrily after sitting down. Maria, George still won't acknowledge you? Liang Quan frowned. He knew that Maria had gone to see George and thought George would give in, but he didn't expect him to be so tough. George just escaped death once. Why is he still refusing to repent? He is not my son. He is my enemy, Maria said indifferently. In short, everyone should be happy in the future. Don't treat him as a relative, and don't have any illusions. She didn't tell anyone what happened tonight because it was too embarrassing. She just said that George acquired Yi Ji Seasoning Group for $3 billion. Since he disregards family affection, don't blame us for being rude. Grandma Suming Xia said fiercely that she thought the Liang family had given George many chances, but George got cocky and didn't give them any face at all. Second brother, he also agreed to your matter. Maria looked at Liang Yidao again. Liang Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Without George's internet trolls, he could suppress public opinion and at least prevent the situation from getting worse. Then he looked at Maria, his face a little hesitant, and finally looked at Liang Quan. Liang Quan knew that Liang Yi was too embarrassed to speak up for the next words, so he had to speak up. Maria, we were just having a family meeting. Although Jingjing has been spared the death penalty, she will have to go to jail. Jingjing is a good child, and going to jail will be a stain, so we plan to let Yuki take the blame. Yuki, Maria was shocked. Liang Quan nodded. Don't worry, everything has been arranged. Yuki will be released in about 3 to 5 years. As you know, your sister-in-law died early, your second brother has only one child, and you have several. Most importantly, Yuki was with Jingjing that night. We can manipulate it, overturn the confession, provide false evidence, and then let Yuki confess voluntarily. But Maria felt something was wrong and looked at Liang Yi. Liang Yi also knew that this move was too ruthless and sighed. Of course, we will not let Yuki suffer any injustice. We plan to use $5 billion to help the Yi family. In short, this matter is not mandatory, so it is best to ask for everyone's opinions. Okay, fine. I have no objection. I'll ask Yuki and the others. Maria thought that it was all her fault that Liang Yi encountered all these troubles, so she had to agree. After saying that, she called David, Lucas, and others. David and his family had just returned home and were taking a shower when they were stunned when they heard the phone call. Let Yuki take the blame, and let Grandma's family pay us $5 billion to make up for us. Lucas couldn't believe it and smiled subconsciously. With these $5 billion, he could make a comeback. But Angela was hesitant because she knew that once Yuki confessed, her life would be over. You know, Yuki loves being a teacher the most. She started her business for the Yi family. After this incident, can she still go back to being a teacher? This killed Yuki's dream. However, when she saw the smile on Lucas's face, she instantly felt dissatisfied, and she guessed Lucas' intention. Lucas wants to dominate the Yi group. And now, the Yi group still has a hole of $5 billion to be filled. If the debt matures, the next thing to be packaged and sold will be the furniture business. So, these $5 billion are very important. Oh, what do you think? David looked at Lucas and Yuki. Mom said that although Sister Jingjing's crime seems very serious, with some work, she will be released in 3 to 5 years, maybe even a year. Lucas pretended to be helpless and sighed, so I don't object. Of course, it depends on what third sister thinks. Angela also said, yes, $5 billion in exchange for 2 or 3 years in jail. In fact, we are not at a loss. David nodded. I think so too, but I'm afraid Yuki won't agree. How about this? Let's persuade her together. At this time, Yuki came out of the shower and felt very strange when she saw everyone's expressions. Yuki, your uncle has a plan. David spoke out. How can I go to jail for Jingjing? I'm not driving the car, why? As expected, Yuki was terrified and kept backing away, looking at the family as if they were looking at the devil. Besides, that night, I went to find Jingjing for the Yi family. Now that something has happened, are you going to let me handle it alone? No, absolutely not. After saying that, he got up and started crying. David and the others immediately took turns to persuade him, saying that 5 billion would only exchange for 1 or 2 years in jail, and it was such a cheap thing that many people would rush to do it. Yuki, who was with Liang Jingjing at the beginning, it wouldn't have been Yuki's turn to take the blame. After I go to jail, can I still be a teacher? What will my former students and colleagues think of me? At that time, I was a labor camp prisoner. I was a criminal. Yuki cried even harder. When she was a teacher, she never dared to teach bad students a lesson in order to maintain her perfect image. Even when her family encountered a flash flood while traveling, she saved a couple for the sake of her image, thus abandoning George and earning the title of the most beautiful teacher. Putting her in jail now and destroying all her good image is more painful than killing her. This is not mandatory. You can consider it. David sighed and went back to his room. Lucas, Angela, and the others also left, leaving Yuki to continue crying in the living room. She couldn't help it, so she called Ella and kept complaining. Tonight, she couldn't bear to see Maria being scolded by George, so she stepped out to smooth things over, but as a result, the seasoning brand she was in charge of was sacrificed. Who would have known that instead of being grateful to her, the Yi family wanted her to go to jail? Chapter 169. It's our own fault. Kurwa. No wonder George said that my sacrifice resulted in the same fate as George's before. Yes, the same. I regret it so much. Ella heard these words. She didn't know how to persuade Yuki and could only feel sad for Yuki. After talking for a long time, Yuki couldn't help it and called George again. At this moment, she felt that George was actually with her, and George was the best. George, I was wrong. I have committed a serious sin. I helped the Yi family to deal with you in order to protect the Yi family. However, I have paid so much, but the Yi family wants to sacrifice me and take the blame.